Chapter 1. I'm sorry, Mayor Carol Dilfer said as she lowered the request form. You want over $20,000 for what exactly? The engine of a North American Aviation P-51 Mustang bomber plane, Michael Dyer replied, adjusting himself in the uncomfortable chair. He watched as the woman took off her glasses and gently set them down on her desk. She closed her eyes and rubbed at her temples like she had a headache coming on. It was a sight that was becoming very familiar to him. Humor me, she said. Explain to me why you need this engine for, whatever it was. A North American Aviation P-51 Mustang bomber plane, he supplied helpfully. Whatever. Why do you need it? He raised an eyebrow. Well, you did ask me to find a solution to the damage happening to some of the businesses in town. This is my solution. Are you being this obtuse on purpose just to annoy me? Of course not, Madam Mayor. This is a legitimate solution to a legitimate problem. Michael forced himself not to smile. He was absolutely being vague just to get a rise out of Dilfer, but he wasn't going to admit that to her. Every interaction with her since he had returned to Lamplight Woods a few months earlier had been frustrating, and he wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to return the favor. All right, walk me through it, Dilfer instructed with just a hint of defeat in her voice. As you know, I traced the source of the damage back to a family of gremlins living in the woods near the edge of downtown, he began. So you said, what do these gremlins look like? They're about, a foot tall, with black and green scales. They've got sharp teeth and claws, and a short stubby tail. They walk like apes, using their arms to steady themselves and move themselves forward. And they're dangerous? He shook his head. They're mostly harmless. They only eat insects, and they're exclusively nocturnal. They run and hide if they see a person. She pursed her lips. I'd hardly say they're harmless if they're causing property damage like they have been. You have to understand that it's a compulsion. It's not about the damage. It's about taking things apart. Gremlins can't help themselves. If they see some sort of machine or device, they have to take it apart. Then why are you not just exterminating these nuisances? Michael leaned forward, all traces of good humor gone. Because I'm not going to kill rare paranormal creatures when there's another solution, just because you want to make it easier to balance the town budget at the end of the quarter. Dilfer put her glasses back on slowly and glared at him. While she had agreed to allow him to take his father's old position as Lamplight Woods' paranormal consultant, she had clearly thought that she would be able to micromanage him and control him when necessary. He was making sure that she learned that wasn't going to happen. For generations, the Dyers had worked to protect and serve the people of Lamplight Woods. Unlike the police, however, they had always enjoyed a certain level of autonomy. They had devoted themselves to learning about and dealing with the paranormal. As long as they handled things as they came up, they were left mostly alone. Dilfer had used his father on multiple occasions during her time as mayor, and based on what Michael had pieced together through conversations, he had handled things however she wanted them handled. It made sense. His father had only really cared about the paycheck he received from the town. He would have been up for almost anything as long as the money kept coming in. Michael wasn't the same man as his father, though. He wouldn't compromise his morals for booze money. Fair enough, Dilfer said finally. How does this engine solve the problem? Once the beasts dismantle it, they'll just go back to breaking things throughout town, correct? Normally, yes, Michael replied with a nod. However, I've managed to track down a group of elves that can be relocated to the same section of the woods that the gremlins live in. Good Lord, now there's elves. Don't think of elves as humans with pointy ears. That's just the stuff of fairy tales. Elves are actually woodland creatures that aren't very smart. With that said, they do have a special trait. They have the innate ability to fix anything broken. Basically, they have the same compulsion that the gremlins do, except that it's in reverse. They're also not nocturnal, so they're on the opposite cycle as the gremlins. Dilfer looked just the tiniest bit impressed. I think I see where you're going with this. We move the elves next door to the gremlins, and we put the engine between the two groups. The gremlins come out at night and spend their time dismantling the engine. When they return to their colony as the sun rises, the elves wake up and go about fixing the engine again. The best part is that the elves tend to improve whatever they remake. The engine will continue to get stronger and more complex. It's an infinite cycle, and the gremlins will have no reason to go into town looking for things to break. Why does it need to be this particular engine? He shrugged. It doesn't. I just really like saying North American Aviation P-51 Mustang Bomber. Not to mention that it's the cheapest plane engine I can find for sale from someone that won't ask questions. I know how much the good people of Lamplight Woods, and you in particular, enjoy not having the outside world know what's really going on here. She sighed. A simple car engine won't work. Over time it might once the elves have had a chance to improve it, but it wouldn't keep the gremlins' attention for more than a few hours early on. That means more damage to the town for a while. She sighed again. All right, order your plane engine. I'll have the money in your account tomorrow. He stood up and offered his hand, which she reluctantly shook. I'll get the order placed right when the money gets deposited. It will take about a week for it to arrive. In the meantime, I'll get those elves moved and see what I can do to distract the gremlins until we have the engine. Michael left the mayor's office and shut the door behind him. A broad grin spread across his face. That had been even more fun than he had expected it to be. He took his phone out of his pocket. He had silenced it when he had gone into the meeting, and he found that he had a text waiting for him from Maggie Grant, both the town sheriff and a personal friend. Come by my office when you're done, the text read. I want to hear how things went. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and walked down the hallway. Lamplight Woods was a small town. Because of this, there wasn't a need for a separate police station. The town was in a period of growth thanks to a plastics company that had moved into the area, but until it hit a certain size, the sheriff's office would remain housed in the same building as the mayor's office and a number of other public service departments. He smiled to himself. Not that a larger station would have made sense anyway, as Maggie was currently the only officer in town. It had taken a while to adjust to small-town life again. He and his daughter Sarah had spent over 16 years living in San Diego, and while that certainly wasn't the largest of California's major cities, it had been large enough to make them accustomed to certain things. Although he had grown up in Lamplight Woods, there had still been an adjustment period when they had returned. Sarah had jokingly referred to it as decompression. He checked the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. He wondered what Sarah was up to on such a nice October afternoon. Chapter 2. Sarah made sure that the straps of her backpack were pulled as tight as they could be around her shoulders before slowly continuing down the narrow path. The water pouring down into the river from the waterfall splashed up onto the rocks, making them extremely slippery. She had fallen twice over the past couple of weeks, and she was determined not to have that happen again. She pulled the hood of her raincoat up over her red hair. It looked like the path ended before the waterfall, but she knew better. She reached what was seemingly the end of the path and made a sharp right. There was an even more narrow strip of rock here, and it passed directly underneath the waterfall. Water splattered against her hood as she entered the recess behind it. Directly in front of her was a large metal door. There was no handle or wheel to open it. She felt around the edges of the rock for a few moments before she found the hidden switch. Being careful to time the movement just right, she moved it up and down 4 times in a very particular rhythm. The door opened slightly, releasing a hiss of air as it did so. She continued inside and closed the door behind her. This side of the door had a handle. Her grandfather had installed it himself, and she supposed that he had figured that if someone had managed to get inside, getting out shouldn't be as big of a hassle. She made sure that the door was locked before continuing on. She followed the passage as it went deeper underground. The floor sloped gently, barely enough to notice if you didn't know to watch for it. The passage was lit by work lights placed at even intervals along the walls. The first few times she had been here, she had felt a sense of claustrophobia, but now she wasn't bothered by the close walls and ceiling. She reached a second door. This one was made of wood, and its surface was covered in ornate carvings. Under her house was a hidden chamber, and that chamber had the same door at the entrance. Not for the first time she wondered about the significance of the shapes, and also not for the first time she knew that she didn't have enough information to figure that out. Just one mystery on a stack of many. She opened the door and went inside. The room had been constructed by connecting two storage containers together. She had no idea how her grandfather managed to get those containers underground, but the metal floor, walls, and ceiling left little doubt as to what they were. There was even a visible weld that ran along the center of the ceiling. Long incandescent lights had been attached to the roof, their light bathing everything in a soft white. Both the left and right walls were lined with bookcases, filing cabinets, and shelves. All of these were packed full of books and other documents. At the very center of the room was a small desk with a very outdated computer sitting on it, and seated at the desk was a tall boy with glasses. Josh Taylor was her age, but the way that he sat hunched over the yellowed computer keyboard made him look much older. A large book was open on the desk next to him, and she watched as he flipped a couple of pages and quickly read something before turning back to the ancient monitor. He nodded to himself and typed a few keys. "How's it going?" Sarah asked, smiling mischievously as he jumped in surprise. "Holy shit, Sarah," he exclaimed as he turned around in his chair. "You have really got to stop doing that to me." "Well, that's just not going to happen, not as long as it keeps working." "You're an evil, evil woman. You do realize that, right?" "I'm evil, am I? Would an evil person come bearing gifts?" "Is that a trick question? The Trojan horse comes right to mind." She raised an eyebrow. "I'm pretty sure that the Greeks were supposed to be the good guys in that story, not the bad guys." Odysseus faked madness, cheated on his wife with Circe, was extremely cruel to his defeated enemies. He and his men don't really fit into the good guy category. What did you bring me? She set the backpack down on the floor and unzipped it. She took a couple of plastic containers out, as well as two objects wrapped in tin foil. At her request, he put it all onto the desk. "You got Wally's," Josh said happily. "I got Wally's," Sarah confirmed. "See, you can't be mad at me when I brought you the world's best barbecue." "I suppose not. What kind of friend would that make me, right?" "Exactly. How's everything coming in here?" Josh turned back around in his chair and pointed at the monitor. "Slowly. I'm having to teach myself how to use DOS as I go. Your grandfather's computer system in the war room was bad enough, but at least that one had an ancient version of Windows." They had taken to calling the hidden chamber below her house the war room. It had started as a joke, but eventually the name stuck. She figured that it was as good a name as any. I'm sorry," Sarah said sincerely. "Thank you again for doing this. You're way better at this sort of thing than I am." "No problem. I'll handle the computers, and you handle any crazy demon monsters that want to eat us." She snorted. Back when they had first met, they had ended up having a very eventful week together. They had been attacked by a demonic entity not once, but twice. She had fully expected him to walk away from their new friendship at that point, and frankly, she wouldn't have blamed him. Instead of doing so, however, he had made it clear that he wasn't going anywhere. "Have you managed to find anything so far?" she asked. "A bit," he replied, tapping a few keys. "It turns out that this place is hooked into the system back at your house. I'm not sure how exactly. Your grandfather must have run cables all the way down to one of the main lines. So you're saying that you can access all the information from the war room right here? Right, exactly. At least I think so. I wouldn't know for sure until I've got a better handle on this DOS crap. Do you think it includes the security cameras? He hesitated. Actually, I know for a fact that it does, but you know how I feel about that. She held up her hands. I completely get it, and I agree with you. It's an invasion of privacy, at least the ones on private property. I'm only interested in the ones that show public areas. Josh typed on the keyboard for a moment. The monitor screen suddenly flashed, and a second later it was showing a view of the bridge that led into Lamplight Woods. The town was extremely isolated, surrounded by woods that stretched for miles on all sides. The only way in or out of town that didn't involve an extremely long hike was the bridge. Nice, Sarah complimented him. Look at you becoming one with the early 90s computer. I'm not sure this even counts as a computer, he said. It straddles the line between computer and overly complicated calculator. Well, whatever it is, I'm still impressed. She paused. Whoa, look at that. A car had come into view on the camera feed. It was a classic car, one that looked like it had come straight out of an old gangster movie. The image was black and white, so it was impossible to know what the color was, but it was painted a dark shade. The car crossed the bridge without stopping. From behind it came a long line of trucks. They were all shapes and sizes, ranging from moving vans to a full semi pulling a long trailer. The procession continued over the bridge and out of the camera's range. What's that all about? Sarah asked slowly. Chapter 3. So how far did Dilfer's eyes bug out when you showed her the bill? Maggie Grant asked as she leaned up against the side of the building. Michael smiled. As the town sheriff, Maggie was required to work with the mayor closely on a much more regular basis than he was. She had never even attempted to hide her true feelings towards the woman. He happened to share those feelings, and even though he knew it was childish, he strangely enjoyed their mutual distaste. A couple of inches at least, he told her. She agreed to the money, though? Maggie asked. I really don't want to have to deal with any more calls about stores and public property being damaged. She said the funds will be in my account tomorrow. I'll get the engine ordered, and once it arrives it should take care of the town's gremlin problem. How are you planning on getting the elves moved? She made a face. This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. Me too, actually. Anyway, it shouldn't be hard. I'll just lure them into some cages with food. They're not like they are in the stories. They're wild animals that just happen to look vaguely human. Don't tell Jenny that. She grew up loving fairy tales. The last thing I need is my wife getting mad at me for disproving the Brothers Grimm. Michael nodded. Understood. How are things going with her? Maggie made a face. Not much change on that front. She's still mad at me and I'm still apologizing. It's been months. You'd think she'd be past it by now. He smiled sympathetically. During their first investigation together after his return to Lamplight Woods, they had been forced to confront demons. Not metaphorically, but actual real demons. At the time, Maggie had chosen not to tell her wife about what she was involved in, both because it was an active police investigation and because she didn't want to worry her. When they had finished, Maggie had told Jenny everything. The sheriff had been suffering from a feeling of guilt due to how things had turned out, and she didn't want to keep lying to her wife. It had taken some doing, but she had eventually convinced Jenny that what she was being told was the truth. Jenny hadn't taken it well. She had been angry that Maggie had been willing to put herself into such a dangerous situation. Michael believed that there was more to it than that, though. He was sure that Jenny was also mad that she herself had been made a potential target without being told that that was the case. He had to admit that she had a point. During a wild escape from one of the demons in an old house, Maggie had been cut by the creature. That had given it her blood scent, and it could have easily tracked her down if it desired to do so. Just by going home, she had put her wife in danger. Maggie hadn't thought of that, and she would never have put Jenny in harm's way intentionally, but it had happened all the same. He glanced over at the nearby woods. That particular demon had escaped and hadn't been heard from since it had taken part in killing the person that had summoned it. It was still out there somewhere. He had quickly found a way to stop the creature from tracking Maggie. The damage had already been done in Jenny's eyes, however. Still, he was certain that they would get through it. Things were already better than when Maggie had first told her, and they were very much in love with each other. It would just take time. Until then, he would just have to be there for his friend whenever and however she needed him. "Take a look at this," Maggie said, pulling him out of his thoughts. Michael turned in the direction that she indicated. Coming down the center of what could only generously be called downtown was an old-fashioned car. It was in pristine condition, and the sun reflected off of its crimson paint and silver chrome. "Do you know what that is?" she asked in an excited voice. "I'm not great when it comes to cars," he admitted. "It's a Bugatti Type 57. They're extremely rare. Only around 700 Type 57s were made across the 6 years it was produced." "How do you possibly know that?" "My dad is a car nut. It kind of rubbed off on me. That car right there is his holy grail. He's going to go crazy when he sees it." Maggie's father owned the Split Log, the local tavern. Michael had come to learn that the older man was extremely intelligent, and he enjoyed talking with him whenever they ran into one another. The car pulled up to the building and parked in one of the spots closest to the front door. He heard the engine turn off, and for a long moment, nothing happened. A number of people that had been going about their business had stopped and were staring at the vehicle curiously. The front door of the city administrative building opened, and Dilfer came outside. She smoothed the front of her suit coat with her hands before walking down the steps and coming to a stop near the mystery car. The driver's side door opened, and a man smoothly stepped out. He was dressed in a red button-up shirt with a black vest, and his pants matched the vest. His face was adorned with a neatly trimmed beard, and his hair was cut short. The mayor took a step forward, and he removed his black leather driving gloves before tossing them into the front seat of the car. He shook her offered hand and placed her other hand on top of hers. "Mayor Dilfer," the man said pleasantly, a broad smile spreading on his face. "It is an absolute pleasure to meet you in person." "Good afternoon, Mr. Lieber," Dilfer replied without her usual abrasiveness. "I don't believe it," Maggie said quietly. "Believe what?" Michael asked, keeping his eyes on the two people by the car. "Dilfer. She's actually flustered." Michael took a closer look. Maggie was right. Dilfer's face was a bit red, and as she spoke to the man, she seemed a bit off balance. She even laughed, something that he had never heard her do before. It sounded rough, like she wasn't used to doing it. "Tell me, Carol," the man was saying. "Oh, where are my manners? May I be so forward as to call you Carol?" "Oh, well, of course," Dilfer replied. "That's more than acceptable, Mr. Lieber." No, he said with a playful wag of his finger and a wink. "We're all friends here. You must call me Leonard." "Leonard, then." "I must say, I've never heard my name sound as musical as it does coming from you." She actually blushed. Michael felt his eyes go wide as he glanced over at Maggie. She was staring at the mayor in complete shock, her mouth slightly open. "Now then, Carol, tell me," Lieber continued, grandly sweeping his hands towards the staring crowd. "Have you told these good people the news yet?" "I haven't had a chance to," Dilfer said, a hint of apology in her voice. "Excellent. I love being the bearer of good news. With your permission, I'd be happy to tell these folks myself, right here and now." "Oh, yes, please do." Lieber turned towards the people that were staring at him from the sidewalk. As he did so, his eyes caught Michael's for just a split second. It might have been a trick of the light, but Michael would have sworn that there was recognition in that look. He raised an eyebrow, but by then Lieber had already moved on. "People of the wonderful town of Lamplight Woods," Lieber said, raising his voice dramatically. "My name is Leonard Lieber, and today I have the absolute pleasure of informing you that the greatest moment of your lives is at hand." Everyone fell silent. If nothing else, Lieber certainly knew how to command an audience. "For one night only, this coming Friday, and in celebration of the autumn season, myself and my partner, Mr. Maestru, will proudly present to you the world-famous, or perhaps world-infamous, Maestru and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors." The people began to talk excitedly amongst themselves. Lieber let the noise build for a few moments before raising his hand for silence. The crowd obeyed. "Fun for the whole family, from the youngest of the young to the oldest of the old. Rides, attractions, laughs, and frights. A fall festival the likes of which you could never imagine. Everything that you could ever want, maybe even more. The gates will open at 7 o'clock in the evening sharp and will remain open through to the next morning. Children of all ages are welcome until 10. After that, it's time for the grown-up fun, if you catch my meaning." A chuckle ran through the crowd. 5 days, Lieber continued. Just 5 days until the fun begins. All that you have to do is make it through one work week, purchase a ticket, and have your life changed forever. I hope to see you all Friday night. As if on command, a long line of trucks began to pass through downtown Lamplight Woods, heading towards the large empty field on the far side of the river that ran around the town. Chapter 4. Sarah stood at the end of the driveway, her backpack resting against her leg and her arms crossed over her chest. Over the weekend she had managed to avoid waking up early, but now that it was Monday, she had been forced to get up well before anyone should ever be forced to. She yawned. This was just inhumane. She had needed to get up somewhat early for school when she lived in San Diego, of course. It hadn't been this early, though. Since Lamplight Woods was such a small town, it didn't have its own school system. Instead, the students had to attend school in the nearby town of Craigsville. That meant needing to get up at the crack of dawn to catch the bus or, in her case, her ride with Josh. A strange sound came from her left. It was like the crackle of static, and the smell of fresh ozone accompanied it. She looked down to find a blue creature staring back up at her. Mira was an almirage, a mythical creature that somewhat resembled a bright blue rabbit. There were a number of differences, however. A small horn extended from its forehead, and it had a long bushy tail. There was also the whole being able to teleport from one place to another instantaneously thing. It had lived in the house well before Sarah was born, even before part of the building had been converted into a combination pawn and antique shop called Forgotten Tales. It was very intelligent, and it was a constant companion whenever she was at home. "You look a lot more awake than I am right now," Sarah said grumpily. Mira responded with one of its odd barks, a combination of a yelp and a growl. It tilted its head slightly in one direction, then the other. Standing up, it affectionately rubbed the side of its face against her knee. "Oh, believe me, I wish I wasn't going anywhere too," she said. "And yet I'm told that I have to go to school. Can you believe the injustice of it all?" Mira disappeared into thin air. Less than a second later, it reappeared laying across her shoulders. It rubbed its cheek against her face. "You know that I'd bring you with me if I could," she told it. "The last time was almost a disaster, though. I was barely inside the building when you decided not to listen and left the car. If someone had seen you, we would have both been screwed." Mira looked disappointed. "Don't worry, I'll be back later this afternoon, just like always. Dad will be here all day getting Forgotten Tales ready to reopen next week, so you'll have him here all day. I promise that we'll spend time together tonight, okay? The creature vanished and didn't reappear. Sarah reached up and ran a hand through her hair in an effort to get a few unruly strands to go back down. Mira was basically a walking static discharge. Whenever it got close to her head, it would cause her hair to stand up. She finally gave up and quickly tied her hair back in a ponytail. Lights appeared down the road as a car pulled onto the street. Forgotten Tales was set apart from the rest of Lamplight Woods, and there was no other reason for a car to come this way. She picked up her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. It was still slightly damp from the previous day's waterfall excursion. The car pulled into the driveway. She went around the front of it and got into the passenger side, smiling at Josh with all the energy that she could muster. It wasn't much. The car was small, and it took a bit of effort to maneuver her backpack into the back seat. "Ready?" Josh asked as he backed the car into the road. "Meh," she replied, sticking her tongue out. "Meaning?" "Meaning meh." "It's not that bad," he assured her. "It's Monday, your lightest class day of the week. I'm sure you'll find a way to fall asleep somewhere." "Yeah, I suppose." He glanced over at her. "Is everything all right? This seems like more than sleep deprivation." "Yeah," she said before immediately correcting herself. "No, I don't know. It's just... Well, I guess that I just wish that we had gotten further this weekend with figuring out what my grandfather was working on. Another weekend of wasted effort." Josh snorted. "That's one way to look at it, I guess. The other way to look at it is that in just a few months, we've discovered 2 working safe houses and roughly 4 billion tons of research that he did on weird events all over Lamplight Woods. For having a very limited amount of time each week, I'd say that's a good amount of progress." She sighed. "You're right, of course. I just wish that I knew how he planned to bring my mom back." "You're assuming that's what he was planning on doing." "Josh, we found a note with the words Evelyn Stone, flesh to form on it in his handwriting. What else could he possibly mean?" He shrugged. "I don't know. I'm just saying that until you know for sure, you shouldn't get your hopes up. It's a very strange phrase." Once again he was right, and in that moment she hated him for it. She quickly shook off the anger. He was only saying what he was because he didn't want to see her get hurt. She leaned up against the window. It was sweet of him to care like that, but right then and there, she would have preferred if he had just indulged her. Flesh to form. Those words kept popping up, first in her grandfather's journal, then in writings they discovered in an abandoned trailer, and finally in both the note they had found and in other documents in the safe houses. There was never any explanation as to what the phrase meant. It had gotten to the point of being infuriating. "At least there's something to look forward to, right?" Josh asked tentatively. "What's that?" she asked, still occupied by her thoughts. "The carnival this weekend. We're going, right?" "The carnival." She shook her head to clear it. "Oh, right, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it." "Same here. I haven't been to one since I was 6 or 7, and that one was at least a 3-hour drive away." She looked over at him. "Lamplight Woods doesn't have many parties or festivals, I take it." He shook his head. "Not unless you count the annual craft show, and you really shouldn't. A few dozen poorly constructed wicker baskets don't have anything on an actual carnival. I heard that we got really lucky. The only reason that it's going to be in town is because there was some last-minute cancellation in their usual schedule." He had managed to chip away at her bad mood, and she smiled. "It has quite the name, doesn't it? Maestro and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors." "Seems like the perfect name for a Lamplight Woods carnival," he said. "I can't argue with that." Chapter 5. Michael carefully examined both of the bowls for the 3rd time and once again he concluded that he couldn't see any difference. He stood up straight with a sigh. He had been hoping to avoid doing this, but there was no other way to know for sure. Going out into the kitchen, he filled a pitcher with water from the sink and returned to the store area of the house. Being careful to stand back as far as possible, he poured water into the first bowl. He waited for a few seconds, but nothing happened. He turned his attention to the second bowl and repeated the process. After a brief hesitation, the bowl began to shake as a disgusting smell emanated from it. The water rapidly turned red, and as he watched, a skeletal finger emerged from beneath the surface. He quickly picked up the bowl and took it back into the kitchen, dumping its contents down the drain. The liquid was much thicker than it had been just moments earlier. "That's why you take the time to check things before putting them up for sale," he said to Mira, who was curled up on the store counter. He set the bowl that hadn't had any reaction on one of the shelves in the correct section of the store. Scooping up the bowl that had been cursed by an ancient Aztec shaman, he went over to the tall bookcase that stood flat against one of the walls. He reached around the side and flipped up the locking mechanism. The bookcase pushed away from the wall slightly, and he opened it all the way along its hidden tracks. He opened the door behind it and stepped into the hidden study. The study was a room that shouldn't have been able to exist. From the outside of the house, it was clear that there wasn't any space for it, and yet it definitely did exist. His grandfather, and later his father, had set up forgotten tales with all kinds of secrets, including some that went against the usual laws of time and space. The study was home to all sorts of items, everything from cursed to blessed to possessed, and everything in between. He opened one of the cabinets and carefully placed the bowl on the lowest shelf. The curse had mostly worn off over the centuries. Originally, it would have released an evil spirit that would have killed anyone near the bowl. Now it just turned water into blood and popped up a few fragile bones. He went back out into the store and shut the bookcase. He took a quick look around before he nodded to himself. It had taken months, but all of the unnatural objects had been located and removed from the sales floor. All that remained were items and antiques that were perfectly normal. The front door opened, and Maggie came into the store. She wasn't wearing her uniform, and it took Michael a moment to remember that it was Monday. Since she was the only member of the Lamplight Woods Sheriff's Department, she was never fully off duty, but Mondays and Wednesdays were the closest things she got to days off. "Hey, it's looking great in here," she complimented him as she closed the door. "Thanks," Michael said. "It's almost ready for opening day next week." "What do you still have left to do?" "I've got some shipments arriving over the next couple of days with things that I bought in bulk. It's mostly everyday things just to build up inventory, but I've also got some antique lots that I bought from online auctions. I'm probably going to have to expand the store into the dining room to make room for everything." "Listen to you, talking like a real honest-to-God business owner. Sounds like a lot of work." "It shouldn't be too bad. I picked up some shelving units last month and stored them in the garage. It will be a day's work at most. How did it go with the mayor?" Maggie grunted. It was a short talk. I told her that I didn't appreciate being kept out of the loop about the carnival coming to town, since I was the only one that would be responsible for the safety and security of the town during the festivities. And that made her mad, Michael guessed. Actually, no. That was the weird part. She just calmly told me that not only were all of the permits and inspection reports in order and available for me to look at, but the people running the carnival had stated in writing that they would be providing private security and medical personnel as needed for the areas they'll be using. That's a good thing, right? She nodded. Yeah, I'll most likely be dealing with a few drunks on their way home, but that will be about it. Unless something really bad were to happen, of course. I'd have final say on everything if that were the case. He shrugged. It sounds like Dilfer has everything figured out. I suppose. She furrowed her brow. Have you ever heard of a carnival with private security, though? I get the medical personnel part, since it's always a good idea to have a nurse on staff when you're dealing with lots of people. But private security? I know exactly nothing about traveling carnivals, Maggie. It does make some sense, right? If I had a large investment like that, I would want to make sure it and the people that are involved with it are safe. True. I guess I'm just being overly paranoid. He smiled. What you're being is a good sheriff. So what's up? Not much, really. Jenny is at work and I was bored out of my skull at home. I figured I'd swing by and see if there's anything I can help with. I appreciate the gesture, but like I said, I'm pretty much done until those shipments arrive. She raised an eyebrow. What you're saying is that you've got some free time on your hands. Michael looked at her suspiciously. What exactly are you suggesting? You know exactly what I'm suggesting, she replied slowly, a sly half-smile on her face. You don't mean... Yes, I do. Come on, Michael. I'm not getting it at home. I need it. I need it. He smiled. Far be it from me to not be there for you and your needs. Let's do it. 5 minutes later, they were sitting in the furnished basement of the house, each holding a controller connected to a well-used Nintendo Entertainment System. The familiar music of Super Mario Bros. 3 filled the room as they took turns working their way through the levels. They had discovered their mutual love for early-generation video games, and ever since, they had slowly been going through the collection of games that he had found boxed up in the attic. There's a small army of people putting up flyers all over town, Maggie said as she maneuvered her way through a particularly tricky section. Warp whistles or no? Nah, let's play through the entire thing, Michael responded. Flyers for the carnival? Yeah, they're up in the windows of all the businesses. I talked with a couple of the owners, and they said that they're all being invited to set up booths to sell and advertise at the carnival site. Smart. Free advertising and helping the local economy at the same time. She nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Dilfer's idea. Everything is supposed to be set up by Friday morning. That's when I'll be making my inspection of the site with someone named Sylvia Curioso. Damn it, I was never able to make that jump as a kid either. Michael started his turn. This should be quite the interesting weekend. Chapter 6. Do you need to go right home? Josh asked as they crossed over the bridge leading back into Lamplight Woods. No, not really, Sarah replied, watching a deer dart back into the forest as the car drove by. I got all my homework done in study hall. Why? She had managed to survive yet another school day, and now there was only one day left until the welcoming embrace of the weekend. It had gone relatively smoothly, but it still wasn't a pleasant experience. She had very little in common with the vast majority of her classmates, and Josh was only in a couple of her classes. I was thinking that we could go take a look at how the carnival preparations are coming along, Josh said. There's a fence around the entire place, but I saw them testing some of the rides yesterday afternoon after I dropped you off. Sure, she agreed with a shrug. She had almost forgotten that tomorrow was the day of the carnival. Everyone had been talking about it all week, and it was almost time for it to begin. She had to admit that she was feeling fairly excited for it herself. Between the months spent on her very slow investigation into her grandfather's secrets and her school schedule, she needed a break. It had been a long time since she had been to anything like a carnival. Her father had taken her to Disneyland a few times when they lived in California, and there had been a trip to Legoland that had been memorable for all the wrong reasons, but this was different. She couldn't put her finger on exactly why. This felt more intimate somehow. Instead of going to a theme park packed with people from all over the world, she would be attending an event with the people that shared the same town with her. Josh parked the car in one of the spaces along the main road and they got out. The carnival was being set up in the open field across the river, but there was nowhere to park on that side. As they walked down the sidewalk, she glanced over to her right at the three-tiered waterfall that was one of Lamplight Woods' most recognizable landmarks. It had been the first thing that she had seen when she and her father had moved there, and because of that, she felt an odd connection to it. They crossed the river and left the sidewalk to head towards the carnival. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the large Ferris wheel in the middle of the field. The metal was painted dark red, and the cars were black. The wheel towered above the rest of the tents and buildings in a way that felt almost ominous. Further back and to the right of the Ferris wheel was a roller coaster. It had 2 hills, the taller of which featured a steep drop down towards the ground. There were a number of loops and corkscrews. She was honest enough to admit to herself that she was a bit of an adrenaline junkie, and she looked forward to getting onto the ride. The other carnival attractions either weren't up yet, or they were concealed by the countless tents that had been erected. The tents were striped with orange and black. She wondered if those were the usual colors the carnival used, or if it was being used now to celebrate the autumn season. There were also a few more permanent-looking buildings that she could see. She couldn't tell what those were from this distance. On the far side of the field, the trucks that they had seen bringing the equipment into Lamplight Woods were parked in the grass. Between those and the temporary fence that had been placed around the carnival area was a line of trailers. They were likely the homes of the employees. They stopped when they came to the fence. Sarah almost leaned up against it before realizing that it probably wouldn't support her weight. It was pretty flimsy, and was obviously meant as more of a border than a barricade. "There's a lot more put up today," Josh commented as he looked at the tents. "My dad told me that Sheriff Grant has some sort of inspection tomorrow morning," Sarah said. "They probably had to make sure that everything was up before then." "Pretty impressive, isn't it?" a voice said from behind them. Sarah turned to find herself looking at a woman holding 2 plastic bags. She looked to be in her mid-20s. Her black hair was cut short on one side, and the other side went down to her waist. She was dressed in a black dress that managed to look both fashionable and old at the same time. "Sometimes I forget how all this looks the first time that you see it," the woman continued. "When you're around it all the time, it loses a bit of its aura." Sarah wasn't sure what to say to that. She also wasn't sure what to make of the woman. "I'm sorry if we're not supposed to be this close," Sarah said finally. "We just wanted to see how things were coming along for tomorrow." "Bah, you're fine," the woman answered, waving her hand dismissively. "The secrets are inside the tents, not outside." "Secrets?" "Of course. Both wonders and horrors. It's right there in the name. Maester and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors." She smiled. "I'm Sylvia Curioso, one of the carnies and site manager here." "I'm Sarah Dyer," Sarah replied. "This is Josh Taylor." "Pleased to meet both of you." Curioso tilted her head slightly. "Dyer, you said? Any relation to Michael Dyer?" "He's my father. You know him?" She shook her head. "No, but I've heard the name a few times since we got here. It's been nice talking with you, but I need to get back. Come see me when the carnival is open. I promise that I'll make it worth your time." Curioso flashed them a final smile and jumped lightly over the short fence. It was only a few feet high, but it was still impressive that she managed to not only make the leap, but also maintain control over her shopping bags at the same time. She headed towards the carnival. "How will we know where to find you?" Josh called out after her. "Oh, you'll know," she yelled back over her shoulder. They watched her disappear among the tents. "That was interesting," Josh observed. "Sylvia Curioso," Sarah said slowly. "I'm guessing that's a stage name." "I can't imagine that it's her real one. Either that or she won the name lottery. I wonder why she wants us to find her when the carnival's open." "She's probably going to try to sell us something. That's how it usually works, right? We'll find out for sure tomorrow." Chapter 7. Maggie got out of her car with some relief. It was just after 8 in the morning, and the day's heat hadn't gotten a chance to burn off the early morning fog yet. She had only had a few feet of visibility as she had driven to the carnival site, and she was happy to be off the road. She had briefly spoken with the carnival representative the previous evening, and she'd been told that the site manager, Sylvia Curioso, would meet her at the front gate. The fog made it difficult to make out the shape of the large arch. She took a moment to grab her hat out of the car and put it on before heading towards it. As she drew closer, she saw a figure standing a few feet away from the gate. She was taller than Maggie was, and a bit younger as well. Her black hair was cut short on one side and long on the other. She would have seemed more at place at a punk rock concert than a carnival. "Sheriff Grant?" the woman asked politely. "Yes, ma'am," she replied as they shook hands. "My name is Sylvia Curioso. Thank you for coming so early in the morning." "No problem. I'm happy to do it. I want to thank you and the owners for going along with this inspection. I doubt that there will be any issues, but we haven't had something like this in Lamplight Woods before, and I want to do things by the book." She nodded. "I completely understand. It sounds like you and I are very much alike. Mr. Lieber teases me about being too cautious and thorough, but I believe that anything worth doing is worth doing right. Where would you like to start?" Maggie shrugged. "Why don't you just give me a general tour around the carnival?" "I'd be happy to. Shall we?" They walked through the arch and into the carnival. The tents had been put close together to form a sort of path. Most of the front flaps were closed, but a few were open where laborers were working to put the finishing touches on exhibits. Up ahead, the road ended and forked off towards both the left and the right. "You have a very interesting name," Maggie commented as they walked. "I don't think that I've heard the name Curioso before." "Most people think it's a stage name, but it's actually an old family name," Curioso replied with a smile. "It's completely coincidental, but it ended up being quite appropriate for the line of work I ended up in." "I'd say so." She looked around. "So what am I looking at here?" "This is the front of the carnival. We refer to it as the main drag. The ticket window is next to the entryway, and beyond that on the right, you'll find places to buy food, souvenirs, and other such things. That's also where the local business booths will be set up. On your left are your standard carnival games: ring toss, basketball shooting, filling balloons with water from stationary water guns, that sort of thing." "So pretty standard stuff, then." She nodded. "Exactly. We'll head down the left path first." They continued in the direction that she indicated. There were still tents on the outside perimeter. The space that divided the two walking paths was a large circular structure constructed of wood and metal. "Here's where things get a bit more, shall we say, exotic," Curioso told her. "You'll notice that the tents on our left are larger than the ones in the entrance area. They're made to house a number of our signature attractions. The troupe refers to themselves as freaks, but I don't personally like that term. It harkens back to a time when carnivals and circuses would parade around people with medical conditions or deformities. It was a disgusting practice, and we don't stand for it here." "Good to hear," Maggie said approvingly. "What kind of exhibits do you use instead?" "A wide variety, actually. We find people with talents and encourage them to be extremely creative with those talents. Each of the tents has been designed and decorated by the person or persons occupying it. We want the entire attraction to reflect who they are." "That's very interesting. It really is, but it doesn't answer my question." She smiled slightly. "No, I suppose that it doesn't. You'll have to excuse me. I'm rather proud of how we've modernized the carnival experience. I tend to get a bit preachy about it. To answer your question, we have a wide variety of exhibits. We have twin contortionists, a man who combines sword and fire eating, a fortune teller, a mind reader, and many more. I really shouldn't show favoritism as a manager, but just between you and me, I personally enjoy Elizabeth Erickson, the Ice Queen." The path they were on gently curved to the right as they walked, creating a half circle around the center building. Maggie kept an eye out for open tent flaps that would allow her to see inside one of the exhibits, but they were all closed. She wasn't surprised. It was still early in the morning, and most of the performers were probably still asleep. They had a busy night ahead of them. They reached the far side of the round building. Curioso came to a stop at its entrance. If we had gone right instead of left at the entryway, this is where that path would meet the one that we did take, she explained. And each side has a series of exhibits and attractions? Maggie asked. Yes, exactly. The paths meet here, and the building we're standing in front of is one of our feature presentations. A fully operational theater with performances by truly talented actors. She opened one of the double wooden doors and held it for her. Maggie nodded her thanks and went inside, Curioso following closely behind. A stage had been set up at the far end of the building, and rows of chairs had been placed in front of it. A crew of workers were assembling a background display at the rear of the stage. Tonight our performers will be putting on a true classic for the people of Lamplight Woods, Curioso said. They'll be performing The Tragic History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus. Are you familiar with it? It's the one about the man that makes a deal with the devil, isn't it? Maggie answered after a moment's thought. Correct. It's the story of Dr. Faustus, a man that summons the demon Mephistopheles and makes an unholy bargain. Not exactly the most family-friendly story. No, it certainly isn't. The carnival has something for everyone, however, and I would argue that in this day and age, the overall message of the play is more relevant than ever. Besides, only adults will be admitted into the showings. Shall we continue on? The woman led the way back out of the building. There was a short path that led further into the field before the area opened up significantly. The large crimson and black Ferris wheel was directly in front of them, and further beyond it she could make out the shape of the roller coaster even through the fog. There were also a few other rides and buildings scattered around the area. This is our Ferris wheel, of course, Curioso told her. The roller coaster in the back is called Ex Oblivion. The ride to the left of the Ferris wheel is the Icurian. It's a more rare design. The cars spin around the center wheel, and once they've reached their maximum speed, the wheel is raised up to a steep angle. It's really quite thrilling. It sounds like it, Maggie agreed. I've always enjoyed thrill rides. I've loved them ever since my father took me to Cedar Point for my 8th birthday. My wife is much more into them, though. She can't get enough of them. It's funny that you mentioned Cedar Point, as at one point it had a very similar ride to Icurian called the Witch's Wheel. Icurian goes faster and has a slightly steeper angle when raised. I'll have to give it a try. What are the other structures? There's an old-fashioned carousel, a fun house, a chair swing ride, a haunted house, and a few others. Oh, and there's a second stage just beyond the Ferris wheel for live performances. It's well outside the recommended distance from any of the equipment, of course. Of course. Well, I have to say, it looks like you've got everything worked out here, Miss Curioso. I've been at this for a while, Sheriff Grant, the woman said with a smile. I may not know everything, but the one thing I do know is how to run a carnival. Chapter 8. Michael had just finished screwing a shelf into the wall when there was a knock at the front door. He set down the drill and glanced over at the corner of the room that Mira had been napping in. The creature was already gone, having teleported into another part of the house where it wouldn't be seen. The shipments that he had been expecting had arrived earlier that morning. They had been boxed up in large crates that didn't fit through the doorways, so he had asked the delivery driver to leave them in the driveway near the detached garage. They would have to sit there until he got finished building the necessary shelving. He walked through the dining room and into the main store. He had no idea who the visitor was. The store wasn't scheduled to open until the following Monday, and the only visitor that he got on a regular basis was Maggie. If it had been her, she would have come in without announcing her presence like she always did. He reached the door and opened it. Standing on the porch was a man in a black pinstripe suit and a flat cap. It was Leonard Lieber, the man from the carnival that Michael had seen in front of City Hall a few days earlier. "Good morning to you, sir," Lieber said brightly, a broad grin on his face. "Good morning," Michael replied politely, trying to keep the confusion out of his voice. "I apologize for the intrusion. I'd hoped to come during your regular business hours, but I didn't see them posted anywhere." "Forgotten Tales isn't actually open currently. The reopening is planned for next week. The grin fell from Lieber's face. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm a visitor from out of town, you see, and I make it a habit to visit the various pawn shops and antique stores in each town I go to. It's something of a hobby of mine. Michael wasn't sure what to say, so he simply went with, I see. I'm only in town until Saturday, however, so I won't be able to be here when your fine-looking business is open. I don't suppose... You wouldn't consider one early customer, would you, given the circumstances? Michael hesitated. He didn't know anything about Lieber, with the exception that he was one of the owners of the carnival visiting Lamplight Woods, and he really had no reason to be accommodating. On the other hand, he was a local business owner now, and there wasn't really any harm to it. Coming to a decision, he nodded. Sure, why not, he said, opening the door wider and stepping out of the way so that Lieber could enter. I don't mind inviting you in for a few minutes. I very much appreciate it, Lieber said, the smile returning as he entered Forgotten Tales. I hope that it's no imposition. No, it's fine. The store isn't fully stocked and there's some dust from the new shelving I'm building, though. I completely understand. He began to slowly walk around the store, carefully examining every item as he went. You have a fine store here, Mr. Dyer. If I may ask, why are you currently closed? A few of your fellow townsfolk made it sound like Forgotten Tales has been operating for quite some time. Michael nodded. I'm the third generation of Dyers to own it. My father died recently, and he hadn't been able to take care of the store properly over the past few years. I've been getting things put back together and updated since I got back to town. I'm sorry to hear about your father's passing. Thank you. Lieber stopped in front of a glass case and leaned forward to get a better look. Michael had displayed a number of fragile objects inside of it, and he wondered which of them had caught the unexpected customer's attention. He started to ask, but the man turned slightly as he pointed. May I get a better look at this music box, please? Lieber asked. Michael went over to the counter and retrieved a set of keys on a ring from a hook. He flipped through them until he found the correct one and used it to unlock the display case. Putting the keys in his pocket, he carefully lifted the antique music box out and gently placed it onto the counter. Exquisite, Lieber said in a voice barely above a whisper. The music box was round instead of the more common rectangular shape. It was black with gold and silver wrapping shaped like leaves and vines. The four legs at the bottom were also made of gold. Lieber reached out with both hands and slowly opened the top. A painting of a man and a woman dancing in front of a Christmas tree adorned the inside of the lid. A small figurine shaped like a ballet dancer stood in the center, her arms held out in front of her and one leg stretched out behind her. Exquisite, Lieber said again. Do you know what you have here, Mr. Dyer? It's an antique music box from early 20th century Russia, Michael replied, trying to recall the notes he had taken when he was researching it. It was clearly made for one of the few wealthy families remaining in the country at the time. At that point, Russia as a whole was extremely impoverished, so much that it led to the Russian Revolution of 1917. You know your history, the man said approvingly. Do you happen to know which family commissioned this piece? I don't, no. I've been looking into it during my free time, but I haven't been able to track down that part of the story. Then consider yourself lucky to have met me, Mr. Dyer, because I happen to have that answer. The two people dancing in the portrait are Anatole and Marie van der Pollen, the parents of the esteemed astronomer Emanuel van der Pollen. This music box was commissioned by them for their daughter Helen when she was a young child. Michael blinked. It was? Indeed. This is a piece of history that you have here, albeit a small footnote rather than a truly noteworthy piece. How much are you selling it for? Since it's missing the key and there are a number of scratches, I've got it priced at $275. A fair price. I'll take it. Michael reached under the counter and produced a small cardboard box and a stack of packing paper. He carefully set the music box down on the paper and wrapped it inside, before putting it all inside of the box. He shut the top and sealed it with a piece of tape. Lieber retrieved his wallet from his pocket. He opened it and fished out $300 bills. He set them down the counter and picked up the box. "Tell me, Mr. Dyer," he said, "do you plan on attending our carnival this weekend?" "I'm going to try to make it," Michael said, putting the money into the cash register and giving his unexpected customer the proper change. "I hadn't expected all of my shipments to come in on the exact same day, so I'm running behind on getting things set up for Monday." Lieber nodded. "The burdens of being a businessman. Thank you for the music box. I have the perfect place in my collection for it." The man turned and walked through the store to the front door. He reached out and put his hand on the knob. Instead of opening the door, however, he turned his head back. "That was an interesting way of inviting me into your store," Lieber said, an odd tone in his voice. "Sorry?" Michael asked, not sure what the man meant. "You said it in a very peculiar way. You said that you were inviting me in for a few minutes. Most people would say that I was welcome to come in, or just to come in. You stated that I was invited in for a short time." "I suppose that I did. I'm not sure that You said it deliberately in such a way as to limit my time here if I was a certain type of, say, creature in disguise," Lieber stated calmly. "Vampires can only come into a residence if they're invited, for example. There are a number of other beings that have the same restriction, although they aren't as well known in popular culture. Did you know that succubi have to be invited in as well?" Michael didn't say anything. He stared at the man as he made sure to keep his face blank. He didn't know how this man knew about such things, but he wasn't going to let on that it had him rattled. Besides, someone having that type of knowledge didn't automatically make them sinister. It just meant that they had a rather rare education. "Well then, I'll be going," Lieber said, opening the door. "There's a lot to attend to before this evening. You really should come by the carnival, Mr. Dyer. I can promise you that a man such as yourself would find it fascinating." Chapter 9. Sarah barely said anything as she wolfed down her dinner. While she had been at school, it had seemed like time was barely moving, but now that she was home, it felt more like it had sped up. She could feel her father watching her in what could best be described as a mixture of amusement and disgust as she shoveled the food into her mouth, but she didn't care. There was just over an hour before the carnival opened, and she wanted to make sure that she was there when it did. "Is Josh picking you up?" her father asked. "Sort of," she replied between bites. "He's driving over, but we're going to ride our bikes into town. We figured that it would be hard to find a parking space." "Good idea. If you want, I could drop the two of you off so that you don't have to worry about the bikes. You can just call me when you're ready to be picked up." "Thanks, but we've got it covered. Sheriff Grant's dad told us that we can put our bikes into the split log storage room. Plus, well..." He made a face. Yeah, I know. Your dad is embarrassing and weird, and you don't want him anywhere near you." She smiled. "Oh, good. You do understand. Just do me a favor, okay? Be careful and stay safe while you're there." "We will, Dad." There was something about the way that he had asked that sounded a little off. "Is something wrong?" He visibly hesitated. "No, nothing's wrong. I just met one of the owners of the carnival today, and it was an odd conversation. Nothing bad, just odd." "Don't worry, Dad," Sarah reassured him. "I promise to be careful." "I know you will. Besides, Maggie will be there keeping an eye on things. If you need immediate help, you can call her." "Are you sure that you don't want to go? Pretty much everyone in Lamplight Woods is going to be there tonight." He smiled slightly. "It's not a matter of wanting. I've still got work to do setting up things for the opening. I need to do a bit more tonight and then get some sleep so that I can finish up tomorrow." Sarah suddenly felt a stab of guilt. "I can stay and help if you need me." Her father shook his head. No, you go and have fun. Are you sure? I'm sure. Besides, you're dressed up all fancy for it. Sarah glanced down at her outfit. Since the carnival had a horror theme to it, she and Josh had decided to dress for the occasion. After a long internal deliberation, she decided on one of her favorite horror movie characters. She was now wearing the iconic leather jacket, dark shirt, and jeans of Alice Johnson from the fourth Nightmare on Elm Street film. It's not like I would be able to stop a dream warrior from going somewhere even if I tried anyway, he said with a crooked smile. 10 minutes later, Sarah was out of the house and rummaging around in the garage. Her bike was right at the front of the boxes and shelves that her father had stored inside, but the detachable light for the bike wasn't where she had left it. She didn't want to be riding around the town's back roads in pitch-black darkness. She found the box on the garage floor in one of the corners. It must have accidentally gotten knocked off its shelf when the other things had been pushed into it. She was relieved to find that it was still in one piece when she opened the box. Retrieving a screwdriver from a toolbox, she quickly attached it to the front of the bike. The bright white light worked perfectly when she turned it on, so she switched it back off to conserve the battery. There was the sound of a car coming up the gravel driveway behind her. She turned in time to see Josh park his car and get out. He undid the straps holding his bike to the car's roof and carefully pulled it down. She nodded in approval at his costume. They hadn't discussed what they would be dressed as ahead of time, so she hadn't known who or what he was going to be. He had apparently decided on Sheriff Martin Brody from Jaws, specifically the outfit the character had worn while in the ill-fated Orca. All that was missing was a lit cigarette in his mouth. You ready? Josh asked as he walked his bike over to her. Just finished, Sarah replied, reaching up and pulling down the garage door. Let's go. They headed out. The sun was starting to set in the distance, but there was still plenty of light to see by. At first they didn't need to contend with any traffic. The closer they got to downtown, though, the more cars they started to see. By the time they arrived, they were riding past a long stopped line of traffic. I'm very glad that we didn't bring the car, Josh commented as they got off their bikes in front of the split log. No kidding, Sarah said with a nod. I didn't know that there were this many cars in all of Lamplight Woods. Well, it looks like pretty much every single one of them is here. They wheeled their bikes through the open door of the bar. Standing behind the counter was an old man with white hair and a beard. He looked up as they came inside and smiled. Good evening, Miss Dyer and Mr. Taylor, Martin Grant greeted them. Are you enjoying the first ever traffic jam in the history of Lamplight Woods? Good evening, Mr. Grant, Sarah said politely. There's quite a crowd out there. You're not kidding. It's like the Rolling Stones have come to town. He smiled. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration. Traffic is much worse at a Stones concert. You seen the Rolling Stones live? Josh asked as the man led them to the back of the bar. 3 times. In fact, I saw them last year in Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field. I'm old, Josh, not dead. They put their bikes into the storage room, making sure that they were out of the way. Returned to the main bar area, they found Sheriff Grant and her wife Jenny standing just inside the doorway. The sheriff wasn't dressed in her full uniform, but she was wearing a black shirt with yellow writing that read sheriff on the front pocket and across the back. Her duty belt was also fastened around her waist. I didn't realize that you had guests, Dad, Sheriff Grant said to her father. I see you're in it as thick as thieves with Sarah and Josh here. Oh, you know me, Grant said with a wink. Always interested in helping raise the next generation of anarchists. It won't be long before I let them in on my multinational cocaine operation, and we kick the law enforcement out of town so that we can take it over for ourselves. Interesting. Seeing as how I am the town's law enforcement, you're saying that you're working to get your own daughter kicked out of town. So is there some sort of sign-up sheet for this anarchist thing? Jenny asked as she fought back a grin. Or should I come back after I ditch the fuzz here? Oh, I see how it is. They continued to tease each other, but Sarah's attention was caught by something outside the bar window. She walked over to it and peered out through the glass. There was some sort of commotion on the other side of the street. She couldn't tell what was happening with all the cars in the way. She slipped out the door. Josh was close behind her. Together they walked a short distance down the sidewalk until they were able to see between the cars. It took her a moment to comprehend what she was seeing. A group of people in black robes were walking down the opposite sidewalk. All of their hoods were pulled up over their heads, and they're all carrying a lit wooden torch. They walked in single file, and although it was difficult to hear over the noise of the traffic and bystanders, it sounded like they were chanting something. She shook her head. That wasn't right. They were actually humming in a low, almost guttural tone. The procession was headed directly towards the field where the carnival was located. All of the town residents nearby were watching the cloaked figures in fascination. Everyone grew quiet, and the humming could more easily be heard. Without realizing that she was doing it, Sarah crossed the street and followed them as they went over the small bridge spanning the river. A crowd was already gathered in front of the carnival gates. The entire carnival beyond them was dark. She couldn't see a single light coming from inside. Sarah checked her phone and saw that it was only 10 minutes until 7. As the torchbearers approached, the crowd parted to allow them through. They went directly to the gate and lined up across the entrance, their torches held out towards the people. "Ladies and gentlemen," a booming voice said from behind the cloaked people, "my name is Leonard Lieber." A man in a black suit stepped out of the shadows and took his place in front of the torchbearers. A top hat was perched on his head, and he reached up to remove it as he bowed dramatically to the assembled townspeople. He tucked it under his arm and smiled. "Tonight is the night that all of your lives change," he said, his voice carrying effortlessly to everyone gathered. "As we celebrate this darkest of seasons, the celebration of the season of Samhain, you will all experience something the likes of which you've never experienced. You will be changed by it, and perhaps, just perhaps, it will be changed by you." One of the torchbearers stepped forward while pulling down their hood. Sarah immediately recognized the black hair of Sylvia Curioso, the woman that had spoken to her the previous evening. She handed her torch to Lieber and proceeded to remove her robe. She was wearing a long black Victorian dress, the kind that women would wear to funerals during that time period. The dark cloth and lace flowed gracefully as she moved. "Once our gates are open, they will not close again until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning," Lieber continued. "The celebration will continue all through the night and into the deepest, darkest parts of the morning. At 10 o'clock sharp, all children under the age of 13 will be sent along their way to return to their dreams. The true celebration will then begin. It is then that we will truly be at your service, people of Lamplight Woods." Curioso raised her arm above her head and snapped her fingers. All of the torches suddenly turned blood red before erupting upward into the sky. She snapped her fingers again, and the fires all extinguished. At the same moment, the carnival behind her came to life. The lights all turned on simultaneously, and music began to play through a hidden speaker system. The giant Ferris wheel started turning in the distance. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lieber said slowly, "welcome to Maestru and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors." Chapter 10. Maggie watched as the crowd began to move through the front gate of the carnival. She wasn't sure how to feel about the spectacle that she had just witnessed. On the one hand, it violated a number of fire and criminal codes, but on the other hand, it had been a hell of a show. She sighed. No one had been hurt, so she would just let it go. She had decided earlier in the day that she was going to let minor things slide during the carnival anyway. It would be good for the people of Lamplight Woods to be able to blow off some steam. "So tell me, Sheriff Grant," Jenny said with mock seriousness, "are you just going to let these people get away with carrying open torches in a public area?" "I swear you know me too well," Maggie replied with a smile. I was just thinking about that. What conclusion did you come to? I've decided to relax and just go with the flow. I'm available to help with anything serious or potentially dangerous, but beyond that, I'm just going to go with the flow. Jenny tilted her head slightly and looped her arm through Maggie's. I think I believe you a bit less every time you use the phrase go with the flow, but I also think it's a very good plan. It will leave you plenty of time to have fun with your loving, and might I add also beautiful, wife. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? It has. Jenny paused. Listen, Maggie, it's been a rough few months for both of us, and I know that it's at least partially my fault. Maggie shook her head. No, I completely get it. Stop. Just listen to me, okay? I'm trying to get past it. I really am. I just want you to know that I will get past it, and that this is where I want to be, and you're the one I want to be with. Okay? That is more than okay. Let's just have some fun tonight like we used to. Hopefully nothing comes up that needs me. Jenny kissed her. I knew what I was signing up for when I married a sheriff. Let's go inside. I have had a huge craving for cotton candy ever since I heard this was going to be a thing. They got in line to purchase tickets. The large arch that marked the front gate towered over the crowd as it moved slowly forward. It was painted with a red stripe along the outside of the arch and a black stripe along the inside. It looked a bit like a mouth getting ready to devour the people walking through. What do you suppose the horror part of Carnival of Wonders and Horrors is referring to? Jenny asked. I talked to Curioso about that this morning, Maggie told her. She said that part of what they do to make their carnival unique is they treat it like it's Halloween every night. Some of the carnies dress up in costumes, and there are a lot of attractions that have horror themes. There are a lot of children here. Hopefully it's not too intense in there for them. Maggie raised an eyebrow. For them or for you? Don't forget, I was there the first time that you watched The Exorcist. Jenny playfully punched her in the arm. Oh, stop. You know what I'm getting at. Yeah, I get it. The attractions meant for adults are clearly marked, and everywhere in the open is designed to be okay for kids. Until it's time for them to leave, anyway. They arrived at the ticket window, and Maggie reached for her wallet. Before she could pay for the tickets, however, a woman stepped out of the shadows near the booth. It was Curioso, still wearing her black dress from the carnival opening. Good evening, Sheriff Grant, the woman greeted her pleasantly. Evening, Miss Curioso, she replied with a nod. Looks like you've got quite the turnout here. It does indeed. We're thrilled that so many people turned up for opening night. She turned to the person working the ticket booth. Sheriff Grant and her companion won't be needing tickets, Harold. They'll be here as my guests. Oh, thank you, Miss Curioso, Maggie said as she and Jenny stepped out of line. We appreciate that. The dark-haired woman shook her head. Think nothing of it. I'm the one that's appreciative. You made the inspection process much less painful than most local law enforcement does, and for that I'm grateful. It was a pleasure to work with a true professional for once. You made something less irritating? Jenny asked with mock surprise. Curioso chuckled. You must be Sheriff Grant's wife. I'm Sylvia Curioso. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jenny Grant. This carnival is really impressive, Miss Curioso. We're proud of it. It took many years and a lot of hard work, but it's been worth it. She sighed. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got to be getting back to it. There's always something that wants to go wrong no matter how many opening nights we have. If you need anything at all, just ask one of our staff, and they'll get in touch with me. Curioso walked into the carnival and quickly spoke to the person collecting tickets. She pointed over at Maggie and Jenny while she spoke, and the carny nodded. The site manager patted the man on the shoulder before continuing further into the carnival and disappearing behind a tent. She seems nice, Jenny commented as the ticket taker waved them through the gate. Yeah, Maggie responded slowly. Nice. There was something about the woman that made her wary. Curioso hadn't said anything to get that kind of reaction from her, and she hadn't seen anything during her inspection that had sounded any warning bells either. She shook her head slightly. She was pretty sure that it had to do with the very deliberate way that Curioso spoke. It was very businesslike, much the way that Mayor Dilfer spoke. That was it, she decided. It was the Dilfer-like way of speaking that she had. Through no fault of her own, she evoked thoughts of someone that Maggie disliked. She would have to be sure not to let that personal bias show through. It wasn't fair to Curioso, as she had been nothing but nice and accommodating. Directly inside the gate to the right was a line of food booths. Jenny immediately made a beeline towards the booth selling cotton candy. Maggie watched in amusement as she happily ordered the largest one available. Her own stomach chose that moment to rumble. It had been a long time since lunch. Rather than make a meal out of dessert foods like Jenny, however, Maggie went over to a booth offering fried pierogies. It had been years since she had eaten pierogies. She thanked the person working the booth and took a bite of one of them. She closed her eyes and smiled. It tasted very much like the ones her mother used to make when she was little. She could almost hear the woman's humming as she worked in the kitchen. "We're only 20 feet inside the gate, and I already love this place," Jenny proclaimed as she attempted to maneuver a piece of cotton candy twice the size of her head. "I'm never leaving if they have funnel cakes. They'll just have to transport me from town to town." "There's a sign for them right over there," Maggie told her, motioning with her chin. "It's next to the apple cider." "Well, there goes my career in nursing. I'm running away to join the circus." Chapter 11. Sarah and Josh slowly made their way through the opening area of the carnival. Her eyes darted from place to place as they walked, trying to take in as much as possible. They had already passed through the food and souvenir vendors, and they arrived at a fork in the path. "It looks like both ways go around this tent in the middle," Josh observed. "Which way do you want to go?" "There doesn't seem to be much of a difference," Sarah noted. "Why don't we go right? It looks a little less crowded that way." There were quite a few tents lined up along the right side of the path. Some of the tent flaps were open, revealing the rooms and performers within, but many of the flaps were closed with only small signs standing next to the tents to give any indication as to what was inside. The first one they passed was open, and she could see a thin man performing for a small group gathered around him. She couldn't be sure because of the view being mostly blocked by observers, but she was pretty sure that he was doing a handstand using just his fingertips. The next tent was also open. Inside, a group of children were seated on the ground as they watched an elderly woman perform a puppet show. These were the older marionette-style puppets rather than the more modern type, and she made them dance with precise movements of her hands. The children were mesmerized by the show. The flap of the third tent was closed. There was a small sign staked in the ground on the right side. Sarah moved towards it and out of the way of the crowd moving up and down the path. The sign read, "House of Saromancy." She looked back at Josh, and he returned her gaze with a shrug. Turning back to the tent, she pulled open the flap and went inside. Josh followed closely behind and let the flap fall shut. The noise from the crowd outside instantly dropped to a dull hum. The inside of the tent was bright white. Her first instinct was that the glow came from the bulbs hanging from the ceiling. Once her eyes adjusted, she realized that the floors, walls, and roof were all colored white. She reached out and touched the tent wall. Her fingers slid across something smooth. The entire inside of the tent, both the tent itself and the table and chairs in the center, were coated in a thin layer of wax. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, dressed in one of the black robes she had seen in the torchbearer procession in the street, and her face and hands wrapped in bandages, was a dark-haired woman. "Good evening," the woman said in a perfectly calm voice. "Welcome to the House of Saromancy. My name is Madame Lenora. Please, come sit." Sarah and Josh exchanged a glance before going over to the wax-covered chairs and sitting down. The woman watched them silently as they did so, her face expressionless. She was welcoming, but also somehow cold and distant. So, tell me, why have you come this evening? Lenora asked, folding her hands together as she spoke. We just kind of wandered in, Sarah answered. We saw the sign outside and got curious. The woman nodded once. Ah, I see. A chance encounter. Or perhaps not so much chance as providence? We shall see. What exactly is seromancy? Josh asked. I don't think I've ever heard of it before. I would be very surprised if you had. The woman reached under the table and took out a wide wooden bowl with a tall candle in the center. Seromancy is the ancient art of telling the future through wax and flame. Very few people have the gift. Would you like to know what the future holds for you? He shrugged. Yeah, sure, why not? Excellent. Fortune favors the bold. Let us first settle the matter of payment. Oh, right. How much? He asked, reaching for his wallet. I don't require monetary compensation, she replied. All that I require is for your companion to answer a few questions for me. What questions? Sarah asked suspiciously. The woman smiled slightly, although there didn't seem to be any warmth behind it. Nothing of any questionable nature, Lenora assured her. Sylvia Curioso pointed you out to me during the opening ceremony, and she mentioned that you are Sarah Dyer. Your father owns an antique store here in town, does he not? Well, yes, Sarah replied. I thought so. There's something that I've been searching for, and I haven't been able to find it in any of the towns and cities that we've visited. I wonder if maybe you've seen this particular object in your father's store, or perhaps in his personal collection. Oh, she couldn't think of anything else to say to that. What are you looking for? I'm looking for a specific key. It's attached to a red diamond-shaped keychain with the words Blackwood Lodge engraved on it. Is your father in possession of such a key? Sarah felt her blood go cold in her veins. This woman knew about the lodge key. She forced herself to remain calm and not show any outward indication that she had been caught by surprise. I'm afraid not, she said, surprising herself with how steady her voice was. Sorry. The woman watched her closely for a moment. Sarah was sure that she'd be called out for her lie. Instead, though, she simply nodded once. Well, it was worth a try, Lenora said with a shrug. Now then, young man, place the fingertips of both hands on the rim of the bowl. Josh complied, sneaking a quick glance at Sarah as he did so. The woman lit the candle in the center of the bowl and watched carefully as the flame began to melt the wax. Drops slowly ran down the sides. The future is always a product of the past, Lenora told him. To see your future, you must first look into what has come before. The flame shows me that your childhood was ended before its natural time. Its thread was cut with violence and loss. Sarah quickly turned towards Josh. His jaw was clenched tightly. His mother had suffered from severe mental issues, and when he was 8, she had murdered his father before taking her own life during an episode. A tragic and horrible loss, Lenora continued. One that you not only felt, but also witnessed. How do you know that? Josh asked in a choked voice barely above a whisper. Sarah's eyes widened. He had told her about his parents' deaths, but he hadn't said anything about watching them happen. His face was pale, and his expression made it clear that he was reliving the memory. I know, because the flame and wax know, Lenora said. Now, watch as it moves down the candle and takes shape in the bowl. A large glob of wax bubbled over the top of the candle and slowly ran down the side. As it reached the bottom, 2 more followed closely behind. More and more wax melted into the same exact spot. Sarah leaned forward in her chair. Something was forming in the wax as it cooled. She sucked in her breath. The wax was rapidly creating a highly detailed sculpture. It depicted a man standing over a woman, a large axe gripped in his hands and raised over his head. The woman was holding her hands out in front of her as if she was pleading for her life. The faces took shape, and she watched as they revealed that it was Josh standing over her. "Oh my," Lenora said with a wicked smile. "It would appear that not only were you born in blood, but that you're also destined to shed it." Josh pushed himself off of his chair and ran out of the tent. Chapter 12. Sarah caught up to Josh further down the path. He was standing in a small area between two of the tents, his back turned to the crowd as he leaned against a section of fencing. His head was down, and he was taking long, slow breaths. "Are you okay?" she demanded, not even trying to mask the worry in her voice. He didn't answer. She tried to move around him slightly to see his face, but he turned away. Not sure what else to do, she took his hand in hers and waited. "She can't be right," Josh said finally. "I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that." "Of course she's not right," Sarah stated firmly. "You would never do anything to hurt me. That was, well, I don't know what that was, but it wasn't showing the future. It was just some trick." He shook his head but didn't say anything. "Hey, Josh, look at me," she said. "Please." He turned his face towards her. His eyes had a haunted look, and he appeared to be on the verge of being sick. "That back there was bullshit," she said firmly. "It was some sort of trick. Remember that this is supposed to be a carnival of wonders and horrors. We just went into one of the horror exhibits without knowing it." "It's my worst fear," Josh told her quietly, "that I'll end up the same way that she was." "Like who?" "My mother. She was the most gentle and loving person in the world until something snapped in her. Something in her just broke one day, and it was never the same. We thought that she was getting better, but then she..." He trailed off. Sarah wanted to say something to him, to reassure him that everything would be fine, but she didn't. She understood what he was telling her, and more importantly, she understood what he wasn't saying. He was terrified that the mental disorders that had afflicted his mother were hereditary, and one day, his mind would break just like hers had. "Hey, let's get out of here," she said with a small smile. "Let's go back to my place and watch a movie or something." "No, I'm okay," Josh said as he straightened back up and took a final deep breath. "We can stay." She looked at him closely. "Are you sure? I really don't mind if we..." "Would you fucking please stop mothering me?" he snapped. "I'm sure. Let's keep going." "I'm not trying to mother you, Josh. I'm just worried about you." "Save your worry for someone who actually wants it." Sarah felt like she had been slapped. He had never spoken to her this way before, and if she hadn't heard it come out of his mouth herself, she wouldn't have believed it. He was looking at her with anger and disgust. "You know what?" she said as she gathered herself. "Fuck you." She turned on her heel and marched back towards the front of the carnival. She gritted her teeth as she pushed through the crowd moving in the opposite direction that she was. Her temper was flaring, but she also felt like she was suffering from an emotional punch to the gut. She couldn't tell if she wanted to hit something or break down crying. She was so occupied with her own thoughts that she wasn't watching where she was going. She collided with someone directly in front of her. It was hard enough to nearly knock her off her feet, but at the last second a hand reached out and grabbed her arm to steady her. "Sarah?" a woman's voice asked. "What's wrong?" She looked up to find herself staring at Sheriff Grant. The officer was looking at her with obvious concern. Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but instead closed it and shook her head. The sheriff watched her for a moment before putting her arm around her shoulders and moving her out of the way of the crowd. Jenny had apparently been waiting for her wife near one of the food carts, Sheriff Grant led Sarah over to where she was standing. Both women were now looking at her in concern, and she felt her face growing warm with embarrassment. "What's going on?" Jenny asked, looking back and forth between Sheriff Grant and Sarah. "I'm not sure," Sheriff Grant replied. "Are you all right, Sarah? Did something happen? Where's Josh?" "I don't give a shit where Josh is," Sarah growled as she crossed her arms. "Sarah, this is very important. Did Josh hurt you?" "What?" Sarah blinked in confusion. "No, of course not. He's just acting like a dick." "Oh." Sheriff Grant and Jenny exchanged a look. For some reason, that made Sarah feel slightly ashamed. She had worried them for no real reason. She forced herself to smile. "I'm fine," Sarah said. "Thank you for your concern. I'm just going to head home. I'm sorry if I worried you." "I'll tell you what," Jenny said. "Why don't you let me give you a ride home instead?" "It's okay. I left my bike at the split log." "We can pick it up on the way." Jenny smiled slightly. "Come on. You'd be doing me a favor by getting me away from all this carnival food. I'm well on my way to making myself sick for a month." Sarah snorted. "Yeah, okay. Thanks. I'll be back in a bit, Maggie. Try not to have all the fun without me." "Hey, no guarantees," Sheriff Grant replied. Sarah glanced over at Jenny as they went back out the carnival's front gate. She and her father had gone over to the Grant house a number of times since moving to Lamplight Woods. While Sheriff Grant was friendly, she always carried an aura of authority with her that made her seem a bit unapproachable. Jenny, however, was always pleasant and open. They didn't say anything as they crossed the field. The sun was all the way down now, and the only light was what the carnival was producing behind them and the street lamps up ahead. When they reached the bridge leading over the river, the woman stopped and leaned against the stone railing. "I'm not going to ask you about what happened," Jenny assured her. "It's not my business. With that said, I'm now going to ask you another question that is also not my business, but I want you to know that I'm fully aware of my hypocrisy." "All right," Sarah said. "What's your question?" "Do you really want to leave? Or do you actually want to go back in there and tell your best friend to stop acting like an asshole?" Chapter 13. Josh watched Sarah disappear into the crowd. For a moment he thought about following her to apologize, but he quickly rejected the idea. He wasn't the one at fault. She was the one that had been treating him like fragile cargo. He winced at a sudden stab of pain. There was a headache forming right behind his right eye. It had started when he'd been sitting in this strange tent full of wax, and it had only been getting stronger as the minutes passed. The tips of his fingers where he had touched the bowl were also tingling. He looked back in the direction Sarah had gone. She had only been concerned about him. If the roles had been reversed, he would have acted the same way towards her. Why had he snapped at her like that? She hadn't deserved it. "Good evening, Mr. Taylor," a voice said from behind him. He turned around to find himself looking at the woman with the half-short, half-long black hair. She was smiling up at him pleasantly. It took him a moment to recall her name. "Oh, hello, Miss Curioso," he replied. "You can drop that first part," she told him, her smile never slipping. "Just call me Curioso. Everyone else does. You look like you're not feeling well." "No, I'm okay. It's just a headache." "Ah, so it has nothing to do with the pretty redhead angrily storming away?" She raised an eyebrow. "Not to worry. No one else but me heard your little spat." Josh looked away. He hadn't even considered that anyone else had heard him being such an ass to Sarah. The woman reached up and gently turned him back towards her by the chin. "The way I see it, she got off light," Curioso told him, lowering her voice. "Anyone could see that she was treating you like a child instead of an equal. After everything you've done for her, too, almost getting killed by demons, sacrificing your summer to help with her insane grandfather's ramblings, and now she acts like she has to take care of you? The nerve. How the hell do you know all that? Josh asked, taking a step back as he stared at her suspiciously. And how did you know my name? Did Sarah tell you that? I can't remember if... He sucked in a sharp intake of air as the headache flared. It felt like it was trying to bore through his skull. He closed his eyes and gently rubbed at his temples with his fingers. Curioso reached out and placed 2 fingers on the closed lid of his right eye. A rushing sound filled his ears. It was like the noise made by ocean waves crashing onto the shore. The pain immediately started to subside. Within moments, it was gone entirely. It was replaced by numbness. The sound of the waves remained as she removed her fingers from his face. There, Curioso said. Isn't that better? Yes, Josh replied dully. He was having a hard time collecting his thoughts. It was like he couldn't latch onto them for more than a few seconds before they were washed away. He felt exhausted. Good, she said approvingly. I'm not able to take the pain away forever. For that, you'll need something more permanent. After all, a person could go mad from a headache like that, and I'm sure that you don't want that. No, Josh answered with a small shake of his head. Good. Come with me. Curioso wrapped her arm around his and led him deeper into the carnival. Most of the crowd hadn't made it this far inside yet, and they passed fewer and fewer people as they continued onward. He thought at first they were heading towards the large Ferris wheel, but before they reached it, she turned left and went over to a building shaped like a large old house. We call this the Sea Lodge, she whispered to him as she leaned in close. The cure for what ails you is inside. Go on. Go inside and feel better. You're not coming in? Josh asked in a slurred voice. No, not this time. This time, it's all for you. Come on then. She led him up the 3 steps to the house's door. Reaching into her pocket, she took out a small silver key attached to a blue oval-shaped keychain. She unlocked the door before stepping back. He glanced over at her as he reached for the doorknob, and Curioso gave him an encouraging nod. He opened the door and went inside. His head immediately cleared. The rushing sound left his ears, and the fog in his mind lifted. He blinked a few times and cracked his neck. He felt like himself again for the first time since he had entered the Ceromancy tent. All of the anger and weariness he had felt was gone. Sarah's face came unbidden into his thoughts, and with it came a fresh feeling of guilt. He needed to find her and apologize. The door had closed behind him, and he reached out to open it. It was locked. He quickly took out his cell phone, but put it away again when he found that there was no signal. There was another stabbing pain behind his eye. It was so strong that his knees buckled. He braced himself up against the door and covered his face with his hand. A second jolt made him gasp for breath, and the third one caused him to cry out in agony. The pain was gone just as soon as it had started. Tears were welling up in his eyes, and he was feeling sick. His stomach was churning, and sweat was pouring off of his face. He pulled his hand away and looked at it. What he had thought was sweat was actually a pale white liquid. It smelled like sea brine. It was coming out of his right eye socket. He could feel the liquid slowly running down his cheek. It was oily, and his skin crawled where it was touched by the fluid. He wiped it away with the back of his hand. He tried the door again with the same result. Taking a step back, he kicked it as hard as he could. The door didn't even rattle in its frame. He was trapped inside. Trapped indeed. This was all part of some trap. The sudden outburst of anger, the debilitating headache that had come out of nowhere, Curioso's appearance, and whatever she had done to him when she had touched him. He was sure that all of it had happened with the purpose of getting him into this carnival exhibit. He had no idea why, but it was clear that was the case. Someone wanted him here. In a way, it was a relief. He had feared that he was losing his mind. At least he knew now that wasn't happening. It still left him with the matter of escaping the building. He turned away from the door and looked around. He was standing in a small living room. 4 chairs were set up around a short wooden table in the center of the room, and an empty fireplace had been built on the wall closest to them. There was an old fan on the ceiling. Its metal blades were still, and he could see spots of rust on them. His eyes fell on the windows. There were 2 on the right wall. He didn't see the carnival when he looked out of them like he should have. Instead, they showed a beach with high waves crashing into it. It was day outside, the sky filled with gray clouds promising rain. As he watched, a bolt of lightning raced through the clouds. It was soon followed by a rumble of thunder. He crossed over to the nearest window and carefully examined it. At first he had guessed that it was some sort of effect, maybe done with a projector or monitor. One of the bottom panes of glass was broken, however, and he could feel the cool ocean breeze coming through it. What he was seeing was real. He tried to open the window, but it was jammed shut. His attempt to open the second one was met with the same result. He was considering breaking one of them when the most excruciating stab of pain so far flashed behind his eye. He sank to his knees as he felt another gush of the sickly fluid spray from the socket. He gritted his teeth and forced himself back to his feet. He had no idea where he was or what was happening to him, but he was absolutely certain that he needed to find a way out. There was an open doorway leading further into the house. He stumbled across the living room and went through it. Chapter 14. Fully intending to tell Josh exactly what she thought of his earlier comments, Sarah returned to where she had last seen him. She wasn't all that surprised to find that he was no longer there. She had been gone for at least 20 minutes, and there wouldn't have been a reason for him to wait for her to come back. She looked around the general area for any sign of him. When she came up empty, she took out her cell phone and tried calling him. His phone went right to voicemail. She frowned. He must have turned it off. She started to slowly walk further into the carnival. He probably hadn't left since she would have seen him as she was returning through the gate. She tried calling him again, but she got the same result as before. She felt her anger slowly fading as she walked. She wanted to stay mad at Josh until she confronted him, but she was finding it hard to do so. There had been something in his voice as he had snapped at her that she had never heard before. The experience of the House of Saromancy must have rattled him more than she had thought. With a sigh, she let the rest of her anger go. She didn't want to yell at him. Not really. She just wanted to find her friend so that they could make things right. She frowned as she continued towards the Ferris wheel that towered over the rest of the carnival. Maybe she did act overly protective of him sometimes. It was only because she cared about him. Besides, he did the same thing to her. She approached the Ferris wheel and looked up at it. It was an impressive sight, especially now that the lights were lit up. She watched it slowly spin around its center shaft for a few minutes while she tried to figure out where to go. "Penny for your thoughts?" a woman's voice asked from behind her. She turned to find herself face to face with Sylvia Curioso. The woman was smiling, her head tilted slightly to the right. The dress she was wearing looked immaculate despite the large crowd moving around the carnival. "Oh, hello, Miss Curioso," Sarah said. "Not you too," Curioso replied with a laugh. "Your friend called me the same thing. Please, it's just Curioso." "You talked to Josh? I'm looking for him, but I can't find him." "It's a good thing that we ran into each other then. I know exactly where he went. I'd be happy to take you to him." "Oh, you don't have to do that. If you just tell me where he went, I can. Curioso waved a hand dismissively. Nonsense. Follow me. She turned on her heel and started walking towards one of the buildings. Not really having much of a choice, Sarah hurried to follow her. The building they were headed towards had been made to look like an old run-down house. It was a bit of an eyesore, and there was no one else near it. Josh is here? Sarah asked dubiously. Yes, indeed, Curioso answered brightly. He had quite the headache, and I suggested that he rest here. It's one of the quieter parts of the carnival, kind of a little getaway in the middle of the chaos. It looks like it's supposed to be a haunted house attraction. We do have one of those towards the back of the park, but not this place. We have an on-site nurse that is taking a look at your friend currently, trying to help with that headache. The nurse says it's likely stress-related, the poor dear. Maybe it's from the argument you two had earlier? Sarah felt her face grow red. You know about that? I happened to be in the area at the time. For what it's worth, I think that you were completely justified when you stormed off. The boy had no right to speak to you the way that he did. She felt herself getting angry again. Curioso was absolutely right. She had done nothing to deserve being treated as she had been. To add to the embarrassment, other people had obviously seen him acting that way towards her. I'll tell you what, Curioso was saying. When the nurse is done looking him over and he's had some time to rest, I'll make sure to tell him that you're looking for him. Do you have a phone with you? Yes, Sarah answered absently as she continued to think about the wrong that had been inflicted upon her. Perfect. He can call you when he's done. Enjoy the carnival, Miss Dyer, and let me know if you need anything. Curioso disappeared back into the crowd. Sarah took one last look at the building before turning away. There was no point in her sticking around and waiting. Josh would call when he was done, and when he did, she would give him a piece of her mind. Then, and only then, would she consider forgiving him. Something out of the corner of her eye caught her attention. She turned her head to find Jenny waving at her. She waved back before walking over to her. Did you find Josh? Jenny asked between bites of the caramel apple she was holding. No, Sarah answered. Well, sort of. He's got a headache, and he's with the carnival nurse now. One of the carnival workers is going to let him know that I'm looking for him when he's done. Must be a pretty bad headache to get a nurse involved. Maybe that's why he was acting the way that he was. Maybe. Jenny finished the apple and tossed the stick into a nearby garbage can. I have really got to stop eating before I have to get rolled out of here, but it's been so long since I've had fair food. So anyway, Maggie is going to be busy for a while. A fight broke out between a couple of teenagers, and she's getting the parents here to pick them up. Since you've got some time and I've got some time, want to hit up a few of the attractions? Sarah hesitated. Sure, sounds fun. Can we kind of skip the tent exhibits, though? Absolutely. Let's hit the rides instead. Nothing helps burn off calories like pure adrenaline pumping through your veins. Despite her mood, Sarah smiled. I don't think that's true. Hey, which of us has the nursing degree again? Trust me, it's pure science. Come on, let's check out the roller coaster. I feel the need. The need for speed? Jenny looked at her, impressed. You know Top Gun quotes? I may need to talk with your father about adopting you. Chapter 15. The open doorway led into a kitchen. Josh slowly moved around the room, surprised at how normal everything looked. With everything else that was happening, he had expected to walk into something much different. He wasn't sure exactly what that something was, but it definitely wasn't this. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all stained wood. A table with 4 chairs was in the middle of the room. Along one wall was a long counter with a set of shelves above it. A sink was sitting below a window that looked out over the ocean. Next to the sink was a refrigerator. It was an older model, white with a rounded door and a pull-out drawer at the bottom. On the wall next to him was a switch. Unlike a standard one, however, this one was a push-button switch. He tried pushing the top button, but nothing happened. The bottom one didn't work either. The power was off. There was a door on the far side of the kitchen. He walked over to it and turned the knob. He assumed that it was going to be locked like the other door and windows he had tried. To his surprise, the knob turned and the door opened. The smell of the sea immediately washed over him. The breeze was cool, almost chilly, as he stepped outside and onto the sand. Overhead, the clouds were growing darker. The ocean waves were pounding into the shore with enough force that he could almost feel the impact from where he was standing. He walked around the house and found that it was at the bottom of a dune. No other way seemed to lead away from the beach, so he began to climb the hill. It was slow going, but he managed to reach the top after a few minutes of effort. When he got there, however, he found that he was in more trouble than he had thought. There was a desert on the other side of the dune. It stretched from horizon to horizon, nothing but empty sand, with the occasional scraggly tuft of green growth. He had no way of knowing which way to go, or even if there was a right way. The wind started to pick up, whipping the sand around his legs. Not having any other options, Josh returned to the house and went back into the kitchen. It wouldn't be long before the storm began. When that happened, he didn't want to be outdoors. He rummaged around in the cabinets and found a dust-covered lantern and a book of long matches. He had never used this type of lantern before, and it took him a few minutes to verify that there was oil inside and to figure out how to work it. Eventually, he was able to light the wick, and the flame cast an orange glow through the glass pane. Something wasn't quite right. He looked around the kitchen, but he couldn't figure out what was bothering him. There was the general sense of dread that he had been feeling since he had entered the house, but that wasn't it. There was something more tangible that his subconscious had noticed, but hadn't relayed to the rest of him yet. He picked up the lantern by the metal handle and examined the kitchen again. It wasn't until he had reached a particularly dark corner that he realized what was wrong. The glow from the lantern wasn't penetrating the darkness as much as it should have. He wiped the dust from the glass with the edge of his shirt, but it didn't help. The light was only extending a few feet outward. It should have been illuminating far more of the room. He moved the lantern close to one of the walls. He could barely see the light on the wood. It was like it was being muted or somehow diminished. There were two doors leading out of the kitchen, the one that he had originally entered through, and a second closed one. He crossed over to that one and slowly pushed on it. It swung open on silent hinges. Given the age of everything around him, he would have bet that it would creak on its hinges. He went through the doorway and into the bedroom beyond. It was constructed with the same type and color of wood that the kitchen was. A large bed sat below two tall windows with thick curtains, and on the opposite wall was a dresser. There were two more doors, and a quick check revealed that one opened into a closet, and the other led into a bathroom with a toilet and clawfoot tub. Panic was starting to set in. He stopped moving and took a few deep breaths. Whatever was happening, there was nothing to gain by having a panic attack. There was a lot going on that he didn't understand, but that didn't mean that he didn't know anything at all. For one thing, he knew the house was connected to the carnival somehow. That much was clear by the fact that he was here in the first place. If there was a way to get here from the carnival, it made sense that the reverse would be true. The door that he had come through wasn't opening. There could always be another way, though. It seemed best to focus his search for a way home inside the house, at least for the time being. Setting out across a desert or picking a random direction along the beach to walk in could be dangerous. He already knew the house itself was connected, and besides, traveling anywhere would be difficult once the storm started. He would revisit leaving when he ran out of other options. He left the bedroom and returned to the living room. Starting at the top and working his way down, he examined every inch of the door he had entered through. It just looked like a normal door, albeit one that refused to open. He was about to give up when something occurred to him. Setting the lantern down carefully on the floor, he got down on his hands and knees and examined the space between the door and the floor. While it was too close to the ground to see through it, there was definitely a small gap between it and the floor. He got back up and went into the kitchen. An idea was forming. It wasn't much of an idea, but it was better than anything else he had so far. He searched around in the drawers but couldn't find what he was looking for. He needed something to write on, but there wasn't any paper anywhere. There wasn't anything to write with either. Thinking outside the box, he pulled out one of the kitchen drawers and peered inside. He felt himself smile slightly. The bottom of it was lined with paper. He managed to tear off a section of it. Next up was a writing instrument. This problem wasn't as easy to solve. It wasn't until he remembered the book of matches on the kitchen table that he was able to work it out. He sat down at the table and smoothed out the old piece of drawer liner. The usable areas weren't very large, so he was going to have to be careful with what he wrote. He mentally composed his message and took a match out of the matchbook. Bracing himself, he bit his finger until it bled, ignoring the pain. He dipped the blunt end of the match into the blood. It was crude, but it would have to do. Trapped in the house, he wrote, "Need help. Josh Taylor." There was less there than he would have wanted, but it was the most that he could write with the space he had. He gently blew on the note to help the blood dry. When it didn't mark his finger when he touched it, he went back to the living room and slipped the paper under the door. He tried not to think about how unlikely it was that anyone would see it or, even if they did, be able to help him. He turned his head towards the windows as the rain began to fall. It was coming down hard, and the beach turned a darker shade of brown as it was soaked. As he watched, something struck the sand, something too large to be rain. He wondered if it was hailing. When more of the objects followed, he saw that it was something else entirely. He walked over to the window to get a better look. One of the objects struck the glass, and he jumped in surprise. Getting his breath back under control, he peered out as it slowly slid down the window. It was a slug. It was pale white, so pale that it was nearly translucent. The creature squirmed and writhed as gravity pulled it down the window and onto the ground below. Josh cried out as pain flared behind his eye once again. It was the most intense one yet. Chapter 16. At the beginning of the line for the roller coaster was a large sign that was designed to look like a small town's welcome sign. It was painted black with red trim and lettering, the same colors that adorned the nearby Ferris wheel. Written in cursive script were the words, "Welcome to Ex Oblivion." Ex Oblivion, Jenny read out loud as they passed the sign. It's been a while since my college Latin course, but I'm pretty sure that translates to forgotten. I have a hard enough time with basic Spanish, Sarah replied, deftly dodging out of the way of two children that raced into the line ahead of them. Oh, believe me, I get where you're coming from. I took Latin because my guidance counselor told me it would help with medical terminology, but I barely scraped by with a passing grade. I'm pretty impressed with myself that I remember enough to read that sign. Sarah smiled slightly. This wasn't exactly how she had envisioned her night going, but she had to admit that she was starting to have fun. Jenny's upbeat nature was infectious. Hey, remember that time I told you that I wouldn't ask questions about things that aren't my business? Jenny asked as the line came to a stop about halfway to the ride. You mean that time less than an hour ago? She replied with a raised eyebrow. The time where you said that to me and then immediately asked one anyways? Yep, that's the one. I'm thinking about breaking my rule and asking you one of those kinds of questions. You already broke that rule. I just got done reminding you of that. Jenny shrugged. Funny, I don't remember ever butting into anyone's personal business ever. Never. Not once. Sarah laughed. Oh, well, I must be mistaken. Apology accepted. So if I asked you one of those super personal questions now with the caveat that you don't have to answer it if you're not comfortable doing so, would you hold it against me? That probably depends on the question. Jenny pointed at her with one finger. That is a very good answer. What the hell, though? I'm going to take my shot. Are you ready for this very personal question that I'm about to ask you? Probably not, but go ahead and ask it anyway. All right, here goes. How long have you had feelings for Josh Taylor? Sarah immediately felt herself begin to blush. She didn't do that very often, and she absolutely detested it when she did. She quickly turned her head so that her hair fell to partially cover her face. We've been friends since I moved here, she said, knowing full well that wasn't what her companion had meant by the question. Ah, Jenny replied simply. Sarah was sure that she would be pressed for more of an answer, but Jenny seemed content to let it pass. She exhaled a breath that she hadn't realized she was holding. Her face started to grow cooler, and she pushed her hair out of her eyes with her hand. Her father had asked her a similar question months earlier, and she had dodged it in a similar manner. The truth of the matter was that her feelings for Josh were complicated. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, he had already become the best friend that she had ever had. That friendship was very important to her. That was why his sharp words earlier had stung so deeply. Those feelings were the ones that she was sure about. Things got more complex when she started to wonder if her feelings for Josh went beyond friendship. She was pretty sure that they did, but she was also sure that she didn't want to ever do anything that could lead to them no longer being friends. She also didn't know if he had any of those kinds of feelings for her. She shook her head to clear it. Complicated was an understatement. This is me changing the subject as quickly as possible, Jenny said. It looks like something is about to happen on the stage. Sarah turned to look back towards the Ferris wheel. A large stage had been set up in the area between the wheel and the ex-oblivion. It was in the shadow of the two large rides, so much so that she hadn't even noticed it when they had gotten into line. There was a small group of people moving around it as they worked to set something up. Maggie told me that there are two stages, Jenny said. One is in that big tent back where you enter, and this must be the other one. Did she say what they were used for? She made it sound like the other one is used for short plays and presentations. She didn't say anything about this one. I guess we'll find out. They're starting to bring up the lights. A series of light towers had been built on the side of the stage, and the large lamps were slowly starting to brighten. The ex-oblivion line started to move, however, and the path through the metal line barriers took them under one of the loops and out of sight of the stage. They came to a set of stairs before the line stopped once again. This roller coaster is pretty impressive, Jenny noted. Normally, fair and carnival coasters are dinky little things with maybe a couple of hills or, if you're very lucky, a tunnel. This reminds you of a more permanent amusement park ride. Have you ever been to Cedar Point? I haven't, no, Sarah replied with a shake of her head. I've been to Disneyland, though. With all due respect to the House of Mouse, Cedar Point's thrill rides are on a whole other level. The Disney parks are designed for families, which is all well and good. Cedar Point is made for adrenaline junkies. This coaster seems like it would fit in there. There was a rumbling above them. Sarah looked up just in time to see one of the cars flying past on the track overhead. The riders screamed in a mixture of fear and delight as they were carried away further into the ride. That's it right there, Jenny said with a broad grin. Inject that feeling right into my veins. You really get into this kind of thing, Sarah said with a laugh. I hope you don't mind me saying so, but you and Sheriff Grant are very different people? I don't mind you saying that, since it's absolutely true. It causes some issues sometimes, but ultimately, I think it's the biggest reason that we work so well together. Life would be boring if we liked the exact same things and thought the exact same way. There would never be any new experiences or a different lens to see the world through. So you're on board with the old saying of opposites attract? Jenny shook her head. No, I think it's different for everyone. I think the key to being happy in life is to find that one person that makes you happy, really happy deep down, and to just ignore all the static when you do. That's simple, huh? The woman laughed. It's never simple. Life tends to be as complicated as it can possibly get every chance that it has. It's basically a roller coaster. You just get into your seat, buckle up, and hold on tight. Chapter 17. The pain wasn't stopping. Josh rolled around on the floor in agony, his hands clamped around the sides of his head. The part of his mind that wasn't completely paralyzed by the pain noted that more of the brine-scented liquid was forcing its way out through his closed right eye, but he wasn't able to concentrate on it. It felt like every one of his nerve endings was on fire. He tried to struggle past it. At one point he opened his eyes and tried to get back up. No matter how hard he tried, however, he just couldn't stay focused enough to even raise himself off the ground. He collapsed back down onto the wooden floor and struck his chin hard enough to make his teeth clack together. To his surprise, the pain behind his eyes suddenly began to fade. It was like the impact had shifted things around in his head. He knew that couldn't be the case, but instead of questioning things, he used the opportunity to get back to his feet. His legs were wobbly, and he had to use the nearby wall to keep himself upright. He wiped away the moisture from his face and looked outside. The rain of slugs had stopped. He furrowed his brow. Not only had they stopped falling from the sky, he couldn't see any of them on the beach anymore. It was like it had never happened. His eyes fell on a series of lines in the side. Maybe there was some evidence of them having existed after all. He half walked, half stumbled his way into the kitchen and through the door leading outside. The wind was colder now than it had been, but at this point he was grateful for it. The chill was helping to clear the rest of the haze from his head. He knelt down next to one of the lines and traced it with his eyes. It led directly down to the water and disappeared where the waves had washed it away. There were countless other lines leading towards the ocean from every direction. It appeared that all of the slugs had crawled into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. He wasn't sure how long he had been trapped at the beach house. Instead of just showing that it didn't have any signal, his cell phone was now displaying a blank screen. It was still on, but the screen was completely gray. He had never seen a phone act like that before. Josh closed his eyes and laughed. It was a humorless and somewhat bitter laugh, but he couldn't help it. With everything going on, he was focused on why a cell phone screen wasn't working. Holy shit, man, he said as the laughter subsided. You're starting to lose your fucking mind. The sky was still full of clouds, but they didn't look like they were threatening rain the way they had earlier. There was less light now, though, and it seemed as if night was coming. He had the feeling that he really didn't want to be there when it was dark. Not sure what else to do, he went back inside and closed the door behind him. He was most likely going to be stuck there when the night fell, whether he wanted to be or not. There was no way of knowing what would come to visit the house once the light faded away completely. He had to prepare himself as best as he could. It wouldn't be possible to defend the entire house. There were too many windows, and he didn't have any way to barricade them. He could have used wood from the floorboards or from breaking the furniture, but he didn't have a hammer or nails to secure them. His best option was to pick one room and lock it down as tightly as he could. The obvious answer was the bedroom. He collected the lantern and went into the room. As he looked around for a second time, he began to make a mental checklist for himself. He could close the curtains and stand the bed up on its side to block the windows. The dresser could get moved up against the door, and the bed sheets could be shoved underneath it to keep things like the slugs from crawling inside. He went into the bathroom and examined the bathtub. Turning the knob, he watched as water poured out of the faucet. He hesitantly held out his hand and let it run over his fingers. After a few seconds, he pulled them back and sniffed them. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. He cupped his hand under the flow and took a small sip from it. There was no trace of salt or chemicals that he could detect. He turned off the water and nodded once. He didn't know for sure that it was safe for consumption, but at least there wasn't anything obviously off. Besides, there wasn't much he could do if something was wrong. He would just have to risk it. He put in the plug and filled the tub. The light coming through the windows was growing dimmer. Hurrying back out into the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator and looked inside. With the exception of a wasp nest that had been constructed in the upper right corner, there was nothing inside. He closed the door and went through all of the cabinets. His search came up empty. There was water, but there wasn't any food. He would have to worry about that later. Abandoning his search, he returned to the bedroom and began his preparations. His search through the cupboards hadn't turned up any food, but he had found a few cans of lamp oil. He set those on the small nightstand next to the bed, along with the lantern. Even with the newly discovered stock, there wasn't much fuel. He needed to ration it as best as he could. Turning the bed onto its side was more difficult than he had thought. Even after he removed the dusty mattress, the frame was extremely heavy. Eventually he was able to do it, but he was sure that it wouldn't be long until he was sore. He slid it up against the windows before taking a step back to examine his work. There was a small bit of the window exposed over the top. It wasn't large enough for much of anything to fit through, though, and he reasoned that it would also allow him to look outside if necessary. With that finished, he turned his attention to the door. Luckily, it pushed in towards the room rather than pulling out into the kitchen. He made sure that it was completely closed and turned the small lock beneath the doorknob. The dresser proved to be almost as difficult to move as the bed had been, but he managed to push it in front of the door. As the last step in the process, he moved the mattress into the center of the small room and dusted it off with his hand. He took off his sand-covered shoes and set them down on the floor before laying down on it. It wasn't very comfortable. He moved around for a couple of minutes before he decided that there was no good way to position himself. Still, it was better than the floor. He would just have to live with it. He tucked a pillow under his head and stared up at the ceiling. The last of the light faded from the windows, and all that was left was the soft glow from the lantern. It barely provided any illumination. The odd muting effect from the kitchen was just as prevalent here. He wondered what could possibly be causing it. The wind outside was picking up. It whistled past the bedroom window and rattled the walls. He put his hands behind his head and listened to it blowing, wondering if this was where he was going to die. Chapter 18. After they finally made it to the front of the line, Jenny quickly led them to the short queue for people waiting to ride in the front car. She had been insistent that the only way to ride a roller coaster was right in the very front, and she seemed determined to prove that statement. There was only one other set of riders ahead of them, so Sarah decided not to voice her opinion that any car was fine and just let the woman have her way. "I have a feeling that this is going to be amazing," Jenny said excitedly. "What are you basing that on?" Sarah asked as the riders in front of them got into their seats. "Pure gut instinct, my dear. Pure gut instinct. Plus, those people look like they had a good time." Riders from the train that had just returned to the station were standing on the other side of the platform and talking excitedly. They went down a second set of stairs and out of sight. They definitely looked like they had enjoyed the ride. "Finally!" Jenny exclaimed as a new train pulled up in front of them. "Time to rock." They got into the front car and sat down in their seats. Sarah fastened the seatbelt around her waist, and once Jenny had finished with hers, They pulled down the long black bar in front of them. It locked into place with a loud click, securing them in the seats. Less than a minute later, there was a small lurch as the train began to move forward. It cleared the small station and they headed outside on the track. Sarah looked down over the side and saw the line they had gone through to reach the stairs. Most of the people were looking back towards the main carnival area instead of facing the direction the line was headed. She raised her head to see what the crowd's attention was being drawn towards. The lights on the stage were all the way up now, and a man was standing on it speaking to the people gathered around the base. He was talking to a microphone, but she couldn't make out what he was saying due to the combination of the wind and speaker distortion. She continued to watch as the train began to ascend the first hill. She wasn't sure, but she thought that the person speaking was Leonard Lieber, one of the carnival owners and the man that had dramatically opened the front gate earlier that evening. He was certainly moving with the same dramatic flair. The man raised the cane that he was holding and pointed it toward the right set of steps leading up onto the stage. This area was cloaked in shadows. The stage lights were turned away from it, and the stage itself was blocking the glow from the Ferris wheel. She could just make out something moving. The people standing closest to the spot the man had indicated all quickly stepped back. "Holy shit," Sarah exclaimed as the person emerged from the shadows. He was the largest person that she had ever seen. It was hard to tell from the angle and distance, but he looked to be at least 7 feet tall. It wasn't just the height, though. He was massive, with broad shoulders and an extremely muscular body. His head was shaved bald, and a neatly trimmed beard adorned his face. He was dressed as a clown, and a rather creepy one at that. "There's no way that guy is real," Jenny said quietly. "That has to be some trick done with stilts or something, doesn't it?" Sarah opened her mouth to respond, but she never got a word out as the train suddenly dropped down the hill. She had been so intrigued by what was going on at the stage that she hadn't realized they had reached the top. She quickly turned her attention back to the ride. The hill was steeper than it had looked from the ground. It went nearly straight down, and she felt an odd sinking sensation in her stomach as they rapidly descended. They reached the bottom, and the track took a hard right that tilted Jenny's side of the car towards the ground. After a few seconds, the track flattened back out, and they passed into a long tunnel. The tunnel was filled with cold mist that clung to Sarah's skin as they sped through. A series of red lights pulsed along the ceiling. Whispers surrounded them, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make out what they were saying. Everything put together created a rather creepy effect. The train burst out of the tunnel and immediately started climbing up another hill. There was a scaffolding on Jenny's side, and figures were moving across it. They were human-shaped, but they snarled and growled as they climbed along the wooden beams. She thought that she could see thick fur across their bodies, but it was too dark to be sure. She watched in amazement. They had actual people dressed in costumes on the roller coaster itself to create a scarier atmosphere. She had never heard of anything like that before. On dark rides and on a smaller scale, sure, but never an actual roller coaster. Maestru and Lieber's was going all out. The train dropped down the hill, but this time it wasn't a simple straight fall. Instead, the track spiraled downward to within a foot of the ground and continued on in a straight line. There were more figures moving amongst the pillars and beams here, and they pointed towards the riders with threatening motions. "I told you this was going to be awesome," Jenny yelled over the wind. "You weren't wrong," Sarah yelled back with a wide grin. The track raised up with no warning, and they were suddenly inside of a large loop. Sarah felt the blood run out of her face as she was confronted by a giant eye in the center of the loop. It was suspended in the darkness, and it looked around wildly as the train looped around it. For a moment it seemed to focus right on her. The train slowed as it went around one final curve. It pulled back into the station and came to a halt right where it had started. The long bar raised up, and they undid their seatbelts before staggering onto the exit platform. "That," Jenny said as they went down the stairs, "was a mind fuck. How do you think they did that last part, the part with the eye? I don't know, Sarah admitted, feeling her heart rate starting to slow back down to normal. A projection screen, maybe? It must be. I didn't see any projectors, though. I was too busy looking at the thing to even think about checking for any. Jenny shook her head as if to clear it. Well, however they did it, it was one of the most insane rides I've ever been on. It was amazing, but also a little disorienting. They left the shadow of the roller coaster and moved back into the main crowd. Many of the people around them were talking excitedly about the huge man that had been presented on the stage. Most of it was drowned out in the general noise of so many gathered people, but Sarah was able to pick out words like enormous and frightening as they walked. Their path took them past the stage, but it was now empty with the lights turned off. There was, however, a sign leaned up against it. Sarah managed to weave her way towards it. "What's it say?" Jenny asked as she came up behind her. "There's not much," Sarah replied, furrowing her brow. "It just says, Bango the Clown." Chapter 19. Josh was awoken by his churning stomach. He didn't remember falling asleep, but he had apparently been out for a while. It was completely dark outside, so much so that he couldn't see more than a few feet outside the window. His stomach cramped again, and he quickly got off the mattress and headed into the bathroom. He barely managed to kneel down next to the toilet before he retched. He kept throwing up over and over again, more than he ever had in his life. Just when he thought that he might black out from the effort, his stomach heaved one more time, and a large object was thrown from his throat and into the bowl. He fell back against the bathroom wall, so tired from the exertion that he couldn't even raise his arm to wipe his mouth. He could hear himself panting as he closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on breathing. Even as he sat there, however, he could feel that something had changed. It felt like a great pressure had been relieved. His weary mind searched for the right word. It felt like he had been cleansed. It could have been minutes or even hours before he felt ready to try standing up. He winced as he used the small sink to lift himself. His body felt like it had been punched repeatedly. He managed to make it into the bedroom and collected the lamp. Going back into the bathroom, he carefully lowered himself back down onto his knees and held the light out over the toilet. The object that his body had expelled was down at the bottom, and he leaned closer to get a better look while trying to ignore the smell. He quickly backed off. His mind couldn't quite put together what it was that he was seeing. It was a mass of tentacles and teeth and so many other things that he didn't have names for, all surrounded by coagulated blood. At one end was a face, one so closely resembling a human that his mind reeled away from the implications. Without hesitation, he flushed the toilet, then flushed it again, and finally flushed it a third time. Only then did he look back into the bowl. The thing was gone, leaving only water. For the first time since he had arrived at the beach house, his mind felt clear. There was no pain, and his thoughts were sharper. He hadn't even realized how out of it he had been. Now that the haze was gone, though, he immediately recognized the difference. He looked back down at the toilet. That thing had been inside of him. Had it been in his head? He shuddered in revulsion at the thought. Not knowing what else to do, he laid back down on the mattress. His body throbbed like a sore tooth from all of the throwing up. He closed his eyes and quickly fell back asleep. There was no way of knowing how long he slept. When he woke up, there was a light streaming through the section of windows that peeked out from above the overturned bed. He was still a bit sore, but he was feeling much better than he had the previous night. He went into the bathroom and splashed some water from the tub over his face. He hesitated briefly before using his hands to drink from the water. There was a part of him that was wary of drinking from a source that he couldn't fully trust, but he reminded himself that he had to have water, and there wasn't anything he could do about it if it was somehow tainted. The lantern had run out of oil, and it sat cold and dark next to the mattress. He put it onto the nightstand and put his shoes on so that he could move the dresser out of the way of the door. Before opening it, he put his ear up against it and listened intently. He couldn't hear anything, so he slowly opened the door and went out into the kitchen. Everything was just how he had left it, right down to the open cabinets. He went outside and stopped at the bottom of the wooden steps to look around. There were strange prints in the sand, indentations that looked somewhat like bare feet, but not quite. He examined one of the prints closer. It almost looked like the toes were attached to one another, like the webbing of a duck's feet. Whatever had made the prints was nowhere to be seen. He watched the waves crash against the shore for a few moments before going back inside. The longer he was here, the more he was realizing that nothing was as it should be. He quickly turned as he heard a sound from behind him. His surprise turned to disbelief as he watched the door that he originally entered the house from swing open into the living room. That disbelief became anger as he watched Sylvia Curioso step inside. "I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed," the woman said as she smiled at him. Josh took a step forward, his hands balling into fists. She tilted her head slightly and pointed a finger at him. His body froze. No matter how much he tried to struggle, he couldn't move. Now, none of that," she said. "I get why you would be a little peeved at me, a bit perturbed, if you will. That doesn't matter, though. What does matter is that your body has rejected the demonic implantation process. I guess that I shouldn't be surprised. It's a lot more effective in young children, but I thought that maybe with your family history, well, whatever." She came into the kitchen and flipped the long side of her hair over her shoulder. She slowly walked around him, moving her eyes up and down his body as she went. She came to a stop directly in front of him and shook her head. "Oh, you could have been great as one of the troupe," she continued. "There's definitely something dark inside of you. You're going to be incredible when it gets to come out and play." Curioso went back to the door. "Well, no use crying over the proverbial spilled milk, I suppose. I'd better get you back to your friend before she starts to get really worried. The last thing that I need is a Dyer snooping around before everything is in place." She snapped her fingers, and he began to walk towards the door. He wasn't in control of his own body, and it was a horrifying experience. She seemed to understand what he was thinking, and her grin grew broader and more sinister. "That's right, puppet boy," she taunted. "March." "You're really going to let me go?" Josh asked, surprised that he could speak. "Only because it solves a potential problem before it can become one. Besides, it's not like you'll remember any of this anyway." She reached out and gripped him by the shoulder. She quickly kissed him on the cheek, opened the door, and pushed him through. He tumbled through onto the porch of the old house in Maester and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors, and the door closed behind him. Josh looked around slowly as music blared from the speakers and the crowd passed by where he was standing. He closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them. He couldn't remember the exact details of how he had got into this part of the carnival. He remembered speaking to Curioso. She had very nicely offered to take him somewhere to get help for his headache. It took him a moment to realize that he was holding something in his hand. He opened it to find that it was a pair of aspirin tablets. She must have brought him here and gotten him the painkillers. The headache was gone now, though, so he slipped the aspirin into his pocket just in case he needed them later. Something on the ground caught his attention. He leaned over and retrieved a dirty piece of paper. It felt flimsier to the touch than a normal sheet of paper, and there were a number of discolored spots on it. He turned it over to find a short message written in what looked like dried blood. "Trapped in the house. Need help. Josh Taylor." He looked at it in confusion. It was in his handwriting and had his name on it. He glanced back at the building behind him. Trapped in the house. He had never even been in the house. Maybe this was some sort of carnival trick like the tent covered in wax had been. He carefully folded up the piece of paper and put it into his wallet for safekeeping. It's probably another oddity in Lamplight Woods' long list of oddities. He looked back up just in time to see Sarah coming towards him, a mixture of happiness and apprehension on her face. Chapter 20. Sarah wasn't exactly sure what to say as she approached Josh. This was a first for her. Ever since they had met, they had both been comfortable speaking their minds to one another without fear of repercussions. Tonight had been their first argument, however, and she wasn't sure how that had changed their dynamic. She hoped that something hadn't been permanently damaged. He watched her as she drew closer. Something was off about him, though. He seemed like he was in a daze, or maybe that he was just coming out of one. He also looked completely exhausted. There were bags under his eyes, and he was hunched over slightly. "Hey," she said simply as she came to a stop a few feet away from him. "Hey," he replied, giving her a small smile. "I'm going to," Jenny said awkwardly as she pointed off in another direction. "Yeah, just going to go anywhere else but here." She waved as she headed back in the direction of the carnival entrance. Sarah turned her attention back to the matter at hand. Now that she was closer to him, she could see that he looked even more tired than she had thought. She was about to ask him what happened when he started speaking. "Listen, about earlier," he began slowly. "I was being a dick. I don't know what I was thinking. It was like, no, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that I fucked up, and I'm sorry." "It's okay," Sarah said as she smiled at him. "No, it's not." He looked away from her. "You were just trying to help. You're the last person I'd want to hurt, but obviously I did." "Hey, stop." She took his hand and squeezed it. "It's okay, Josh. It really is. Let's just forget about it and move on." "You're sure? I can keep groveling. It's really not a problem." She laughed, and things were right once again between them. "Maybe later when I'm wearing my groveling shoes. Want to go check out some of the rides?" "Absolutely." They slowly walked in the general direction of the Ferris wheel. Sarah felt herself fully relaxing for the first time since their argument. It had been a small one in the grand scheme of things, but it had still worried her. She was also still holding his hand. She felt a goofy smile starting, and she immediately suppressed it. Holding hands didn't mean anything. They were friends. Friends were allowed to hold hands. He adjusted his hand slightly and laced his fingers with hers. The smile threatened once again, and this time she had to turn her head away from him to let it pass its course. She admonished herself for acting like some schoolgirl with a crush. They were friends. Friends held hands. Sometimes. Once the smile had faded, she turned her attention back to him. He seemed relaxed and happy, but once again she was struck by just how exhausted he looked. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah," Josh replied with a nod. "Why?" "You just look so tired." "I feel tired. If I'm being honest, I kind of feel like I got run over by a truck. I had a pretty bad headache earlier. It must have drained me more than I thought." "At the risk of sounding like I'm mothering you again, do you want to leave?" He paused. "I don't know. Let's do a few things and see how I'm feeling. Maybe I just need to get my second wind." "Sounds like a plan. So do you want to do something slow and steady to see if that second wind kicks in? Or do you want to try something a bit more high impact to try and make it kick in?" He smiled. "It's pretty obvious which option you're hoping that I go for." "I might have a slight preference, yes." "Then lead the way." Sarah changed their direction slightly so that they were headed towards one of the rides she had seen earlier. It was in the shape of a large wheel, but it started on the ground and rose up as the car spun around it. She hadn't ridden that type of ride before, and she was looking forward to it. "A Curian," Josh said as they got into line. Pardon? She asked. A Curian. That's what the sign says that the ride is called. Interesting name. There was a loud screech. Sarah winced as it echoed throughout the carnival before quickly fading. It had come from the speakers scattered throughout the area. Good evening, carnival goers, a man's voice said happily over the same speakers. We hope that you're having an absolutely fantastic time this evening. The time is now 9 o'clock. At 10, the carnival will be closed to everyone under the age of 13. I didn't realize it was that late already, Josh said. We apologize for any inconvenience, the voice continued. From 10 until dawn, however, that's when the real fun happens for the older ones among us. Frights and delights all night, courtesy of Maestro and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors. The speakers clicked off. The crowd had stopped moving and fallen silent during the announcement, but now there was a buzz going through it. Sarah couldn't help but feel excited herself. What do you suppose is going to happen? She asked. I have no idea, Josh replied. There was something in the way that he spoke that sounded a little off. She studied his face as he was distracted with the crowd. He had sounded nervous. Do you want to hang around to find out? She asked, trying to make it sound like a casual question. He nodded slowly. Yeah, I do. I very much want to know what will happen. They reached the front of the line and were directed towards one of the cars attached to the wheel. Sarah was surprised to find that the seats weren't side by side. Instead, there was one long seat, meaning that one person would need to sit against the back and the other would sit up against that person. I can get a separate car, Josh said as he saw the situation. There's a pretty good-sized line behind us, Sarah pointed out. We can share one, so that the line can move more. Right. Good thinking. The line. He almost slipped as he got into the car. It wobbled on the metal tether that connected it to the wheel, and he clearly hadn't been expecting it to move when he put his foot inside. He smiled sheepishly before carefully getting in all the way and pushing himself back as far as he could. She was almost shaking as she got in after him, being careful not to step on his extended legs. There wasn't any sort of lower area in the car, so he had been forced to stretch them out forward. She sat down between them and gripped the metal sidebar as the ride operator slid the door closed. I've never seen a ride set up like this before, Josh said. Same, Sarah agreed as she glanced over her shoulder at him. I'm not sitting too close, am I? No, he answered quickly. No, you're fine. I think... Never mind, maybe not. What were you going to say? She couldn't be sure, but she thought that she saw him swallow hard. It's just... With as fast as the ride was going when we were in line, I think that if you don't sit all the way back, you're going to get thrown around. Oh. She felt her face growing warm. Would that be okay? Sitting back, I mean? Yeah, of course. Sure. Being as careful as she could, Sarah slid back on the seat as far as she could until she was pressed up against him. She leaned back slightly to rest her back on his chest. He was warm, and she had to admit that he was surprisingly comfortable to lay against. At first he was tense, but after a few moments she felt him relax. The ride's starting, Josh said as the car began to slowly move forward. Yes, Sarah agreed with a small smile. I think it is. Chapter 21. Jenny slowly wandered around the carnival with her hands in her pockets. She smiled slightly as she idly watched a group of children gathered around a set of skee-ball ramps. It had been obvious from the exact second that Sarah had spotted Josh that things were going to be fine and that her presence was no longer required. She had made it a point to exit stage left as quickly as possible. Now, though, she found herself trying to figure out what to do. She had called Maggie to see how much longer she was going to be, but her wife had informed her that she needed to drive one of the fighting teenagers she had been dealing with home. Until she got back, Jenny didn't want to ride any more rides so that they could experience them together. She had already cheated by writing Ex Oblivion, but what Maggie didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Besides, it had been for a good cause. Currently, though, she was left to fend for herself. The urge to return to the food vendors was high, but she managed to restrain herself. There was already a good chance that she would be sick in the morning. The combination of things she had already consumed was going to make for something unpleasant. It had been worth it, though. She felt a buzzing in her pocket. She retrieved her phone and checked it. It was a text message from Maggie. Finished up with the kid, it read. Going to try to convince Michael to come to the carnival. Good, she texted back. Get him out of that house and over here. She put her phone away and shook her head slightly. Maggie was worried about Michael, and frankly, so was she. For the last couple of months, he had left Forgotten Tales as little as possible. He said it was because he was getting the store ready for its reopening. Jenny was sure that there was more to it than that. While he was certainly busy with the store, he had seemed distant and distracted whenever they had managed to get him away from it. His eyes had a touch of sadness in them more often than not. Without realizing it, she had returned to the front part of the carnival where the individual exhibits and attractions were housed in tents. The crowd was thinner now than it had been previously, since there had been time for people to spread out. She read the signs posted outside the tents as she walked, looking for something that sounded interesting. One of the signs caught her attention. Instead of just being handwritten like many of them, this one's lettering was burned into wood. She leaned in closer to get a better look. House of the Ice Queen, the sign read. She had to admit that sounded intriguing. The tent flap was closed. Not sure if the exhibit was actually open, she tapped her knuckles against it like she was knocking on a door. A woman's voice from inside told her to come in. She pushed the flap aside and entered. It was freezing inside. Jenny immediately crossed her arms over her chest and shivered. While it was around 60 degrees outside the tent, inside it felt like a walk-in freezer. Frost had formed all along the tent, and she could see her breath in the air. In the center of the tent was a large block of ice sitting on a platform. It was around 6 feet long, and it had been shaped into an almost coffin-like shape. Floating in the center of the ice was a woman dressed in a long blue dress with wavy blonde hair. As Jenny watched, the woman turned her head to look at her. It shouldn't have been possible. If she was frozen that solid, not only could she not have moved, she shouldn't even be alive. It was clearly some kind of illusion. I know what you're thinking, the woman said with a small smile. Right now you're thinking that you can't be seeing what you're seeing. The woman sat up. Her body went through the top of the ice without breaking through. She was just sitting up with the undisturbed top of the block around her. With another smile, she stepped out of the ice and placed her bare feet on the cold floor before standing all the way up. Go on, the woman prompted. Take a look. Jenny slowly approached the ice and looked closely at it. No matter how hard she looked, however, she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary about it. It appeared to be a solid block of ice. Touch it, the woman said. She took her hand out from underneath her armpit and hesitantly ran her fingers along the block. It was definitely ice. She slowly went around the block and examined every inch of it that she could see. When she had finished, she looked up and slowly shook her head. There's a trick to it, of course, the woman said, coming around the ice to stand next to her. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I don't want you to think that you're going crazy. It's an impressive trick, Jenny said. I've never seen anything like it. Well, that's the point, isn't it? It wouldn't be any fun if it wasn't unique. I've got a few more of them up my sleeve, if you would like to see them. My name is Lisbeth Erickson, by the way. Jenny Grant. The sign outside calls you the Ice Queen. Yes, a bit dramatic for my taste, but that doesn't make the sign wrong. Erickson held out her hand and blew on it. The breath froze over her palm, creating a highly detailed bird made out of ice. Jenny leaned in closer and marveled at how real it looked. The Ice Queen suddenly threw the bird up into the air. As Jenny watched in amazement, it came to life and spread its wings. It flew around the tent twice before returning to Erickson's hand and going back to its original unmoving state. "That's incredible," Jenny marveled. "Is it?" Erickson asked with an arched eyebrow. "Can a simple trick be considered incredible? Even if it is real, it was just a bird. Birds aren't complex creatures. A bit of seed, a trill of song, and they're in the palm of your hand." The woman handed her the ice bird. Jenny slowly took it from her and held it in both hands. Her eyes widened. She could feel a heartbeat coming from the bird's chest. "Jenny Grant," Erickson said, putting a particular emphasis on her last name. "You're the wife of Lamplight Woods' sheriff, aren't you?" "Yes," Jenny replied slowly, setting the bird down on the large block of ice. "Why do you ask?" The woman shrugged. "Not for any sinister reason, I assure you. Miss Curioso happened to mention that you met her earlier this evening. She made it very clear that you're an honored guest here." "That's nice of her." Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Jenny started back towards the entrance of the tent. "Thank you for showing me your amazing talents, Miss Erickson." Erickson reached out and put her fingers on Jenny's arm. Her touch was cold, so cold that it immediately brought goosebumps. She stepped closer. "I have one last trick to show you," she said quietly. "I'm afraid that I wasn't quite being truthful when I said my reasons weren't sinister." Chapter 22. Maggie pulled into the driveway and turned off the car. It had taken far longer than it should have, but the situation with the two fighting teens at the carnival had finally been dealt with. While she could have simply left them to members of the carnival security team, she decided to handle things herself. She knew both of the boys involved, and they were both decent enough kids, so she had stepped in to make sure that charges weren't filed. She smiled tightly. They probably wished they had been taken to jail for the talk she had given them. It hadn't involved talking so much as it involved shouting, and she could have a very piercing voice when she wanted to. She had used it to its fullest effect. Her smile broadened. Things were going to be especially rough for one of the boys, Chris Tanner. His parents hadn't answered when she had tried to call them, so she had driven him home. It turned out that they had been in the middle of a rather vigorous session of lovemaking. They hadn't been very happy when the local sheriff had shown up on their doorstep with their son. She got out of the car and walked up to the front door of Forgotten Tales. She knocked on the door and waited for a few minutes, but there was no response. She tried again and got the same result. Frowning, she went around the side of the house. Michael's car was in the driveway with Josh Taylor's car pulled in behind it, so he was still home. She continued along the gravel driveway until she reached the back of the house. She found Michael lying in the grass in the backyard. He was staring up at the sky, one arm under his head and the other over his stomach. There was a can of soda sitting next to him. A few feet away, Mira was curled up in a blue ball. "Mind if I join you?" she asked as she walked across the grass towards him. "Pull up some grass," he replied without looking at her. She carefully took off her duty belt and set it down on the back porch. With that done, she sat on the grass next to him with a grunt and laid back. She whistled. "That is one hell of a view," she said as she admired the clear night sky. "I bet you didn't get anything like this in San Diego." "Nope," Michael agreed. It wasn't as bad as some of the larger California cities, but there was still a lot of pollution and lights that blocked out the sky. The price you pay for living in the city instead of the country, I suppose. There were some perks, though. "Yeah, like what?" "Excellent Chinese food at 2 in the morning, for starters." "I'd kill for good Chinese food at any time of the day here. The only place to get it is 2 towns over." "Oh, believe me, I know. One of the first things that I did when I got back to Lamplight Woods was check to see if a place had opened while I was gone. You can imagine my disappointment." "I bet." They were silent for a while. Maggie tried to remember the last time that she had the luxury of just laying in some grass and watching the sky. As a child, she'd often spent summer afternoons doing that, watching the clouds pass by and trying to figure out what they looked like before inevitably being lulled to sleep. She was surprised to find just how much she missed those days. "You're probably wondering what I'm doing out here," Michael said, his voice hushed as if he didn't want to break the peacefulness. "I'm a little curious," she admitted. "Evelyn and I used to do this as teenagers. My dad would usually be drunk and passed out by 9, so we'd come out here and just look up at the stars and talk. Actually, that's not true. It didn't matter if we could see the stars or not. I remember lying next to her here during a rainstorm and laughing our heads off." Maggie smiled. "That sounds fun." It was. Those are some of my favorite memories. I looked out the kitchen window as I was cleaning up tonight and saw the stars, and the next thing I knew I was out here and on the ground. Her smile faded. "You've been thinking about Evelyn a lot lately, haven't you?" He shrugged. "I'm always thinking about her." "Yeah, but you've been preoccupied over the past few weeks, and don't try to tell me that it's because of the store." Michael sighed. "I guess I have had Evie on my mind more than usual. Part of it is being back in Lamplight Woods. There's a lot of things here that remind me of her." Maggie turned on her side so that she was facing him. "And the other part?" "That would be Sarah." He sat up on his elbows. "Something's changed in her this summer. She's more sure of herself, and she has this drive that I've never seen in her before. Add that to the fact that she looks a lot like her mother, and there's basically a second Evelyn running around." She hesitated. "Michael, I'm saying this as your friend. I think you need to try to move on." She braced for what she assumed would be an angry retort. To her surprise, he rubbed at his eyes and nodded. "It's not for lack of trying," he told her. "I know it's not healthy to hold on to her memory and let it affect me like it does. It's not fair to Sarah either. I am trying, and believe it or not, I feel like I'm making some progress." "Then what is this about?" she asked, waving her hand vaguely at the lawn. He thought about it. "I don't know." "Want my opinion on it?" He snorted. "You're going to give it to me whether I do or not." "I think you're lonely. Come to the carnival and hang out with Jenny and me. It will be fun. This isn't a request, by the way." He sighed. "Well, if that's the case, let me go inside and get my wallet." They got up from the ground and he went inside. Mira started to rub up against Maggie's leg, and she bent down to pet the animal. As was always the case, she felt static on her fingertips as she did so. It was a strange but not entirely unpleasant sensation. Michael came back out and locked the door behind him. Together they walked down the driveway towards her car. She nodded to herself in satisfaction. A night out with friends was just what he needed. As they came around the side of the house, they halted. 2 figures were standing on the front lawn. One of the figures was roughly the same height as Michael, but the other was huge. It was at least 7 feet tall, and it was built like a tank. A van was parked in the street behind them, its lights pointed at the house and casting them both in silhouette. The smaller of the two stepped forward. "Good evening, Mr. Dyer," Leonard Lieber said with a nod of his head. "My associate and I were wondering if we could have a moment of your time." Chapter 23. At 15 minutes before 10, an announcement had been made over the speaker system that it was time for all children under the age of 13, and those that didn't wish to participate in the carnival's night activities, to leave the grounds. Sarah and Josh had watched as families had headed towards the front gate, greatly thinning out the crowd. The person who made the announcement had also invited everyone that was staying together at the stage near the Ferris wheel, so they had made their way over to that part of the carnival to wait. "I have to admit, this is kind of exciting," Sarah said as they found a spot back away from the majority of the people. "I'm feeling a combination of excited and nervous," Josh replied. Why are you nervous? He shook his head. I don't know. I just am. I can't seem to shake it. A large post clock had been placed next to the stage. It was black with gold accents. The post was tall enough that it towered over the crowd. She watched as the arrow-shaped minute hand moved one tick closer to 12. Well, it won't be long before we find out if your instincts are right, she said. There's only a couple of minutes left until 10. She looked over at him when he didn't answer. He was staring off into the distance at something. She followed his line of sight and saw that it was the building that she had found him standing outside of. Everything okay? She asked. He said as he blinked and turned back towards her. Oh, yeah, everything's fine. That building over there, the one that looks like an old house? That would be a weird place for a first aid station, right? I'd say so. I can almost feel the tetanus from here. Why? He shook his head and smiled. Never mind. It was a dumb question. I don't mind dumb questions. In fact, there's a rumor going around that I asked one once, but personally, I think that's just crazy talk. 1 minute left. The tone of the crowd changed as the final countdown began. The noise level dropped, and everyone watched the clock expectantly. Sarah was reminded of watching the final moments before a new year in Times Square on television. Here we go, Josh muttered as the final 5 seconds ticked away. The clock struck 10. At the exact moment the minute hand reached 12, all the lights in the carnival shut off. Sarah fought back a sudden sense of panic. She couldn't see anything, and she could feel the crowd begin to draw closer to where they were standing. Josh put his arm around her and turned his body slightly so that he was between her and the stage. The lights came back on. All of them glowed red, however, casting everything in shades of crimson. The sound of static, so quiet that she almost didn't notice it, played over the speakers. A woman was standing on the stage. She was wearing a mask that completely covered her face. It was blank, devoid of any features. There didn't even seem to be any holes for the person wearing it to see through. Even though her face was covered, the woman's odd hair immediately identified her as Sylvia Curioso. Sarah felt Josh's body clench. She looked up at him and saw that his eyes were locked on Curioso. He had an expression on his face that she didn't recognize. Well now, Curioso said, her voice projecting through the nearby speakers via an unseen microphone. Hello again, Lamplight Woods. I hope you're ready for the fun to really begin. The crowd cheered. Oh, come on. You have to do better than that. The responding cheer was much louder than the first had been. That's better, Curioso said approvingly. Down to business, then. From now until the first traces of dawn, Maestro and Lieber's Carnival of Wonders and Horrors is going to be transformed into a place where truly anything can happen. It will be a place where your deepest, darkest fantasies can be satisfied. It will be a place where your greatest fears will be given free rein. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy the ride. Can you folks do that? There was another cheer. Good. I thought that you could. Just remember, no matter what you see or experience, it's only a carnival. The lights went back out as she laughed. They were off for only a second before turning back on. Curioso had disappeared from the stage. The red glow was gone from the main lamps, but the lighting for the rides and tents was still blood red. The crowd quickly dispersed as everyone went off to see what new secrets the carnival held for them. The look and feel of the carnival had changed. People dressed in monstrous costumes were roaming around, scaring anyone that came close to them. The tents were solid colors instead of striped, and they alternated between red and black. The giant eye that Sarah had seen during the loop on Ex Oblivion was now visible from the ground. There were more subtle changes as well. Small tweaks to the lighting made the rides and exhibits feel like they were threatening instead of welcoming. The music playing from the speaker system was slightly distorted. Instead of welcoming smiles, many of the carnival employees were now sporting twisted grins. "I have a bad feeling about this," Josh muttered. Sarah nodded her head in agreement. There was something off about the carnival now, something that she couldn't put into words. No one else besides the two of them seemed to notice, however. Maybe there wasn't anything wrong. Maybe they were just being overly sensitive because of their previous encounters with the paranormal. 2 years prior, she had visited Universal Studios with her father during their annual Halloween event, and this wasn't that different. Maybe it was just the carnival's gimmick. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was indeed somehow different, though. "Do you want to stay?" she asked. "Do you?" Josh countered. "No, I really don't." "Neither do I. Let's get out of here." They headed back towards the exit. Sarah slipped her hand into Josh's and held it tightly. When she had done so earlier, it had been because she wanted to be close to him. Now it was because she wanted to make sure that they weren't separated. They passed by the building that she had found him outside of. She noticed that he watched it for a few moments with the same unreadable expression she had seen earlier. She was reminded of his odd question about it being a first aid station. Something was going on there, but she wasn't going to press him on it. He would bring it up if he wanted to talk about it. Reaching the end of the ride area, they entered the more narrow paths of the single tent exhibits. Without discussing it, they went right down the path to the right. This put them on the opposite side of the main drag from the House of Saromancy tent. All of the tent flaps were open now, revealing the exhibits inside. She glanced into the first one as they passed and saw a man sitting at a table. His arm was stretched out, and 2 people were taking turns inserting needles into his flesh. She shuddered and quickly looked away, making sure to keep her eyes forward and away from the tents. "This feels almost," she said, letting the sentence trail away as she searched for the right word. "Cruel," Josh finished for her in a disgusted voice. "Feels cruel." "Yeah, exactly." She couldn't shake the sensation that they were being watched. Trying to be discreet, she casually looked over her shoulder. She couldn't be sure, but she thought that she saw a man wearing a ragged wolf mask staring at her from the crowd. The eyes were hollow and dead, and something dark stained the fur around the jaws. She turned her head forward and quickened her pace. After what seemed like hours, but had in reality only been minutes, the arch of the front gate came into view. There were barely any people there, and they practically ran towards it. Without looking back, they hurried past the now costumed staff at the gate and out of the carnival. They continued at their fast pace until they reached the bridge that led into town. They crossed it and came to a stop to catch their breath. Sarah turned back to face the carnival. Even from this distance, she could see the eye moving in the loop of the roller coaster. "Why do I feel like we just got really, really lucky?" she asked. Chapter 24. "We're not open," Michael said as he looked back and forth between the 2 men. "You were kind enough to let me shop earlier even though your store isn't officially open yet," Lieber replied. "I was hoping that you would be as generous once again." "I take it we're not talking about another music box." "No, we are not." Michael glanced over at Maggie. She looked as confused as he was, but the fact that her hand was resting on her gun holster told him that she didn't like the situation either. He looked back at the 2 men standing in his front yard. "Why don't we just cut to the part where you tell me what you want?" he suggested with more confidence in his voice than he was feeling. "I would appreciate dispensing with the usual pleasantries," Lieber said with a nod. "I have places to go and people to see tonight. It has come to my attention that you have a few things that I want." Michael's eyes narrowed. "You're going to have to be more specific than that. What are they?" "Oh, come now, Mr. Dyer. I'm sure that you don't recognize me, but I'm also quite sure that you recognize my companion." Michael clenched his teeth as he felt rage boiling up in him. He couldn't force it back down all the way, but he knew that if he let it overtake him, both he and Maggie would pay the price. Tucker Bard, he replied, practically spitting out the name. Bango the Clown. Must sting like a bitch to say my name out loud, the huge man said, stepping forward into the light coming from Forgotten Tales and revealing his clown makeup and outfit. It did. Bango was a part of the group led by Bingo, a sadistic haunted puppet that was currently trapped in the cells in the underground bunker beneath the backyard. There were a few malicious entities contained there, but Bingo was by far the worst. He was also the thing that had murdered Evelyn. Seeing Bingo's right-hand man standing just yards away was almost unbearable. Trying to keep control of himself, he turned towards Lieber. "Let me guess," he said. "Your real name is Peter Hammond, right? Or do you prefer your name from the television show, Leo Lion?" "Well, now that's just impressive," the man replied with a small nod of acknowledgement. "Please, call me Leo. That is my true face." "What a serial killer way to put that," Maggie spoke up. Leo glanced at her for just a moment before turning his attention back to Michael. "You have two things that we want, Mr. Dyer. Give us them both, and you just might live through the night." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Michael said with a shrug. "Oh, come on, don't insult me. We know about your little underground prison, and we know that you're holding our glorious leader there." "No idea what you're talking about." Leo rolled his eyes. "This isn't getting us anywhere. Bango, would you mind doing the honors and set Bingo free? I'm sure that he's growing impatient." The giant of a man took a step forward and cracked his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, Michael saw Maggie pull her gun out of the holster and point it at the giant. Her jaw was set, and her aim was steady. She moved so that she was standing slightly in front of him. "Tell Jumbo to stand down," she growled. "Put the gun down and step away, Sheriff," Leo ordered calmly. "Your lovely wife Jenny is currently in the company of certain members of our carnival. I find making threats to be distasteful, but I'm sure that you understand your position." Maggie's arms wavered. She was visibly shaken, and no matter how much she was trying to remain calm and collected, it was obvious that she was losing that internal battle. Swearing violently, Michael reached out and gently lowered her gun. "Fine," he spit out through clenched teeth. "Take him." Maggie slammed her gun so hard into its holster that he was surprised the belt didn't snap. Her eyes were locked on Leo. Michael knew that if she had the chance, she would kill the man, but for the moment, they were powerless to do anything but comply with his demands. "That's better," Leo said approvingly. "Why don't the three of us wait here while Bango does what he does best?" The clown headed around the side of the house towards the backyard. Michael ignored him and continued to watch Leo. There had to be some way out of this. He mentally ran through what he knew about the man. Peter Hammond had joined the Bingo Circus Extravaganza cast as Leo Lion, a mascot lion character that was mostly comic relief. Outside of the show, however, he was a sick and sadistic man that had murdered at least a dozen people, mostly young women. He had committed all of them while wearing his show costume. There had never been enough evidence for the authorities to prove that he was the killer, a common theme when it came to Bingo's troupe. His companion, Bango, was even worse. The man behind the makeup, Tucker Bard, was a former Vietnam War veteran that was rumored to have been discharged under mysterious circumstances. Michael didn't know how he had joined up with Bingo after that, but he had been the first to do so. Sometime after that, the giant man had turned cannibal. He didn't just kill people, he devoured them piece by piece. "While we wait," Leo said suddenly, "why don't we take care of the second order of business?" Raising up his suit coat slightly, he reached back and pulled something out of the waistband of his pants. He gently, almost lovingly unfolded it. It was a lion mask, designed to cover the wearer's entire head. The rubber parts were cracked and faded, and large tufts of the hair were missing. Parts of it were covered in brownish stains. He carefully pulled the mask over his head and tucked the edges underneath his dress shirt. "That's much better," he said, his voice sounding sinister as it came out through the mask. "Now then, where's the key, Mr. Dyer?" "What key?" Michael asked, genuinely confused by the odd question. "The lodge key. We know that you have it." When demons had appeared not long after Michael and his daughter had returned to Lamplight Woods after an over decade and a half absence, he and Maggie had eventually found themselves in the home of the woman that had summoned them. There they had found a key attached to a green diamond-shaped keychain with the words Blackwood Lodge written on it. With as busy as he had been since then, he'd only had limited time to look into it. So far he hadn't come up with anything. "Why do you want it?" Maggie demanded. Michael glanced over at her. She could have quite the temper at times, but she was controlling herself remarkably well given the circumstances. Her eyes betrayed how difficult it was for her to do so. "Doesn't matter?" Leo answered with a snort. "Or is the only thing that really matters the fact that we'll tear your wife to pieces if your friend here doesn't give us what we want?" "It's yours," Michael said quickly as he saw Maggie's jaw tighten. "I'll go inside and get it." "Oh, please, don't treat me like an idiot. We'll get it ourselves. Just tell me where it is." It had been worth a try. "It's in the study. The study is hidden. You'll need to—" "No need to explain," a woman's voice said from behind him, so close that he could feel the speaker's breath on his neck. Both Michael and Maggie spun around in surprise. Standing a few feet away was a woman. She was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was cut oddly, with one side short and the other side long. "Sylvia Curioso," Maggie spat out. "Not Curioso," Michael corrected, feeling his mouth go dry. "Her name is Poe." The final member of Bingo's inner circle, Sylvia Poe was by far the most dangerous of them. She possessed powers that very few understood, and even fewer knew where they came from. The term witch didn't even begin to scratch the surface. "I'm flattered that you remember me," Poe said. "It's been quite a while. Of course, I remember you as well, Mr. Dyer. I think about you quite often." He understood the threat underneath her words, and he shuddered. "I'll go retrieve the key," Poe told Leo. "You and Bango bring Bingo to me at the theater tent. I'll be ready by the time you've returned." Raising her eyebrow at Michael, she smiled slightly before going up the front steps and into Forgotten Tales. She shut the door behind her, and the lock engaged with an audible click. She had barely crossed the threshold when laughter echoed from out towards the backyard. Michael's body began to shake, but he refused to turn towards the sound. Instead, he kept his attention directly on Leo. He was determined not to give the man the satisfaction of seeing how angry and scared he was. Even over the laughing, he could hear the sound of Bango's huge feet crunching on the driveway gravel. They drew rapidly closer, and in less than a minute he heard the voice that had haunted him for so long. "Mikey," the voice exclaimed. "How nice of you to be here for my jailbreak." Michael threw one last searing look at Leo before he reluctantly turned towards the speaker. Sitting on Bango's broad shoulder was a black and white Siberian husky hand puppet. It was wearing a red coat with tails, and a top hat sat on its head. It was the host for the spirit of Walter Douglas, but both his real name and his humanity had been abandoned long ago. "What? No hug?" Bingo asked with feigned sadness. "I thought we were friends." "Go to hell," Michael replied shortly. Bingo threw back his head and laughed. "That is a very appropriate request to make tonight, Mikey. Oh, I can't wait to see the expression on your face when you see the fun that I have planned. Speaking of which, do you have what I asked for, Leo?" "Indeed," Leo replied, looking up at his master. "Poe is going to be waiting for us when we arrive." Having the right people to work with makes all the difference, right, Mikey? Well, I must be going. Don't worry, though. We'll play together very, very soon. The trio began walking towards the van, but after only a few steps, Bango called a halt. You know what? He asked. I can't leave things like this. I want to give you something for the trouble of letting me stay here at your beautiful home. Put out your left hand. Michael didn't move. Come on, Mikey, don't be stubborn. Are you really going to make me say it? Okay, fine. If you don't put out your left hand right this second, I'll have Bango twist the head of your friend's wife off like the lid of a pickle jar. Not having a choice, Michael extended his arm and presented his hand palm down. Bango examined it for a moment before he nodded to himself. Bango, please give Mr. Dyer our thanks, Bango instructed. Bango leaned over with surprising speed. His teeth snapped down on the tip of Michael's ring finger. They were razor sharp, and they tore right through the bone to sever the fingertip off up to the back of the nail. Maggie yelled Michael's name as he cried out in pain. Blood poured out of the wound as he quickly covered it with part of his shirt. He tried to remember what to do when there was a loss of a piece of limb, but he was having a hard time thinking straight through the agony. And we're off, Bango called out as his group got in the van. Be sure to come visit us tonight at the carnival, or should I say, the newly rebranded Bango's Circus Extravaganza. His laughter filled the air as the van pulled away. Chapter 25. Maggie had to fight back the urge to get in her car and chase down the van as it disappeared down the road. Every fiber of her being was screaming at her to stop it, pull the occupants out, and put a bullet in each of their heads. Doing so would probably cost Jenny her life, however. She choked down the rage and turned her attention to Michael. He had wrapped part of his shirt around his severed finger. The blood was turning the cloth dark. He was extremely pale, and his face was screwed up in agony. She started to look around for the part of the finger that had been bitten off by the monstrosity Lieber, or Leo, or whatever had brought with him. There was a chance that it could be reattached and saved, but she would have to find it quickly and get him immediately to the town doctor. You won't find it, Michael said in a strained voice. The piece of finger. It's gone. It might still be here, Maggie replied. They didn't take it with them. He shook his head weakly. It's gone. Bango ate it. He did what? It's what he does. He's a cannibal. It doesn't matter. I have to get this washed out. Maggie followed closely as he slowly walked up the porch steps into the front door. His movements were oddly stilted, and he was breathing heavily. Both were signs that he was starting to go into shock. She hurried up the steps and grabbed his arm to steady him. Keys, he muttered. It took her a moment to realize what he was asking. He couldn't get his keys out of his pocket without letting go of the shirt wrapped around the bleeding finger, and the woman had locked the door behind her. She carefully reached into his front right pocket and retrieved them before unlocking the door. You just wanted my hand in your pants, she said, hoping that the humor would help keep him calm. Can you blame me? He asked as they went inside. Nope, I'm very good with my hands. The bookcase concealing the hidden study was standing wide open. Maggie quickly crossed over to it and looked inside. Poe was gone. She closed the bookcase and returned to Michael's side. She helped him to the downstairs bathroom. As he slowly removed his hand from his shirt, she turned on the water in the sink and made sure that it was warm enough to clean the wound, but not so hot that it would burn. He took a deep breath and put the damaged finger under the tap. He immediately closed his eyes and swore loudly. The veins on his neck stood out as he forced himself to keep his finger in the water despite the obvious pain. Maggie awkwardly stood next to him, unsure what she could do to help. His body visibly relaxed as he adjusted to the feeling. Sweat was running off of his forehead, and he still looked pale, but at least it didn't seem like he was going to pass out anymore. He carefully continued to rinse out the wound. In the upstairs bathroom, there's a bottle of liquid bandage, he said. I think there's some wrapping too, but I can't remember for sure. Would you get them for me? Liquid bandage, she repeated. Michael, I don't think that's a good idea. We need to get you to a doctor. It's a terrible idea. It's probably going to do some permanent damage to my finger if I use it instead of getting surgery, or at least stitches. It doesn't matter. We have to figure out how to get Jenny away from those people. I can't ask you to do that. You're not asking. I'm volunteering. Come on, go get the things so I can stop the bleeding. Maggie reluctantly left the bathroom and headed upstairs. She nearly tripped over Mira. It had positioned itself right next to the base of the stairs, its dark eyes focused on the door of the bathroom as it whimpered quietly in a worried tone. It took a bit of searching, but she finally found the tube of liquid bandage in the medicine cabinet in the upstairs bathroom. There wasn't any wrapping, but there was a roll of medical tape, so she grabbed that instead. She also took a bottle of aspirin. She hurried back down to the main floor. Michael nodded his thanks when she returned to the bathroom. He took his finger out from under the water and unscrewed the cap of the tube. Taking a series of deep breaths, he squeezed liquid bandage into the wound. Fuck, 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 he exclaimed. Holy shit, that hurts. Is there anything else that I can do? Maggie asked. I'm going to need you to wrap up the wound. He set down the tube and lightly blew on the liquid bandage. Not too tight. Cutting off circulation would be really bad. He held out his hand for her. A wave of sympathy filled her as she examined the damaged finger. It would be something that he would live with for the rest of his life. She carefully bandaged it while making sure to leave it as loose as possible. After she had finished, he opened the aspirin bottle and fished out 2 pills. He held them up to his mouth for a moment before he shook his head. He put the pills back into the bottle and sealed it. I can't take them, he said, setting the bottle down on the edge of the sink. Aspirin stops clotting. Can't believe I almost forgot that. Stupid. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself, Maggie said. I forgot that too, and besides, you just suffered a traumatic injury. Doesn't matter. I need to do better. Bango will kill everyone if I'm not at my best. He's that dangerous? Michael closed his eyes and nodded. Bango is a plague. He's only interested in causing pain. He and his troop, when they were at their peak, they killed and killed and killed. And that was before whatever deal they struck with whatever dark power that made them the way that they are now. She stared at him intently. I don't understand. He took a deep breath. For decades, all the way back to the 60s, Bango Circus Extravaganza has appeared on televisions in small towns. On the surface, it's just some children's variety show with puppets and clowns and silly antics. In reality, it's a warning. No, not a warning. It's a threat. A threat that Bango and Bango and Poe and Leo Lion and all the others have come to your town, and they won't be leaving until they've had their fill of bloodshed. You're not making much sense. Michael opened his eyes and looked at her. Bango doesn't make much sense. That's the problem. He's completely chaotic and unpredictable. It's why I wasn't... He stopped talking and looked down into the sink. Maggie remained silent. There was something about the look on his face that told her that he was working through something that she shouldn't interrupt. It's why I wasn't there to save Evelyn, Michael said, his voice quieter than it had been. I thought that I had figured out what he was planning. I thought I knew exactly where he was going to be, exactly how to counter his play. That I was the one person over all these years that understood what Bango Circus Extravaganza was, and that I could put a stop to it. I was wrong. Michael, Maggie began. We have to find a way to not just stop him, but to end him. If we don't, he's going to come after you, he's going to come after Sarah, He's going to come after anyone even remotely tied to any of us. Then he's going to pick up and move on to the next place, and it's all going to happen again. This has to end here. Chapter 26. Jenny sat down in the sand and pulled her legs up under her chin. She watched as the ocean waves swelled and receded over and over again as they rolled into shore. Despite her overall fear, she had to admit that it was a hell of a view. A few hours earlier, she had awoken in a bedroom that she didn't recognize, in a bed that wasn't hers. She had immediately gotten up and left the room, and she had found that she was in a beach house. It had been immensely confusing. The last thing she remembered before waking up was the woman in the carnival tent reaching out and grabbing her arm. Everything after that was a blur. She had searched the house top to bottom and found nothing to explain what had happened to her. She had then ventured outside to see if there was some sort of clue there. After a few minutes, she had found that she was at the edge of a vast desert with no sign of life as far as she could see. Now, she sat in the sand and tried to come to grips with what was happening. She had no idea where she was or how she had gotten there, but in a way, that didn't matter. What mattered in the immediate moment was making sure that she could survive wherever she had ended up. She looked up and down the beach. At least it didn't appear that she was in any immediate danger. There wasn't anyone else around for miles. She wondered what Maggie was doing. Her wife would have returned to the carnival quite a while ago, and she must be worried sick. Jenny smiled slightly. If she knew Maggie, she was tearing the carnival apart piece by piece at this very moment. The smile faded. The woman with the ice show, Lisbeth Erickson, had known that she and Maggie were married. She hoped that Maggie wasn't in danger. Well, there was no sense worrying about it. Jenny stood up and brushed the sand off of her. Maggie was the most stubborn woman that she knew. She could take care of herself. Jenny started to make a mental checklist. The 3 things that she needed more than anything else were shelter, water, and food. The shelter was already covered thanks to the beach house. That left the other 2 items on the list. She took a deep breath, drawing in the scent of the beach. The water was definitely salt water. The air smelled strongly of it. Even if it hadn't been, she still wouldn't have wanted to drink from it without boiling it first, and there was no power in the house. There wasn't much in the way of twigs or other wood for a fire either. The few sparse trees didn't have many limbs. Jenny went back into the house through the kitchen door. She had been so preoccupied with trying to figure out where she was that she hadn't thought to check the structure for basic necessities. She turned the handle on the sink and was surprised to see water come out of the curved tap. Using the tips of her fingers, she tasted it. To both her surprise and her relief, it was clean and drinkable. Not knowing if the sink would continue to work, she put the stopper in the drain and filled it with water. She turned it off and nodded to herself. That took care of drinking water, at least temporarily. That just left finding food. She didn't bother to check the refrigerator. Without any power, there wouldn't be anything able to be eaten even if there was food inside. There was a small pantry, but when she opened it, she found that it was empty. None of the cupboards or shelves contained anything edible either. She sat down at the kitchen table and put her elbows on it as she thought things through. Something under her right elbow poked her skin, and she raised it to figure out what she had touched. Dried to the top of the table was what appeared to be old blood. It must have become stuck to the table years earlier. She stood back up and wiped at her elbow. None of the substance seemed to have stuck. She slowly walked through the house. There wasn't much to it, just the kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom with a bathroom attached to it. She wandered from room to room, looking for anything that might prove to be useful. She didn't find much. There was an oil lantern that looked like it hadn't been used for a very long time, along with a few canisters of fuel for it. She also found a half-used box of matches. Between those items, she would be able to move around when it became dark, at least until she ran out of oil. Placing the items on the kitchen table, she went back outside and examined the house itself closely. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. It was just an old run-down beach house that was badly in need of repairs and a fresh coat of paint. When she returned to the side of the house with the door, she found a woman standing on the steps. It was Sylvia Curioso, the carnival worker that she had met when she and Maggie had tried to purchase their tickets. At the time, she had seemed like a pleasant enough person, but now her eyes were cold, and she looked at her with a blank expression. "Hello, Miss Grant," she said in a voice devoid of emotion. "Miss Curioso?" Jenny asked, confused. "What's going on? Where am I?" "You're in the Sea Lodge. As for the rest of the questions that you may or may not have, I do not have time for them. I am simply here to give you the facts of the situation. You are to be our guest for the time being." "Why? I don't understand." "You don't need to understand." She pointed through the doorway. "Inside you will find a year's worth of food and supplies. This will be restocked as needed. You are not to leave the house at night or during times when the sky is dark. This is for your own safety. If you do leave during those times, you will most likely die." Jenny's mind raced as it tried to keep up. A year's worth of supplies? How long was Curioso planning on keeping her here? Why was she doing this? "There is no escape from here," Curioso continued. "The desert that surrounds this place is endless. The sea is wider and deeper than the human mind can comprehend. Any attempt to leave will inevitably be met with death. Do I make myself clear?" Without waiting for an answer, she turned and went into the house. Jenny hesitated for just a moment before running after her. She might be able to force Curioso to take her back to Lamplight Woods if she could catch her. Curioso was gone when she reached the kitchen. She quickly checked every part of the house, but she had vanished. She punched the wall in frustration. There was, however, a large pile of boxes and containers in the living room that hadn't been there before. Rubbing her throbbing hand, she started going through them. The majority of them contained canned and packed foods, the kinds that would last for long periods of time without going bad. She moved those boxes off to one side so that she could sort them later. There were also a variety of things that would allow her to survive. One box contained a camping stove with bottles of propane, as well as a plate, a bowl, and a set of silverware. Another box had clothes and cleaning supplies. The final container, the largest of them all, had an odd mixture of blankets and fishing equipment. Curioso was clearly planning on keeping her here for a long time. She looked around the room slowly, trying to come to grips with the fact that she was trapped and would have to survive on her own. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore filled the room as she sank down to the floor and wept. Chapter 27. Sarah and Josh were retrieving their bikes from the split-log storage room when her phone rang. She dug around in her pocket for a moment before retrieving it. She frowned as she saw who was calling. "Hey, Dad," she said as she answered it. "Is everything okay?" "Not by a long shot," her father replied. "Are you still at the carnival?" "No, we just left. What's wrong?" "I don't have time to go into everything. The short version is that Bango is free and on his way to the carnival. The people working there actually work for him." Sarah felt a cold chill run through her. Bango was the creature that had killed her mother. She had encountered him once before when she had first discovered the underground bunker beneath their backyard, and even though he had been contained inside of a cell, the experience had left her shaken for quite a while afterward. "Fuck," she said in a choked voice. "Fuck indeed," her father said. "I need you to not go back to the carnival. Don't trust anyone from there either, especially a woman named Sylvia Curioso. She's actually Poe, one of Bingo's most dangerous followers." "Yeah, okay, not a problem." "You can't come back to the house either. I can do a few things to make sure that it's safe, but they also have Jenny. Maggie and I need to find her and to try to figure out some way to stop all of this. Do you have somewhere that you can go? Not Josh's house either. We have to assume that they know about him." Sarah thought for a moment. "Yeah, I know a place. It's—" "Don't tell me," her father snapped. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bite your head off there. Just don't tell me where you're going. If I don't know, there's no way that they can find out from me." "That sounds ominous." "Yeah, it does. We don't know what these people are capable of, so until we do, we have to assume the worst. I'll call you when we figure out what we're doing. Stay safe, kiddo." "You too, old man." Sarah put the phone back into her pocket and looked at Josh. He was staring at her with a worried look on his face. She shook her head. "I'll tell you when we get where we need to go," she said. They waved goodbye to Mr. Grant and headed down the street. The cool night air whipped through Sarah's red hair. She didn't even remember when she had lost the tie that she had used earlier in the evening to keep it out of her face. Without it, she had to swipe the hair out of her eyes every so often. She led the way out of town and down a series of roads. When they reached what appeared to be a dead end, she angled her bike around the metal railing and into the woods behind it. There was a narrow path that was almost impossible to see unless someone was actively looking for it. They followed it deep into the woods, the glow from their bike lights barely enough to cut through the darkness. The path came to an abrupt halt at a large rock. Sarah got off of her bike and walked around to the other side of the boulder. Finding the odd series of grooves that she was looking for, she placed her hand on them and used her fingertips to release the lock. There was a hissing of escaping air, and a hidden hatch in the ground popped open. She gripped it with both hands and pulled up to open it all the way. Inside was a ladder leading down underground. "I'll go first," Josh offered. He carefully lowered himself into the hole and hurried down the ladder. It was roughly 10 feet to the bottom. "Okay, I'm ready," he called up. Sarah went back around the rock and picked up her bike. Making sure that she had a solid grip, she slowly lowered it down through the hatch. It hung in midair for a few seconds before she felt Josh start to pull it from below. She let go, and he carefully set it down on the concrete floor. They did the same thing for his bike. Once that was done, she went down the ladder and closed the hatch behind her. As the lock clicked into place, a series of dim bulbs came to life. They were small lights that had been set into the walls themselves. The bulbs were bright enough for them to see while they walked down the tunnel, but just barely. They came to a familiar metal door with a wheel lock. Josh turned the wheel and opened it, and they went inside. She flipped the light switch as they entered. There was a quiet humming noise as the overhead fluorescent bulbs turned on. She had brought them to the second of the hidden safe houses that they had discovered over the summer. It was very similar to the one behind the waterfall, featuring a collection of books and display cases, as well as an old computer. Unlike the waterfall safe house, however, this room also contained food and water that they had brought down when they had first found it. There was also a beat-up wood futon that they had purchased for almost nothing at a garage sale, so that they both had a place to sit. "Ready to tell me what's going on?" Josh asked as he shut and locked the door. Sarah quickly filled him in on what her father had told her. He listened intently, and she could see that something was bothering him besides the bad news that she was relaying to him. When she had finished, he nodded once. "I knew there was something going on with that carnival," he said, although she wasn't sure if he was talking to her or himself. "Josh, is something going on that you're not telling me?" Sarah asked. "Ever since we had that argument, you've acted like there's something bothering you." He stared silently for a few moments as if he was trying to work out what to say. Seemingly coming to a decision, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper. He unfolded it and handed it to her. "Trapped in the house," it read. "Need help. Josh Taylor." "I don't understand," she admitted. "What am I looking at here?" I don't know, Josh replied. That's my handwriting, and it looks like it was written in blood. I don't remember writing it, though, and based on the color and fading, it looks like it was written quite a while ago. Where did you find it? On the ground outside of the building you found me in front of. I think something happened to me back there. I don't know what. The answer is so close, like it's right on the edge of my consciousness, but I just can't get it. He seemed disturbed by what he was saying. Sarah suddenly realized just how hard of a night he had been having. First, the memory of his parents' deaths had been dragged up by the woman with the wax. Then he had suffered a migraine, and now there was the prospect that something even worse had happened that he couldn't quite remember. We'll figure things out together, Josh, she promised. Chapter 28. Before they could start to work on finding and freeing Jenny, Michael needed to make sure that only Bango had escaped when Bango had broken into the underground bunker. There were 2 other paranormal creatures being held in cells, each one of them as dangerous as Bango in their own way. He quickly went down into the bunker and verified that the other 2 cells were still sealed. While Bango hadn't freed the other 2 creatures, he had certainly done a number on Bango's cell. The thick iron door had been ripped completely off of its hinges and was lying against the opposite wall. Michael tried to figure out just how much force that would have required before giving up. There was no way a normal human could have come anywhere close to doing that kind of damage. He examined the door for a moment. There were large dents in the sides where Bango had dug his fingers into it. The man, if he was a man at this point, had strength like he had never seen. He left the bunker and closed the hatch as best as he could. Bango hadn't opened it so much as he had ripped it apart. There was a large gap between the bent metal and the ground, but there wasn't much that he could do about it currently. Maggie was waiting for him when he returned to the back porch. She was anxiously tapping her foot with an annoyed scowl on her face. She quickly came down the porch steps as he approached. "Are you finally ready to go?" she asked. "I will be in a minute," he replied. "I'm guessing that you want us to go straight to the carnival?" "You heard Bango. He practically invited us. They have to be keeping Jenny there somewhere." "Probably." He paused. "You do realize that this is a trap, right? It's exactly what they want." "Yeah, I'm fucking aware," she growled. "What the hell? You were all fired up about having to get there and kill Bango. Now you're dragging your feet." He held up both hands, wincing as his damaged finger throbbed. "Hey, I'm on your side here, Maggie. I swear that I am. I'm using everything that I've got to keep myself under control. I can't see straight when it comes to Bango, and if I go after him at anything but my best, he's going to have no trouble taking me apart piece by piece. That's why you have to take the lead on this. Jenny is your wife, so this is your call. I'll back whatever play you want to run." Maggie stared at him for a long moment, her jaw set in anger in her eyes. As he watched, the anger faded and was replaced by uncertainty. "I know you will," she said in a much different tone of voice. "Look, I'm sorry, Michael. I get it," he assured her. "I'm so sorry this is happening to you and your family. Let's figure out how to make this right." They went into the store. Michael opened the bookcase and they went into the hidden study. Mira was already inside. It stood next to the desk and watched him as he approached. "Believe me, I know," he muttered to the animal. "I'm not any happier about it than you are." "What was that?" Maggie asked as she closed the bookcase behind them. "Mira's upset about Bango being free," he explained. "It had a special relationship with Evelyn when we were growing up." "Ah." She sat down in one of the chairs and ran a hand through her hair as he did the same. "Okay, so what are we going to do?" Michael hesitated. He didn't have a good answer for her. Bango was completely unpredictable. There just wasn't much to use to come up with a plan with. He shook his head helplessly. They sat silently for a while. Michael eventually stood up and started to pace around the room. He always thought better when he was moving for some reason. Nothing was coming to him, though. It was like he had a mental block when it came to Bango. He grimaced. His hands were trembling. It wasn't just that he wasn't thinking straight. He was scared. Scared that Bango would take away Sarah the way he had Evelyn. Scared that he wouldn't be able to stop this horrible event that he knew was coming. Michael took a few deep breaths in an attempt to calm his nerves. They didn't help. "We need to walk in there like we own the place," Maggie said suddenly. Michael stopped pacing and looked at her in surprise. He'd gotten so far into his own thoughts that he had almost forgotten that she was there. It took him a moment to process what she had said. "We do?" he asked. "Yeah, we do," she confirmed. "We have to assume that anyone working for that carnival is a threat, right?" "Right." "That means that we're vastly outnumbered. 2 against God knows how many. We also know that they're expecting us, thanks to that puppet asshole's comments as they were leaving. The only advantage we have is if they think we've got something up our sleeves." "I think I get where you're coming from," he said slowly. "You're saying that if we go in there like we're completely comfortable doing so, they'll think that we know something that they don't. You want to throw them off with a complete bluff." "Exactly." He nodded. "Okay, yeah, I like it. It's a small advantage at best, but we can use any edge we can get." "Do you have anything here that we can use?" "Maggie." She looked him in the eye. "Michael, I know that the objects and artifacts that you and your family have collected over the years are kept here because they're dangerous and shouldn't be used. Look at the situation we're in, though. What other choice is there? Do you really think that a couple of guns are going to be enough?" He looked away. He knew that she was right, but the thought of going against everything that his grandfather had taught him about enchanted, cursed, and otherwise special objects made him feel sick to his stomach. This wasn't Lamplight Woods' sheriff asking him for a favor, though. This was his best friend begging for help in her hour of need. And besides, she was right. "There might be a few things that we can use," he conceded. "Most of the most powerful objects can't be used without intense training or paying some awful price, but I think we'll be okay using some of the less powerful ones." "Not us," Maggie corrected him. "You. You know way more about this stuff than I do. I'd just be putting us in even more danger." "You're putting a lot of faith in me." "Michael, I always do." He had never been good at taking compliments, and he found himself unsure how to answer this one. Instead, he walked over to a display case sitting up against the wall opposite the door. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the case key. He swore as his bandaged finger hit the side of his pocket, causing fresh pain to radiate from it. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the key. "There's one thing that you need to be the one to use," he said as he unlocked the case. Maggie got out of her chair and came over to stand beside him. He took a wooden box out of the case and handed it to her. The case was adorned with silver markings and a latch made from pure silver. She looked at him questioningly. He nodded at her once, and she opened it. Inside was an old revolver. "That is an 1874 Colt single-action Army," Michael explained. "You probably know it better as a Peacemaker. Chambered for a .45 Colt cartridge, ivory handle. This particular Peacemaker was owned by one Wild Bill Hickok." "The Wild Bill Hickok?" Maggie asked in surprise. "This is a cool piece of history, but I don't get why you're showing me this." Wild Bill is famous for his accurate shooting. The legends say that he never missed a shot. Here's the part that most people don't know, however. At some point in his illustrious career, he encountered something unnatural. Something that simple bullets couldn't hurt, couldn't even touch. What was it? No one knows. What is known is that he sought out a shaman to help solve the problem. The shaman put a powerful blessing on the gun. Any bullet fired from it would pierce through anything, natural or unnatural. She tilted her head slightly. Now that sounds extremely useful. I'm sure the enchantment has its limits, but if it does, no one has found them yet. Go on, take it. Maggie reached into the box and carefully lifted the peacemaker off the red cushion. He watched as she examined it closely, working the weapon in her hands as she inspected it. When she was finished, she looked back up at him. "Thank you, Michael," she said sincerely. "I promise that I'll take care of it." "I know you will," he said with a small smile. "There's a box of silver rounds under the cushion. Between the peacemaker and those, you should be able to do a lot of damage." "What are you going to use?" He scratched the back of his neck as he looked around the study. "Oh, I've got a few ideas." Chapter 29. "That doesn't make any sense," Sarah said for a second time, staring at the computer screen from over Josh's shoulder. "No, it doesn't, but you can see it for yourself," he replied, pointing at the screen. "There aren't any camera feeds showing the field the carnival is in." She shook her head and stood up straight. When they had discovered the feeds from the legion of cameras that her grandfather had set up around Lamplight Woods, there had been at least a dozen that had shown the general area where the carnival had been set up. She distinctly remembered seeing at least 2 feeds that looked directly at the center of the field. To get that angle, they had to have been mounted to buildings in the downtown area. Now, though, there wasn't a single camera showing anything near the place. It would have been next to impossible for someone to find, remove, or disable every single one of them, and yet that appeared to be exactly what happened. It simply didn't make any sense. "What's the closest camera that we've got?" she asked as she reined in her annoyance. "I'm pretty sure that's the one pointing towards the mayor's office," Josh answered as he cycled through the camera feeds again. "Yeah, that's definitely it." Sarah sighed. While the mayor's office wasn't very far from the field, the camera he was referring to was pointing in the wrong direction to be able to see anything. It wasn't going to be any help. "I'm so fucking tired," she said as she flopped down onto the futon. "What time is it, anyway?" "It's after midnight," Josh replied as he continued to type on the ancient keyboard. "Why don't you try to get some sleep?" "Maybe in a bit. How are you going to explain to your grandmother why you're not coming home tonight?" He shrugged. "I don't have to. Since she knew I was going to be with you at the carnival tonight, she took the opportunity to visit her sister in Pittsburgh." "This is weird." She looked over at him. "What's weird?" "I think it's a carnival tent?" "I thought you said that the cameras couldn't see into the carnival." "They can't. I'm looking at one of the downtown feeds." Confused, Sarah stood back up and went over to see what he was talking about. The camera he was watching was positioned so that it was pointing at Grayson's general store. Immediately to the left of the store was a small alley that was mostly used for trucks making deliveries to both Grayson's and the pharmacy on the opposite side. Now, though, there was a tent set up in between the two businesses. It was large enough that it blocked the entire entrance to the alley. It was definitely the same kind of tent as the ones at the carnival. "The hell?" she muttered. "Hold on," Josh said. "Let me check something." He pressed a key on the keyboard and the image changed. They're now looking at Dylan's law firm, a small law practice consisting of 1 lawyer and 1 assistant that handled mostly estate planning. It was at the end of town furthest from the carnival, the very last building that could be considered part of downtown Lamplight Woods. To its right, in the open grassy area leading away from downtown, was another carnival tent. Although it was hard to be certain due to the cameras being black and white, this one looked darker than the one next to Grayson's. She remembered that when they had left Maester and Lieber's, the tents had become two colors, red and black. Josh cycled through all the cameras slowly as they closely watched the feeds. They spotted a number of other tents, all of them between or at the end of buildings. Sarah glanced at him and knew exactly what he was thinking. None of these had been there when they had retrieved their bikes. It's like they're, I don't know, filling in the gaps, he said as he lifted his glasses and rubbed the sides of his nose. Wherever there's a space that's more than a few feet wide, there's one of those tents. You know what I'm going to point out, right? Sarah asked. That there's no sign of anyone that's actually putting them up? Right. There wouldn't have been time to get this many tents up since we left without a small army, and we haven't seen a single person on any of these feeds. She was expecting a response, but Josh was silent. He had stopped cycling through the cameras and was simply staring at the screen. From the expression on his face, she could tell that he wasn't really looking at the image. I'm going to suggest something that I know sounds insane, he said finally. Everything in Lamplight Woods is insane, Sarah pointed out. What are you thinking? What if the carnival is somehow spreading? What, like it's getting bigger? Yeah, well, kind of. I'm not sure how to put this into words. What if the carnival is like a virus, a sickness that spreads out and infects everything around it? Instead of affecting a body, Maester and Lieber's infects the places that it visits. Sarah frowned. That's a big leap, Josh. I know. Believe me, I know. I just have this feeling. I don't think that I've ever seen you trust your gut over your head before. He looked up at her. That should tell you how strong the feeling is. She stared at him for a long moment. There was something about the way that he was looking at her that made her blood run cold. It was almost as if he was begging her to believe him. She put her hand on his shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly. What he was saying was more than a little out there, but he seemed so certain about it that she was convinced. Besides, Lamplight Woods had far more than its fair share of weirdness. She had a mythical teleporting rabbit with a horn that slept on her bed. In your analogy, the virus wouldn't stop at just setting up shop around the healthy cells, she pointed out. No, he agreed, relaxing visibly as he realized that she believed him. A virus attacks healthy cells. It can damage or kill them. If I'm remembering biology from last year correctly, it can even change the cells into something different. She shuddered. Which way do you think that Maester and Lieber's is going in? Damage, kill, or change? I don't know, Josh said, looking back at the camera feed. All I know is that these tents out in the town combined with Bango being freed makes it pretty clear that they've got something on the agenda for Lamplight Woods. You should tell your dad about the tents. Good call, she said, taking her phone out of her pocket and looking at it. I don't have any bars down here. How about you? He checked his own phone and frowned. Let me see yours really quick. She handed it over. What are you checking? Shit. I was hoping it was just my phone, but it's the same for yours. See that error up in the corner? It's not that we're not getting a strong signal. Service is completely down. Sarah sat down on the edge of the desk and crossed her arms. You know, I wish that I was naive enough to believe that's just a coincidence. Chapter 30. Jenny finished the last bit of the can of peaches as she sat on the back steps watching the water. As a child, she had always loved the ocean. She hadn't gotten to see it very often, but when her family would take a trip or go on vacation near a coastline, she would plead with her parents until they allowed her to visit the beach. There were ponds and lakes in Ohio, sure, but the ocean was a different beast entirely. She had been mesmerized by its strength and size. There was something different about this particular ocean, however. She had watched it off and on for weeks now, and even though she hadn't noticed anything strange about it compared to the Atlantic Ocean from her childhood, she knew that something wasn't quite right about it. She glanced up at the sky and saw that night was rapidly approaching. The ocean would have to wait for another day. She stood up and walked down the beach to an area that she had marked with a large rock. She pushed away the sand to create a hole and put the can down into it before refilling it. She knew that under most circumstances it wasn't good to bury trash the way that she had been, but in this case, there was nothing else to do with it. Leaving it in the house would create clutter and an unhealthy living space, and it wasn't like there was trash collection here at the end of the world. Brushing herself off, she went back inside and shut the door. She made sure to lock it as she did so. The things that came out at night didn't seem to be able to break in. She wasn't 100% sure of that, though, so she made it a point to keep everything locked when it wasn't day. At first she had thought that she wasn't really hearing anything, that Curioso's warning to stay indoors during the night had caused her imagination to play tricks on her. The noises had been faint, after all, and it had been easy to dismiss them as the wind blowing through the boards of the old house. It hadn't required much effort at all to convince herself that had been the case. The noises had come every night since she had been there, though. Some nights they were far in the distance, and others they sounded like they were inches away from the house. She hadn't been able to keep up the self-delusion for long. There was something out there in the darkness each night, probably more than one thing. Jenny began to go through the evening routine that she had fallen into. She made sure that all food and dishes were in the places that she had made for them in the kitchen. There was no way to know if the things that came each night could smell the food in the containers, but on the chance they could, she wanted to reduce the risk as much as possible. Once that was done, she went around the house and drew all the curtains and blinds while checking to make sure that the locks were engaged. Finally, she went into the bedroom and made sure that she had everything that she needed. The bedroom was the room with the smallest amount of windows, but it made sense to confine herself to it during the night hours. She kept the curtains closed at all times, and she had also managed to hang one of the blankets behind them to make it almost impossible to see in from the outside. A supply of canned food had been put underneath the bed just in case she was unable to leave for a significant time. She had fashioned a crude spear out of a branch, and it leaned up against the wall next to the door. Being careful not to strain anything, she slowly pushed the dresser in front of the door leading out into the kitchen. The door swung inward and didn't have a lock, but the dresser was heavy enough to make someone think twice about trying to break into the room. With that done, she went into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Every time she went through the routine, it made her feel like she was preparing for a hurricane. She had placed the lantern and fuel canisters onto the nightstand just in case she needed them. She had yet to light the lantern during the night. The benefits of being able to see better were tiny compared to the need to stay safe and unnoticed. She is keeping it close in case of emergency, however. Her eyes lingered on the lantern for a moment. The few times that she had lit it, all of which had been during the day, it had behaved strangely. The glow of the flame behind the glass panels looked bright when she looked directly at the lantern, but it didn't illuminate as large of an area as it should. She had no explanation for the curious anomaly. She took off her shoes, changed into a pair of sweatpants, and laid down on the bed. The clothes that Curioso had left her hadn't included sleepwear, so she made do with what she had been given. They were a bit too large and very warm. It was still better than nothing. Jenny wasn't sure how long she'd been lying there when she began to hear the sounds. She got out of bed as quietly as she could and retrieved the spear, before getting back in and sitting on the mattress with her legs tucked underneath her. She knew that she wouldn't be able to sleep until the noises were gone, so there was no point in trying to. Her grip on the spear tightened as she heard a sound just outside the kitchen. They were closer tonight. As always, she tried to work out what it was that she was hearing, but also as always, she couldn't quite come to a conclusion. The one thing that she was certain of was that it was some form of communication. The sound was somehow watery, like it was coming from underwater. It was also strangely like the noise a windshield wiper made as it passed over the glass. There was a definite rhythm to it, and the pitch rose and fell like the cadence of language. It wasn't any language that she had ever heard, but she was sure that it was one. The noises moved around the side of the house until they were directly outside the bedroom window. She sat still and held her breath. The sounds continued on for a few minutes, and she could hear something shuffling in the sand. Finally, they moved on further down the beach, and she quietly released the breath that she had been holding. It was possible that they would be back. Usually once they had left, they would stay gone until the next night, but a handful of times they had returned shortly before daybreak, before leaving for good just before the first light of day appeared. She didn't know where they went when they weren't outside the house, and she didn't really care as long as they left her alone. She laid back in the bed and set the spear down next to her, keeping it close just in case she needed it. Chapter 31. Now what the fuck is this? Maggie demanded as she slammed on the brakes. Michael grunted as his seatbelt locked in to prevent him from going forward. He had been running through a number of things in his head as she had been driving, and he hadn't been fully paying attention as they had approached the downtown area. Now that he had been forcefully roused from his thoughts, he looked out the windshield to see what had forced her to stop. They were just outside the small collection of businesses and local government buildings that made up Lamplight Woods' downtown area. The road in front of them, however, was blocked by a series of tents. They alternated in color from dark red to black, and all of their flaps were closed. There was a gap just large enough for someone to walk through in the middle of them, but there wasn't enough room to get a car through. "I'm going to guess that it wasn't this way when you left," he said, undoing his seatbelt and leaning forward. "No," Maggie replied. "Everything was the way it always is." She surprised him by getting out of the car, and he hurried forward to follow her lead. He knew that she was extremely upset about Jenny being in danger even though she was keeping herself under control, and he hoped that she wasn't going to simply rush into a situation as weird as this. It took less than a second for him to realize that he never should have doubted his friend. Instead of going towards the tents, she kept the car door open and carefully stepped up onto the frame to see better. "I can't tell for sure," she called over to him, "but it looks like there are more tents behind these. They might go all the way through town. What the hell is going on?" "I have no idea," Michael admitted as he walked around the car to join her. "It looks like the carnival is growing." "You mean like the employees are putting up more and more tents?" He hesitated. "Maybe." "There's no way to get the car through. Looks like we're going to be walking." Maggie pulled the car over to the side of the road and parked it. When she finished, she nodded at him and they started forward. They reached the first of the tents and stopped. "We should try going around first," she said, looking off to her right. "Go down to the river and circle back towards the field where the carnival originally set up shop." They headed down the gentle hill that led towards the river. Both of them had flashlights clipped to their belts, but neither of them suggested using them. The light would have been easy to spot from a great distance in the dark. Without even the illumination of the moon due to the sky being filled with clouds, they carefully walked to the edge of the water before turning towards their destination. Michael carefully watched the buildings and tents up at the top of the hill as they continued on. He kept expecting people to come bursting out of them at any moment, but nothing happened. He wondered what was going on inside of them. He tried not to think of the possibility that they were going past where Jenny was being held. They were playing the odds by going straight for the heart of the carnival. It made sense that Bingo would want to keep his hostage somewhere close and secure. Not knowing what the puppet was up to made that nothing more than an educated guess, however. It was very much possible that they were walking by where she was being held right that moment. He forced those thoughts out of his mind. There was no point in dwelling on what-ifs. They would track down Jenny no matter where she was. Maggie suddenly came to a halt. He barely managed to stop himself before he ran into her back. She silently pointed ahead, and he moved off to one side to see better. There was a woman sitting in the grass about 30 feet ahead of them. She was watching the river as it flowed by. As Michael watched, she turned towards them and waved awkwardly. The moon broke partly free from the clouds, and he was able to get a better look at her as she stood up. He felt his heart skip a beat. Without realizing what he was doing, he took a few steps forward. The shock quickly changed to happiness, then to sadness, and finally to anger, all in the span of a few seconds. "Fuck you," he growled. "You know this woman?" Maggie asked in confusion. "Yeah, I do. That's Evelyn." "Who? Wait, you mean you're Evelyn? As in Sarah's mother?" The woman drew closer. She was exactly as Michael remembered her. Her shoulder-length red hair was tied back in a small ponytail. She had worn it long when they were children, but had cut it shorter not long before Sarah was born. She had joked that having long hair around tiny, grasping baby fingers was just asking for pain. Everything was perfect. The freckles on her nose and cheeks that she had hated but he had loved, her angular cheekbones, the way she gripped her left wrist with her right hand, everything. She was even wearing the clothes that he had last seen her in, a white hooded sweatshirt and jeans. He wanted her to be real. He knew that she wasn't. "Michael?" the woman asked, a confused look on her face. "Is that you?" Even knowing that what he was seeing was some kind of trick, he felt goosebumps raise on his arms. He recognized the voice as the same one that he had spent over 2 decades around. "You might as well show yourself, Poe," Michael called out instead of answering the question. "I'm not falling for this." There was a movement from up at the top of the hill, and Poe emerged from one of the tents. She was smiling at them. Maggie's hand immediately went for the peacemaker that resided in her holster. "Don't bother," Michael told her quietly. "She's not really there." "I thought that you'd be happy to see your dear, sweet Evie back in the world of the living," Poe said in a mocking tone. "Wait, don't tell me. You found someone better in bed, right? This one's the old model?" "Did you really think that I was going to fall for this?" "No, not really. I was just curious what would happen if I did this in front of you." Poe made a quick motion with one hand, and the fake Evelyn's head fell off of her body in a spray of blood. Both the head and the body hit the ground with a loud thump. The woman laughed. "See you soon," she taunted. Poe disappeared, the sound of her laughter still echoing. Michael gritted his teeth and continued down the riverbank, refusing to look at the fake Evelyn on the ground. Maggie hurried to catch up to him. "She's baiting you, Michael," she said, grabbing his arm to slow him down. "She wants you to make mistakes." "You think that I don't know that?" he retorted. "Then don't let it work." He glared at her for a moment before relenting. She was right. Poe had put the bait right in front of him, and he had happily taken it. This had just been the opening salvo. Things were going to get worse before the night was done, and he needed to be ready. He nodded, and they continued on at a slower pace. Chapter 32. Michael and Maggie were about halfway to where the original carnival had been set up when they came to another series of tents blocking the way. There was no gap between them, and the only way to get past them without wading through the river was to go through one of the flaps. Michael frowned. There was no way to tell what was waiting for them inside, but he was certain that there was something. When it came to Bango, there was always a surprise behind every corner. Maggie motioned for him to follow as she started up the hill. Not sure what she was doing, he followed a few steps behind. As she climbed, she dug around in her pockets until she produced a set of keys. It took him a moment, but he figured out what she was planning. As the town sheriff, she of course had a key to the building that her office was housed in. Rather than going through one of the tents, she was going to go through the building. It was a good plan, especially because they could use the windows to see inside the encroaching carnival. The moon had gone back behind the clouds, which made it difficult for Maggie to find the correct key on the ring. Michael kept watch as she flipped through them slowly before settling on one. They reached the building and she quickly unlocked the back entrance. As they went inside, Michael glanced back over his shoulder. He remembered there being a light over the back door in the past. In fact, now that he thought about it, they hadn't seen a single light on the entire time they'd been passing behind the town. It could have been because of the time of night, but that wouldn't explain the security light being out. Maggie locked the door behind them and led the way up a small set of stairs. As she did so, she unhooked her flashlight and turned it on. It was a bit of a risk, but it was better than them falling and breaking their necks. They reached the main floor. There was enough light from the windows here that she turned the flashlight back off. Everything was bathed in a faint but unmistakable red glow. Michael went over to the nearest window and looked out. Strands of red lights had been strung all across the buildings and tents outside. He had assumed that there would be more tents in the town itself, but in this case he was disappointed that he was right. They were both a mystery and likely dangerous. Getting through the area and over to the main carnival wasn't going to be a walk in the park. "Michael," Maggie whispered from a window on the other side of the entryway. He hurried over to find out what she had seen. The window she was looking out faced the direction of her father's bar, the Split Log. Like all the other businesses, the lights were out. As he watched, though, he saw movement inside the dark windows. He couldn't make out exactly what was happening. What he could see was the conflict on Maggie's face. On the one hand, she was anxious to find her wife before anything unspeakable happened to her, but on the other hand, she was worried that her father was in danger. It was a choice that she should never have to make. He decided to take the decision out of her hands. Stepping away from the window, he crossed over to the front door and unlocked it. Maggie hissed his name, but he ignored her. He slowly opened the door and confirmed that the street was still empty. Taking a deep breath, he went outside. His senses were immediately hit with things that he associated with the circus. The smell of popcorn filled the air, and music was playing over unseen speakers. Off in the distance, he could hear the yells of people on a roller coaster and the noise of crowds. He looked back towards the door of the government building. He hadn't heard any music while he was inside, or even in the doorway. This was something unnatural. "What the fuck, Michael?" Maggie demanded as she joined him. "Don't go running off like that." "Yeah, sorry," he said, not really sorry at all. "I just wanted to check on your dad." She hesitated. "What about Jenny?" "This will only take a minute. I'm sure that she'll be fine." Maggie looked at him closely. "I know what you're doing, you know. Thank you." "You can thank me by getting your magic gun out and making sure that nothing in there tears my face off." They crossed over to the Split Log and pressed themselves up against the side of the building. Most of the front of the business was dominated by two large windows, but there was just enough room along one side to stay hidden from anyone looking out of them. "I'll go in first," Maggie said. "I want you to follow the moment that I'm in and lock the door behind us. We don't want anyone or anything to follow us inside." "Got it," Michael replied. She nodded once and took a deep breath. Releasing it, she hurried to the door and threw it open. He was right behind her, making sure to give her enough time to step inside and clear the doorway before he followed. He closed the door as quickly as he could and bolted the lock. It was dim inside the bar, but not completely dark. There was a light coming from the back hallway that gave off just enough of a glow for him to make out the tables, chairs, and bar in the main room. He listened intently but could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Maggie had taken the peacemaker out of her holster and was holding it pointed at the wood floor. Her head moved slowly as she took in every inch of the room. Seemingly satisfied that there was no one there, she started towards the hallway. They had just reached the end of the bar when there was a soft thud from inside one of the storage rooms up ahead. Maggie raised her gun slightly and slowed her pace. When she got to the hallway, she placed her back up against the wall and crept up to the side of the doorway. She looked back at Michael and started to mouth a countdown from 3. He nodded and readied himself to follow her into the storage room. When she reached 1, she took a deep breath and forcefully entered the room. Michael quickly followed, his hand going to the silver knife that he had slipped into his belt before leaving Forgotten Tales. He had brought a few powerful objects from the collection the Dyers had accumulated over the years, but he wasn't comfortable with using any of them in such close quarters. Besides, while the knife wasn't very large, it could cause serious harm to a wide variety of supernatural entities due to being made from pure silver. His hand was knocked away before he could draw it from its sheath as Maggie's body was nearly lifted off the ground and back into him. They went crashing through the door on the other side of the hallway into the small office. Almost before they stopped moving, she was trying to untangle herself from him and scrambled to her feet. Michael felt stunned by what had just happened. He quickly shook off the shock and grabbed a handle of the nearby filing cabinet to pull himself up. As he did so, he caught sight of something monstrous and only vaguely humanoid coming out of the storage room. Its face was chalk white with black markings around the eyes, nose, and mouth. The effect made the face look skeletal. Its mouth opened to reveal pointed teeth. It was about the same height as Maggie, but its body was extremely thin and as black as coal. He could see bones protruding from various places. A few of them had even broken through the skin. As it moved, it made an odd, high-pitched sound. It was the same sound that a cicada made, that strange combination of a chirp and rattle. The tone and pitch changed as the creature moved towards them, its clawed hands tearing chunks out of the walls. Chapter 33. Sarah had pulled the futon closer to the desk so that she could sit and still see the monitor. She watched as Josh slowly cycled through the different camera feeds as he tried to get a better picture of what was happening in town. Every so often, he would come to a black screen and need to type in a command to remove it from the rotation. Those were cameras that were no longer responding, and it seemed to be coming up more and more. "That's the last of them," Josh muttered as he sat back in his chair. "The last camera showing downtown?" she asked. "Yeah. Everything that's left is outside the area." "When was the last time you saw Sheriff Grant and my dad?" "A few minutes ago. They were going into the split log. The feed cut out right when they went in." "Fuck." Sarah pulled her legs up on the futon and laid down. She hated not knowing what was going on, and more than that, she detested not being able to help. Her father was out there risking his life for a friend, and she was stuck underground in a bunker just hoping that everything turned out okay in the end. Josh must have seen the expression on her face. He turned the chair towards her and gave her a reassuring smile. "I'm sure that they're fine," he said. "Your dad's a smart guy, and Sheriff Grant is the toughest person I've ever met." "Yeah," she replied, unconvinced. "I just wish there was a way to check on them that didn't involve wading through that sea of tents." The smile faded slowly from his face and was replaced by a scowl. He slowly picked up the slip of paper with the words written in blood and rubbed it between his fingers. It was like he didn't even know that he was doing it. "See," he said quietly. "What was that?" she asked, sitting up in concern. He didn't answer. Instead, he continued to stare off into space as he concentrated on something. She got the feeling that he didn't even remember that she was in the room, let alone hear her question. "Trapped in the house," he said slowly. "Need help." Josh suddenly grabbed his head with both his hands as his face screwed up in pain. He let out a loud gasp and fell forward out of his chair, landing on his knees hard. Sarah scrambled up off the futon and got down on the floor with him. She put her arms around him as she felt panic rising up in her. "What's happening?" she demanded. "What's wrong?" He looked up at her. His right eye was bloodshot, and the veins around the socket were bulging. As she watched, a single tear of blood dripped out from under his eye and ran down his cheek. "Holy fuck," she exclaimed. Just wait here. I'll go get help." She started to stand up when his hand reached out and touched her arm. He closed his eyes and shook his head, removing his hands from it as he did so. It took him a few seconds, but he managed to slow his breathing. The veins were no longer sticking up, and his eye, while still red, didn't have any fresh blood coming from it. "It's okay," he said in a strained voice. "I'm okay. I just need a minute." She watched in silence as he wiped away the streak of blood on his cheek and gathered himself. Despite his reassurance that he was okay, she found herself mentally going through a list of terrible things that might be happening to him. She tried to shake the thoughts away, but they wouldn't pass. Was it a tumor? Had he blown a blood vessel in his head? She shook her head again, harder this time. "That fucking hurt," Josh said finally as he sighed. "What was that?" Sarah said more sharply than she had intended. I don't know for sure, but I think that was my mind breaking through some kind of, mental barrier or block or something. There was this stabbing pain, like the ones in the house, but not quite, and then everything came back to me, and when it did, there was this feeling of relief, I think. She looked him in the eyes. "Josh, you're not making any sense." "I'm not? Oh, right, you weren't there. Sorry, everything is kind of blending together. It's almost there, but it's still just a bit jumbled. You weren't there. I was alone." He stopped talking and fell silent. He looked tired, like he'd been through a grueling ordeal in just the past few minutes. His back was hunched, and his eyes were weary. "I was more alone than I've ever been," he whispered. "Maybe more alone than anyone has ever been." He began to tell her about what had happened to him in the Sea Lodge. The words came haltingly at first, but as he continued, he seemed to gain more confidence. She listened without interjecting so that he could get it all out. It seemed like it was cathartic for him to do so. When he had finished, he sat back and watched as she processed what she had been told. "Jesus, Josh," she said, shaking her head. "That's a hell of a story. You say that you were in there for an entire day?" "Yes," he replied with a nod. "I know, it sounds impossible. So little time passed here while much more passed in there. I can't explain it." "If Curioso did something to your memory, why did it all come back now?" He thought about it for a moment. "I think it was the note. I wasn't trying to, but I inadvertently left myself a message in a bottle. Finding the note written in my own handwriting kept me thinking about the house and the carnival. Then when I was thinking about where they might be keeping Jenny, you mentioned the sea, and the cracks in the wall she put up got bigger until they shattered. Not the most pleasant thing I've ever experienced." "Seriously, are you going to be okay?" "I think so, but that's not important now. What's important is that I think Jenny Grant is being held in the same place that I was taken for that parasite to do whatever it was supposed to do. It's the perfect prison." Sarah nodded. "I think you're right. We have to tell my dad and Sheriff Grant." "The phones aren't working," he pointed out. I know. I have to go tell them. You stay here and rest. He stared at her incredulously. Do you really think that I'm going to let you go out there alone? I'm coming with you. She shook her head. You've been through a lot, Josh. You should stay and... No, he cut in. I'm going. This is something that I need to do. Chapter 34. Maggie knew that she wasn't going to have time to get her gun up and aimed properly in such close quarters, so instead, she kicked the creature as hard as she could in the midsection. It stumbled backwards towards the storage room before darting down the hallway in the direction of the bar. She grabbed Michael's arm and helped him up to his feet. Strigoi, he said as they went into the hallway. It's a strigoi, sort of like a proto-vampire, more primitive and animalistic. Vampire, she said flatly. Never mind. Just tell me how to kill it. Silver is deadly to them. All these bullets are silver, right? Every single one of them. Well, all right then. Michael turned on his flashlight as they went out into the bar, using the beam to illuminate the area as much as possible. The room was filled with the sound of cicadas. The echo made it seem like it was coming from every direction at once. The flashlight beam fell on the long oak bar. The strigoi was on top of it on all fours, its white skull-like head tilted to one side. Maggie immediately fired the peacemaker. It kicked harder than she had been expecting, and she was sure that she had missed the shot. She got lucky. The creature had already started to move out of the way, but its trajectory took it straight into the path of the shot. It was struck in the shoulder, and it fell over the bar and into the darkness on the other side. Holy shit, she said, momentarily forgetting the danger that they were in. This gun has some serious fucking kick. Less talking, Michael said as the creature pulled itself back up and hissed. More shooting. The strigoi opened its mouth wide and flung itself at them. She fired the gun again, and this time the bullet went straight through its forehead. Its momentum carried it into her, but she managed to keep her balance as she threw it to the ground. It laid still. The sound of cicadas hadn't stopped, however. If anything, it had grown more intense. Michael stepped up next to her and slowly moved the flashlight beam around the room. Maggie felt her blood run cold. There were at least half a dozen of the creatures scattered throughout the bar. Some were hanging from the corners of the ceiling, while others were under booths or tables. There was no way that they would be able to fight their way through. Back door, she said as she started to slowly back away from the creatures. Hold on, Michael replied, his voice oddly muted as if he had gone into one of the other rooms. She didn't dare risk a glance over her shoulder. What is it? Your dad is in the storage room. I've got him. Is he okay? Tell me he's okay. I think so. He's unconscious, but he's breathing, and his heart rate is strong. There was a series of thuds, and his voice was quiet but clear as he returned to the hallway. Just keep those things off of us. Maggie felt a cool rush of air as the back door was opened. As soon as he said that he was clear, she turned and ran. There was a loud commotion behind her as the strigoi charged forward, but she flung herself out of the business and into the back parking lot before they could reach her. He slammed the door shut behind her. She quickly turned and held up the gun. The door vibrated as the creatures threw themselves up against it. It held, though, and the banging subsided. She quickly holstered the peacemaker and hurried over to check on her father. Michael was holding him in a fireman's carry, but working together they got him adjusted so that each of them had one of his arms around their shoulders. They went around the side of the building and, after carefully checking the road to make sure that there weren't any surprises waiting for them, hurried back to the government building. They managed to get her father through the doors with only a bit of difficulty. She locked the door behind them before they carried him to her office. They didn't bite him, did they? She asked in concern as they carefully laid her father on the floor. Tell me he's not going to become one of them. Don't worry, Michael assured her. It looks like he was just knocked out. Besides, strigoi don't work like that. He's going to have a headache when he wakes up, but otherwise, he's okay. Thank God. She wrote a quick note and folded it before slipping it into her father's hand. Hopefully he would read it before he tried to leave the building. She tried not to think about how this might be the last time she ever saw him as she stood back up. Thinking that way would only make it more likely to happen. Instead of heading back to the front door, she led the way down a small flight of stairs into the building's basement. Lamplight Woods was small enough that it didn't have a true jail, but a pair of holding cells had been set up down here. They went past them and over to a pair of locked cabinets. "These are new," Michael commented as she unlocked the cabinet on the left. "I requisitioned some new equipment after the Morrigan crane incident," Maggie explained. "Our wonderful mayor didn't approve much of my request, but it's better than nothing." Inside the cabinet were 2 armored vests hanging from hooks. A pair of shelves had been installed below the vests, and they held pairs of gloves, knee and elbow pads, and riot helmets. She quickly put on one of the vests and set of pads before sliding on a pair of the tactical gloves. She flexed them a few times to loosen them up. "The other vest is for you," she told Michael. "Take anything that you think you need." "I appreciate the gesture, but I'll pass," he replied. "I really think that you should wear at least the vest." He smiled slightly. "I wish that I could. The problem is that the objects I brought from Forgotten Tales are difficult enough to use properly without being weighed down. I'll be okay." She shrugged. "Suit yourself. I suppose this is the part where I should be pointing out that this is the last chance for you to back out." "Yeah, well, no point in wasting your breath on that one. You're stuck with me." "Then let's get going." They went back upstairs into the front door of the government building. Maggie unlocked the door and put her hand on the doorknob. She looked up at Michael. "Ready?" she asked. "Fuck no, I'm not," he replied with a wide grin. "I'm scared shitless. Let's do it anyway." "Damn right. Time to walk in like we own the place." Chapter 35. Jenny's eyes snapped open as she sat up in bed. Her hand went up to her crude spear as she looked around in the darkness, trying to figure out what had woken her up. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, but this time felt different. It was like something had changed. She only heard silence. It took her a moment to realize that was the issue. No matter where she went in the house, or how securely she barricaded herself into a room, she could always hear the sound of the waves crashing into the beach. Now, though, she couldn't hear the water at all. Her first instinct was to ignore the silence and stay in the bedroom. It was the safest place in the house, and even though she was beginning to run low on supplies, she had made sure to keep a small stock under the bed. Clean water was readily available in the bathroom. It made sense to just wait and see what, if anything, happened. This wasn't just some knock on one of the walls or a strange noise outside, however. The sound of the entire ocean had been cut off. She had to know if the seemingly impossible occurrence was due to some impending danger. She reluctantly got out of bed and slid on her shoes. The pair that she had originally come to the house with had worn out over the months, so she had replaced them with a set of beach shoes that had been included with the supplies Curioso had left for her. With that done, she pushed the dresser away from the door before retrieving her spear. She briefly thought about lighting the lantern and taking it with her, but she needed to have both hands for the weapon. She opened the bedroom door and stood still for a moment to listen. When she didn't hear anything, she crept out into the kitchen. The moonlight streaming through the windows was so bright that she had to squint as her eyes adjusted. It was as bright as daylight. Holding the spear at waist height, she moved to one of the windows and cautiously looked out. The moonlight was reflecting off of the sand, creating a bright white glow that hurt her eyes. It was so bright that she couldn't see the ocean beyond it. Jenny squinted and looked closer. It wasn't that she couldn't see past the sand. The ocean wasn't there anymore. That wasn't possible. An ocean didn't just disappear. She turned away from the window and shook her head as she reminded herself that possible and impossible didn't apply here. If they did, she didn't know the rules that they played by. Knowing that it was both potentially dangerous and definitely stupid, she went over to the kitchen door and unlocked it. Curioso had warned her that going out at night would get her killed, and she knew for a fact that there were creatures that passed by the house. But at this point, she didn't care. An entire ocean had disappeared. Besides, after nearly a year of living in fear, she was done with just surviving from day to day. She went outside and closed the door behind her. The moon was huge in the sky, its pale white light illuminating everything. As she approached where the ocean had once been, she found that it wasn't gone entirely. There was a thin layer of water roughly 2 inches deep that remained, its surface unmoving and calm. The moon and stars reflected off of it, creating the illusion of there being 2 skies, one above and one below. For a long time she simply stared. It was the most beautiful thing that she had ever seen in her life. To find something like this in such a terrible place was a miracle. She wished that Maggie was there to share it with her. She felt a familiar pain in her chest. It had been so long since she had seen her wife. She wondered what Maggie was doing right that moment, if she was thinking of Jenny as well. With a frown, she shook her head to clear it. It wasn't the time to sink into those kinds of thoughts. She caught a movement out of the corner of her eye and turned her head to the right. Further down the beach, a group of the creatures that only came out at night were approaching the water. She had caught a glimpse of one of them through the bedroom window one night, and she shuddered at the memory. They were similar to humans, but their skin was so pale that it was slightly translucent. Their eyes bugged out of their head, and there were markings on their necks like gills. It was as if they were some kind of human and fish hybrid. The one that she had seen had short, sharp teeth and claws at the end of its webbed hands. She had only seen it for a few seconds, but it had been long enough to convince her that just one of them could easily tear her to pieces. She had shut the curtain before it noticed her looking through the glass and never tried to see the creatures again. There were at least a dozen of them now near the water's edge. Some of them looked over in her direction, but they didn't seem to have any interest in her and didn't make any move towards her. They appeared to be transfixed by the moon and stars. As she watched, the first of the fishmen stepped out into the water. It did so tentatively, like it was trying to judge if it was safe. When nothing happened, it continued out away from the shore. Soon the other creatures began to follow. The entire group kept walking until it disappeared over the horizon. She felt as if she had just watched something profound happen, but she had no idea what it was. There was a part of her that wanted to follow the fishmen out into the water. It was a feeling deep inside of her that came from a place that was dark and primal. She took a step forward. Something was calling to her, pulling her towards it. Her pulse quickened as she dropped the spear. She knew instinctively that she wouldn't need it anymore. She was just about to take her first step into the water when she roused herself from the trance-like state. She gasped as she hurriedly backed away. The urge was still there to continue on, but she ignored it. "What the hell was that?" she asked, her voice loud on the silent beach. As if in answer, the ground began to shake. She knelt down and put a hand in the sand. It was more like a vibration, like the feeling of holding an electric razor after it had been turned on. Something was definitely happening, and somehow, she knew that it wasn't good. Chapter 36. Michael had expected to be accosted by more strigoi or some kind of other threat as they walked through downtown Lamplight Woods, but no attacks came. Every so often he would catch sight of movement in the countless tents that had sprung up, and the feeling of being watched was so strong that there was no way to write it off as paranoia. Something, or rather many somethings, were carefully tracking their progress. Nothing moved to stop them, however. As they drew closer to the river, He began to wonder exactly what Bango and his associates had planned for them. It was clear that they wanted Michael and Maggie at the carnival. Bango had even said as much. He didn't know why, but he was sure that it wasn't for anything good. He could tell that Maggie was having the same thoughts run through her head. Her hand was on her gun holster, and her eyes were darting all over the place as she tried to watch every inch of the area at once. She seemed to be itching for a fight. As they approached the bridge spanning the river, he saw that she was going to get her chance. Standing directly in the middle of the bridge was the gigantic Bango. He was still dressed in his clown makeup and suit. His sleeves were rolled up, and his top two shirt buttons were undone. He watched them silently as they approached. "Tell you what," Maggie said as she drew the peacemaker. "You take this one, and I'll take the next one." "Oh, no, I couldn't," Michael replied. "You're the town sheriff, after all. I'm pretty sure this falls under your job description, and I wouldn't want to step on your toes when you're working." "I deputized you a few months ago. That makes me your boss." "I don't think that sort of thing lasts indefinitely." "I suppose that I should at least try to talk this guy down." They reached the bridge and stopped. Bango continued to stare at them with a look of amusement and hunger. He cracked his neck and smiled. "Move out of the way, sir," Maggie said in a loud and authoritative voice. Bango didn't immediately answer. With one last glance at Michael, he turned his attention to her. She glared right back at him. He was at least 2 feet taller than she was, but she was showing no fear. "Move me," he said finally, his voice deep and booming. "Don't make the mistake of thinking I won't," Maggie warned him. "After everything that you and your little carnival have done tonight, including taking my fucking wife, I'm begging for you to give me a reason to take things to the next level." Bango licked his lips. "No need to beg. Consider this your reason." He reached out and grabbed the stone railing of the bridge. With apparently no effort whatsoever, he tore a large chunk of concrete free with his bare hand and threw it directly at Maggie. She swore and ducked out of the way, raising and firing the peacemaker as she did so. The bullet struck him in the middle of the chest. "Nice shot," Bango said as he watched blood spread across his shirt. "If I was just some schlub off the street, that would have killed me. Lucky for me, and really unlucky for you." He started to walk towards them. Maggie fired round after round into him, but he just shrugged them off and kept coming. The peacemaker clicked empty, and she hurried to reload it as she started to slowly back away. Michael stood his ground. He reached into his pocket and pulled out one of the objects that he had brought from Forgotten Tales. Bango looked down at him in amusement as he drew closer. "Not even a gun, little man?" the giant asked mockingly. "No gun," Michael replied with a half smile. "Just this small stick." "A stick." Bango threw back his head and laughed. "What do you plan on doing with a stick?" "Well, I'm planning on throwing it at you." "That's it?" "Yeah, that's it." Bango grinned and held out his arms. "I gotta say, the Dyer family reputation seems really overblown. I was expecting more from you. Hard to see why Bango and Poe take you so seriously. Well, go on then. Throw your little stick." Michael shrugged and casually underhand tossed the twig at the large man. It lightly tapped against Bango's shirt near one of the bullet holes. "I don't think your stick was up to the challenge," Bango said with a smirk. "Give it a second," Michael replied, allowing the fake good humor to drop from his face and mannerisms. Instead of falling to the ground, the twig stuck where it had landed. It shuddered slightly, and as Michael watched, it began to sprout buds. The buds quickly grew into new branches. Those branches sprouted growths of their own, and within seconds, finger-like limbs were spreading rapidly across the giant's chest. "What the hell is this?" Bango demanded as he tried in vain to tear the growths off his body with his hands. "It's a small piece of a Yatavo plant, a supposedly mythical man-eating tree," Michael answered. Well, not so much mythical. It's actually very real, as you can see. The growth began to form spines. They dug into Bango's chest as the plant continued to grow and wrap around his entire body. While he was able to pull parts of it loose, it was growing faster than he could damage it. What you're experiencing is the first stage of its growth, Michael continued. It's piercing into you in an attempt to pull moisture from your blood. In addition to being carnivorous, it also needs water just like any other plant. Once it senses the source of it, there it goes. 2 long vines had formed and were quickly crawling across the ground towards the river. Once they reached the banks, they dug into the soil and disappeared under the dirt. The vines pulled taut, and Bango unconsciously took a step backwards as he continued to tear at the growth on his body. He took another step backwards and seemed to realize the danger that he was in. He braced himself against the vines that were pulling him towards the river. More of the tentacle-like protrusions began to form and reach towards the water before tunneling down into the ground. His face turned red as he struggled to break free. I won't be stopped by some fucking weed, Bango barked. I'm going to tear you both in half and devour your carcasses. You shouldn't make promises that you can't keep, Michael said. This plant can eat full-grown elephants. Imagine what it can do to child-murdering cannibal pieces of shit like you, Bango. Before he could respond, a group of branches plunged into Bango's open mouth. He choked as they slid down his throat. Foam began to drip from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes rolled back up into his head. He stopped struggling, and the vines pulled him rapidly towards the river and under the water. My God, Maggie exclaimed in a disgusted tone. Like I said, a lot of the stuff I keep locked away is extremely dangerous, Michael said as he turned towards her. I really don't like using it. Dangerous or not, you can't argue with the results. This guy was the least of our problems. The others are a lot more dangerous. Come on, we should keep going. Chapter 37. Jenny had just started to return to the beach house when the door leading to the kitchen opened. Wearing a long black dress that reminded her of a morning gown, Curioso descended the wooden steps. She seemed oblivious to Jenny's presence as she looked out at the reflected sky. After a few moments, however, she turned to face towards the nurse. She smiled slightly and gave a small wave. Hello, Miss Grant, the woman said pleasantly. Jenny didn't immediately answer. It had been so long since she had spoken to someone other than herself that the concept was nearly foreign to her. It's been a while, she said finally. Nice dress. Sorry, what? Curioso replied with mild confusion. The dress that you're wearing. Oh, I'm wearing a dress, the woman said with a shrug. I hadn't noticed. Things are changing, as you can see from this gorgeous view. You look absolutely exhausted. Jenny didn't reply. She wasn't surprised that she looked tired. For nearly a year she had been running on a lack of sleep, jumping at every sound she heard every single night. The exhaustion had become part of her daily life. It's been wonderful catching up, Curioso said with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. But I'm afraid that I'm not here for you. Come along, people. She stepped out of the way, and a line of people began streaming out from inside the house and down the stairs. When each one reached the sand, they turned and walked to the edge of the water before standing still. They did all of this in silence, their faces blank and eyes unfocused. Jenny felt a chill run down her spine. She knew these people, or at least a good portion of them. Carol Dilfer, the mayor of Lamplight Woods, passed by her without acknowledgement. Soon after, Wally Carver appeared at the top of the steps, having to turn sideways to get through the door. Ralph Parsons, Terry Fields, Harold Madison. These people were the residents of Lamplight Woods. Aren't reunions wonderful? Curioso asked with a smile. What did you do to them? Jenny demanded. And how did you do it to the entire town? Me? I didn't do anything. I'm merely the grand marshal of this parade. It's not the entire town, either, just the people that stayed at the carnival after the kiddies were sent home. The entranced people were lining up along the edge of the water. Soon the line stretched up and down the beach. They stared off towards the horizon, where the night sky and the reflecting water seemed to meet. "What are they doing?" Jenny asked. "What they were born to do," Curiosa replied. "You might say that they were destined to be right here at this very moment. They will receive a great honor before gladly making the ultimate sacrifice." "The ultimate... You mean that they're... Well, I must be going," Curioso interrupted her, going up the stairs to the kitchen. "This has been a fascinating chat. It really has. But no rest for the wicked and all that." Jenny quickly moved to follow. She hadn't taken more than a few steps before Curioso spun around and pointed a finger at her. Her entire body seized up, and she fell to the ground without being able to move a muscle. "None of that," Curioso said as she walked out of sight. The hold on Jenny's body released, and she laid gasping in the sand. Her body had frozen so completely that she hadn't even been able to draw air into her lungs. It was the most helpless she had ever felt, and even though it had only lasted a few seconds, it was enough to shake her. She slowly got to her feet and brushed the sand out of her hair with her hand. She took a few deep breaths to slow her racing pulse. Curioso had said that things were changing, and there was certainly enough proof to show that she was telling the truth. She needed to stay calm and be ready for anything. She went down to the edge of the water to the line of Lamplight Woods residents. The closest person to her was Mayor Dilfer. Maggie had a very contentious relationship with the woman, and because of that, Jenny wasn't much of a fan of her either. It was strange to see her dressed in casual clothing, rather than her usual severe business suits. The mayor didn't seem to register that Jenny was there. Her face remained expressionless, and her eyes were so blank that they could have easily passed for glass doll eyes. It was like there wasn't a person in there at all. "Mayor?" Jenny said as she gently shook the woman. "Mayor Dilfer, can you hear me?" There was no response, and there was no change in her demeanor. Jenny tried the same thing with a few other people, but each time there was the same response. Eventually she gave up and returned to the house. She watched the people through the kitchen windows for a while. None of them moved or had even the slightest reaction to anything. It was incredibly creepy, and Curioso's statement that they would make the ultimate sacrifice replayed over and over in her mind. The vibration that she had felt earlier was still present. In fact, it seemed to have gained in intensity. She could feel it through the kitchen floor. Her eyes fell on the crude wooden spear that she had discarded. She was tempted to go reclaim it, if for no other reason than having any kind of weapon would make her feel better. She knew that there was no point in doing so, though. Whatever was going on was too big for a glorified tree branch to make a difference. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have something to defend herself with. There wasn't much to work with in the house. She had been through every inch of it and the supplies that had been left for her, but she hadn't found anything that could be used as a weapon. Even the fork and knife that had been provided were soft plastic. Something clicked in her mind. Walking quickly into the living room, she opened the case that contained the fishing equipment. Because of her discomfort with the ocean, she had never used any of it, and the small hooks that had been provided wouldn't have made for a very useful weapon anyway. She wasn't interested in the hooks, however. She pulled out the fishing rod and examined it closely. It was a cheap fiberglass rod, the kind that could be bought at any store. Standing up, she placed it on the ground and repeatedly stomped and pulled on it until she was able to break off a section about 6 inches in length. She picked it up and examined it closely. It had broken at an angle, and the point was extremely sharp. Grabbing the fishing line, she repeatedly wrapped it around the bottom half of the piece to form a makeshift handle. When she had finished, she hefted it a few times before nodding to herself. She carefully slid it into her pocket and made sure that she could easily retrieve it. The homemade shiv would probably only be strong enough for one use, but hopefully she wouldn't have to use it at all. Chapter 38. Maggie noticed that Michael seemed a bit off as they crossed the bridge and headed towards the carnival. He was still making sure to watch out for any potential dangers, but he had a strange expression on his face as he did so. Granted, they were in an extremely dangerous situation and walking into God only knew what. She didn't think that was what was running through his mind, however. "You okay?" she asked. Michael replied, apparently surprised by her speaking. "Oh, yeah, I'm fine." "You sure? The last thing we need is for you to have your head somewhere else right now." "I'm okay," he assured her. "It's just that I've never killed anyone before. Demons and whatever are one thing, but this... I get it." He shook his head as if to clear it. "Anyway, I can deal with that after this is all over. Let's take care of business." "Right." She glanced over at him. "Before we get there, you should probably tell me what else you brought from home. That death plan of yours shocked the hell out of me, and I don't want that to happen again." "Good point." He pointed at the jacket he was wearing. "This is a coat that was once owned and worn by Aleister Crowley, a famous occultist and warlock. It's the coat that he was found dead in, actually." "It just looks like some old jacket," she observed. "It was imbued with a small portion of his power when he died. I'll be able to use it to cast a few spells with the energy that's left." Spells. We're talking about magic here? Damn it, I hate magic. He smiled slightly and nodded. "I'm not too big of a fan of it either, not after Morgan Clay used it to release those demons. Anyway, I don't know how much I'll be able to get out of it, as there isn't much power left. I'm going to try to keep it to simple spells and enchantments to get the most mileage from it." Maggie sighed. "I remember when the most complicated part of my life was my weekly arrest of Sammy Hines for running around naked and drunk. What else do you have?" "Just this." Michael reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black stone. "A piece of draconite. It's a magical stone taken from the head of a dragon. It can create a large burst of flame, but it's only good for one use." "I have to tell you, I'm a bit underwhelmed. A coat that can do a couple of things before it's just a coat again, and a rock that blows up. The way you were talking, I thought that you had some things that would do some major damage." Everything else was either irrelevant, unreliable, or just too dangerous. There isn't much use stopping Bango if we wipe Lamplight Woods off the map in the process. This will have to be enough. They reached the front gate of the carnival. The ticket booth wasn't manned, and there wasn't anyone in sight. Maggie's eyes narrowed. "Do you hear anything?" she asked. "No," Michael replied after listening for a moment. "That's really strange." "Yeah, half the town was here. That many people should be making some noise." They stopped just outside the gates as they both saw the same thing at the same time. Floating in the middle of one of the roller coaster loops, its pupil staring straight down at something out of sight, was a giant eye. "Are we just going to ignore that?" Maggie asked, her voice tight. "Yes," Michael confirmed. "Yes, we are." "Okay, good. Just checking." They went through the front gate and continued past the food vendor stalls. Like the ticket booth, these were empty. Things such as hot dog warmers and snow cone machines were still running, however, making it seem like everyone had simply vanished. It felt like a trap, but they made it to the forked path that marked the beginning of the exhibits without incident. Maggie led them down the left path as she figured that one way was just as good as the other. They quickly checked each tent as they went by. All of them were empty. They showed the same signs of a quick evacuation as the food stalls had. "What's in here?" Michael asked quietly, pointing to the large tent in the center. "It's for stage shows," she replied in the same hushed tones. They came to the tent entrance and, after a quick look back the way they had come, hurried inside. It was completely different inside than it had been when Maggie had done her inspection with the woman she had known as Curioso. The stage was still there, but the chairs had been removed. A tall cage had been set up in one corner. It was empty, and its door was open. There was something on the stage. She moved closer and found that it was a heap of some green flesh-like material and black sludge. It gave off a hideous smell, and she quickly covered her nose with her forearm. Michael had gone over to the cage to examine it. As she turned away from the disgusting pile, she saw him running his fingers over the bars. He seemed concerned by it, and after taking a closer look at the bottom of the cage, that concerned look only deepened. "What is it?" she asked. "This cage is pure iron," he replied slowly. "There are chunks of discolored skin and bone on the floor." "Discolored like this shit on the stage?" He shook his head. "More like it's old and decayed. Maggie, I think they were keeping skin rot in here." In the first case that they had worked together after Michael and his daughter had moved to Lamplight Woods, they had investigated a case involving demons that had been summoned and taken the forms of local horror legends. One of those legends was skin rot, a rotting zombie-like creature that supposedly lived in the local cemetery. They had killed 2 of the 4 demons, but the one that had taken the form of skin rot had escaped. Something on the ground caught her eye. She pushed aside some of the rotted skin with the tip of her boot and found a piece of fabric. It was covered in black fur. "Oh," Michael said as he saw what she had discovered. "Oh no." "What?" she demanded as she watched the blood drain out of his face. "What is it?" I think that both skin rot and the Bango puppet died here." "And that's bad?" "That is very bad." He looked over at the biological material on the stage. Bango didn't choose to be a puppet. He was forced into that form when something went wrong with a ritual Poe was performing in an attempt to make him immortal. His body was destroyed, and the only thing that she had to tie his soul to before it was too late was the puppet. Maggie looked him in the eye. "What does this have to do with the here and now?" "Bango has been trying to get a new body for decades. The problem for him has been that every human body he's tried has burned away from the inside out, just like his original one did." "I'm really not..." "Skin rot wasn't human, Maggie. At least not after it fully took over the child host. It was a demon. Fuck! I've been thinking that this was about some personal vendetta towards my family, when this whole time, it's been about freeing himself from that damn puppet." "Just as sharp as ever, Mikey," an amused voice said from the tent entrance. Chapter 39. The person standing in the entrance to the tent was Bango. Michael was sure of it even though he had only ever seen the man while he was trapped inside of the now destroyed hand puppet. The voice was the same though, and there was something about how the person was watching him that gave him the same feelings of revulsion and fear. The man was a bit taller than Michael, with a bald head and a clean-shaven face. He was dressed in a black Hawaiian shirt, a pair of khakis, and brown shoes. He watched them with an expression of disinterest. "I know, right?" Bango said. "Quite the change from the rambunctious little scamp I was oh so long ago. My, how the minutes just fly by." "Skin rot," Michael began. "Yup, skin rot. It took some doing, but Poe was able to scoop out his mind to replace it with my own. She also got rid of that pesky rotting skin and made me look like my old self. Oh, but don't worry, Mikey. I'm still in here." Bango smiled, and Michael took an involuntary step back. His face completely changed. The grin stretched from ear to ear, and there were no lips or skin along it. Blood-red gums and impossibly white, wolf-like fangs were revealed. His eyelids retracted into his head, and his manic eyes twitched in their sockets. The smile faded, and his face returned to that of a normal person. I'm learning a lot about myself today, Bingo said. Turns out that I don't just go back to being my handsome old self when I get put into a demon's body. I become something more. A lot more power in this shell than I ever had as a man or a puppet. Okay, fine, you got your new body or whatever, Maggie said, her gun in her hand even though she had to know that it wouldn't do any good. You got what you wanted. You won. Let my wife go. Bingo raised an eyebrow. And what reason would I possibly have to do that? Besides, the night is just getting started. Lots to do and little time to do it. Keeping your dear sweet Jenny ensures that you two behave yourselves until I can take my time with you later. He threw back his head and laughed, and his nightmare face returned as he did so. Michael forced himself to look closely at it. The creature had taken on a new form, and every bit of data that he could collect about it was important. Oh, we're going to have so much fun later tonight, Bingo proclaimed as he stopped laughing, his face reverting. I wish that we could get the ball rolling now, but unfortunately, I have a previous engagement. He turned to leave, knowing that he needed more information about what was happening and that this might be his only chance to get it. Michael held out his hand. Wait, he said quickly. Just wait. Sheriff Grant's right. You're obviously in control here. So glad to see that you recognize that, Bingo said with amusement in his voice. I just don't understand what all this is about. Why are you doing this? Bingo stared at him for a long moment. There was an expression on his face that Michael didn't recognize. He finally shook his head slightly. Come on, Mikey, he said. Do you really think that I'm just going to exposition dump my plan like a villain in a Bond movie? I'll tell you what, though. One little hint, for old time's sake. He reached into his pocket and took something out of it. He held it up so that Michael could see what it was. It was the key attached to the green diamond-shaped keychain that Poe had taken from Forgotten Tales. He put the key back into his pocket. That's all you get, Bingo told him. Now I really must be off. People to see, bargains to break. With a little wave, he turned and left the tent. Michael hurried over to the exit and looked out, but Bingo had already disappeared in the few seconds it took him to get there. He swore violently. Did you ever find out what that key goes to? Maggie asked as she lowered the peacemaker. No, Michael replied angrily. There was a sort of hotel for the rich here in Lamplight Woods called the Blackwood Lodge, which is the same name as on the keychain, but it burned down in the late 1940s. There's nothing left of it. I checked. What do we do now? Taking a deep breath, he brought his temper back under control. It was difficult to do so. Once again, he was 2 steps behind Bingo and struggling to catch up. He closed his eyes. If he could just force himself to see past the anger and fear so that he could think straight, he might be able to close the gap a bit. He opened his eyes as something came to him. What did Bingo say about a bargain? He asked. He said that he's going to break a bargain, right? Yeah, I think he did, Maggie replied after a second's thought. Is that important? Maybe. I think he told us more than he meant to. Do me a favor and keep watch for a minute. I have to piece this together. She replaced him at the tent flap, and he started to slowly walk around the inside of the tent. For years, even after he had left Lamplight Woods with Sarah to move to the West Coast, Michael had been obsessed with learning everything that he could about Bingo. Some of it was because he wanted to make sure that he protected his daughter, but if he was honest with himself, a lot of it was because he was obsessed with figuring out what had gone wrong and led to Evelyn's death. He had gathered every scrap of information that he could through every legal channel, and a few that weren't quite so legal. There hadn't been much. From what he could tell, the man behind Bingo, Walter Douglas, had started as a legitimate children's performer. His television show, Bingo Circus Extravaganza, had aired on various local stations throughout the 70s and 80s. At first it had just been him performing with puppets, but over time he had added other performers such as Bango, Leo, and Poe. Somewhere along the way, though, something changed. Strange disappearances and murders began to happen in the towns that the show was airing in and live performances were taking place in. At first they were scattered, but as the show went on, they became more and more common. There was never anything to directly link them to the show's performers, though, so no connection was ever made. Even after the show stopped airing, people reported seeing it randomly appear on their televisions. As far as he could tell, the show would come on at various times for no apparent reason on screens in a small town, and soon after, there would be multiple killings. This would continue for a few weeks before both the viewings and killings would stop. That was what had happened in Lamplight Woods soon after Sarah had been born. Michael remembered the first time he had seen one of the broadcasts. The football game he and Evelyn had been watching had suddenly burst into static, and when that static faded, they were looking at the title screen for a children's show called Bingo's Circus Extravaganza. When he had tried to change the channel, the show had stayed on, and the television continued to show it even after he had tried turning it off and unplugging it. The killings had begun shortly after, all of them extremely violent, and none of them with witnesses. There had been one exception to that, when he had walked in on Bingo repeatedly stabbing Evelyn to death. He shook his head firmly in an effort to clear that image from it. Now wasn't the time for that. He needed to focus. One of the documents that Michael had obtained through less than legal means had been a medical report for Walter Douglas. A few years into the initial run of the show, he had been diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. It was just weeks later that the first killing he managed to link with Bingo Circus Extravaganza occurred. He had always believed that the two events were related. He also believed that the piece of the puzzle that connected them was Poe. There were numerous stories, all of them from personal accounts and none from official records, that contained mentions of Poe having what could only be described as magical powers. Witchcraft was a term that got thrown around too often with regards to these types of powers, but in this case, it seemed fitting. From what he had seen tonight with Bingo now inhabiting a new demonic body, he was able to put a few other pieces together. Poe must have helped him escape his cancer by putting a soul into the hand puppet he had been inside until very recently. It would explain how he had avoided the death sentence his doctor had given him. Why, though? Why put him into a puppet instead of a human body? The only answer that he could come up with was that Poe couldn't do that for some reason. Maybe a human body couldn't survive whatever the process was, or maybe there was some other reason. Whatever the case, it was safe to say that it simply wasn't a possibility. A demon's body was quite a bit sturdier than a human one, though. It could take a lot more of a beating. That would make it a more viable host. He frowned. No witch that he'd ever heard of had the kind of power required to unlatch a soul from a body and latch it onto another. She would have needed help beyond what a person was capable of giving her. It would have meant acquiring power from something else, something more. Poe would have had to make a bargain with something with almost godlike power. A bargain to break, he muttered. What was that? Maggie asked from the tent entrance. I think I know what's happening, Michael told her. I think that for Poe to gain the powers that she has, she had to make a deal with something very strong and something very ancient. Something that for all intents and purposes is a god. Now that she and Bingo have what they want, though, they don't want to keep paying whatever the price of that deal was. They're going to try to break their bargain. Can they do that? Maggie, I don't even know the details of it, let alone what they made the deal with, or if I'm even right. Bingo seems confident, though, and I've learned the hard way to never underestimate him. Chapter 40. In an attempt to avoid going through the tents that had popped up all over town, Sarah and Josh had decided to go through the woods to wrap around to the back of the field the carnival was located in. It had been slow going, especially since they hadn't been able to use their bikes, but they had finally arrived at their destination. As she dropped her currently useless bike and concealed it in some brush, she looked up at the roller coaster and shivered. The giant eye was still there, although it was currently turned inward towards the center of the carnival. "We should stay outside as long as possible," Josh said. Sarah jumped slightly at the sound of his voice. They hadn't said a word to each other the entire time that they had been walking. They had both been lost in their own thoughts. "I was thinking the same thing," she agreed. "I don't suppose that you have any idea how we can find my dad and Sheriff Grant." "No clue. Do you see something wrong with this, though?" "You mean besides the obvious giant eyeball, I take it?" "Yes. There's nobody else around. Maybe the roller coaster and buildings are just making it seem like that, but I don't hear any crowd noise either." "It's pretty late," she pointed out. "Maybe the majority of people have gone home?" He stared at her. "Yeah, okay, wishful thinking," she admitted. "I'm thinking that we should circle around to the Sea Lodge and see if we can find Jenny. Hopefully we can be in and out before anyone sees us." "Right." They slowly moved around the outside of the carnival, staying concealed in the brush as long as they could. Eventually they were forced to move out into the open, however. They stayed as low as possible as they walked, but Sarah still felt extremely exposed. All it would take would be a single person with a flashlight to reveal them. Josh led the way to the Sea Lodge. There was something in both the way he was moving and the tone in his voice when he had spoken that had made her wonder if they should have stayed back at the safe house. He seemed both determined and scared at the same time. His experiences inside the lodge had changed him. They didn't really have much of a choice, though. Only Josh knew exactly what was happening in the lodge, and if he was right and Jenny was being kept there, they had to let her father and the sheriff know. There was also the possibility that they might be able to free her themselves. Somehow, they managed to make it to the lodge without incident. There was no back door, so they went around the right side of the building. The windows had been boarded up, making it impossible to see inside. They reached the front porch and took a quick look around. When they didn't see anyone, they went up onto the porch and to the front door. Sarah glanced up at the giant eye. It was looking off in the opposite direction. She wasn't sure what would happen if it spotted them, but she knew it wouldn't be good. Josh had walked directly to the door. He took a deep breath and turned the knob. It was unlocked, and it swung inward. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed. There was nothing inside. It was just one large empty room covered in dust. Josh stared at it in disbelief. He shook his head. "It was right fucking there," he said. "I don't understand." He turned to her, a worried expression on his face. "You have to believe me, Sarah," he pleaded. "I'm not going crazy here. I went through this door, and I was suddenly in an old house at a beach." "Hey, I believe you," Sarah reassured him. "Of course I do. Something must have been different when you went through last time." He closed his eyes and thought for a moment before opening them again. "Curioso, or I guess Poe, brought me here. She used a key to unlock it." "That key must be the difference. It makes sense. They wouldn't want just anyone being able to go to the beach house, right? You must have to use the key to get in." "Which means that we need Poe's key to open the door to where we want to go." Sarah nervously checked the eye before saying, "I have no idea how to get it away from her. I hope you do." "I have absolutely zero ideas about that, Sarah. We'll just have to... Wait, what's that?" He was looking in the direction of the roller coaster, and she felt a cold chill as she turned back towards it. She thought that the eye had spotted them, but it was still staring off in a different direction. Following the direction of his eyes, she found that he wasn't actually looking at Ex Oblivion. Instead, He was focusing on the Ferris wheel. There were numerous dark shapes moving on the struts and cars of the structure. It was hard to tell from such a distance, but they looked like incredibly thin people wearing all black clothing. She took out her phone and tapped on the camera app. Using the zoom option, she got in as close to one of the shapes as she could. The figure wasn't wearing black clothing. Its entire body, with the exception of its bone-white face, was the color of the night sky. The resolution of the screen was poor when it was this zoomed in, but she could still make out the sharp teeth in the creature's mouth. Strigoi, she said to herself as she recognized the creature. The proto-vampire? Josh asked, recognizing the name from their shared studies during the summer. That's what those things are? Yes. I don't think that they've seen us yet. We're in a lot of trouble if they do. I don't get it. I thought that they were supposed to only show up in numbers in places where mass deaths have taken place. What are they doing here? Sarah took a deep breath. I think what we've seen so far from this place is only the tip of the iceberg. I think there's something even worse going on. Chapter 41. Michael was at a complete loss for words as he spotted the two teenagers coming around the corner. The mixture of shock and anger had managed to do the near impossible and strip him of any idea what to say. Sarah saw him heading their way and her face broke out into a relieved smile. That somehow made the entire situation even more confounding. Dad, she exclaimed in a voice that was trying to be a whisper but really wasn't. I'm so fucking glad that we found you. Speaking of fuck, what the fuck are you doing here? Michael demanded as he found his voice. She ignored the question. Listen, we think we know. Wait, holy shit, what happened to your finger? He curled the fingers of his left hand into a fist to make his injury less obvious. Later, why are you here? We think we know where Jenny is. Where? Maggie said as she caught up. Where's Jenny? It's complicated. Sarah pointed at Josh. When we were here earlier, that woman with the weird hair... Poe, Josh supplied. Right, her, Poe. She did something to Josh and took him to this old-looking house by the rides. She made him go inside, but when he went in, he wasn't here anymore. He was in some house by the ocean. We think that they put Jenny in there. What do you mean that... Michael began before shaking his head. No, never mind. It doesn't matter. You're sure about this? Sarah and Josh exchanged a look. Not entirely, Josh admitted. I mean, I'm sure about what happened to me, but I'm not 100% sure that's where Jenny is. I'm pretty sure that we're right, though. There's a catch, Sarah said. Of course there is, Michael replied dryly. There's always a catch. Poe has the key we need to open the door to the beach house. When we opened it without it, there wasn't anything inside. Michael frowned in frustration. The more time that passed, the closer Bango got to achieving his goal, but at the same time they couldn't just leave Jenny. He came to a quick decision. Okay, you two go with Maggie, he said. Find Poe and force her to open that door. Wait a second, Maggie objected as she realized what he was proposing. I'll be fine, he assured her. I promise that I won't do anything stupid. Well, not any stupider than usual, anyway. Just concentrate on what you're doing. Poe is strong, really strong, but silver disrupts magic. Put a few shots in her with a peacemaker if you have to. I don't like the idea of splitting up. I don't really like it either, but we don't have a choice. You need to save Jenny, and I need to at least try to stop Bango. When you find her, get her and the kids out of here. What's going on? Sarah asked suspiciously. Why are you talking like this? I don't have time to explain. Maggie will fill you in. For a brief moment he faltered as he looked at his daughter and saw the concern in her eyes. Hey, I love you, you know. As mad as I am that you put yourself in so much danger coming here, I'm also proud as hell that you risked so much for someone else. What the fuck, Dad? You're talking like you're going off to die. He grinned. I don't have any plans to die today. For right now, I need you to help Maggie find Jenny while I take care of the other issue. He took off the jacket that he was wearing and handed it to Sarah. She took it from him and examined it for a moment before her eyes opened wide. Isn't this Aleister Crowley's coat? She asked. It is, yes. It just occurred to me that you might be able to use it to open the door without needing Poe's key. Do you know how? She hesitated before nodding slowly. Yeah, I remember what you told me, but you said that I should never use this thing under any circumstances. Yeah, well, I guess this is one circumstance that I hadn't thought of. Try this first, and if it doesn't work, go after Poe. Are you sure about this? No, but I don't see a way around it. You're smart, you're resourceful, and you're a Dyer. You'll do great. Michael gave her one last smile before glancing over at Maggie. She was looking at him with concern. He knew that she didn't fully understand everything that was happening, but she knew that he was taking a big risk. There wasn't any helping it, though. While he didn't understand everything either, he did know that they couldn't afford to not find out exactly what Bango was up to. He nodded and began walking towards the section of the carnival with the various rides. He wasn't sure if he was going in the right direction, but it was a pretty solid guess given the giant eye hovering inside of one of the roller coaster loops. Besides, he doubted that he would remain ignorant of Bango's whereabouts for long. The creature had all but dared him to follow. Bango wanted him to witness what was going to happen. He came to the large open area and paused. Directly ahead of him was the Ferris wheel. While the lights were still on and the music was still playing, the wheel itself was still. There were black shapes crawling across it. It was hard to tell for sure from where he was standing, but judging by the odd movements and the general body shapes, they looked like more strigoi. It was strange that they were inhabiting the carnival. Strigoi were more scavengers than predators. While they could certainly be dangerous and attack healthy prey as evidenced by what had happened at the split log, they usually preferred to gather around places that were full of sickness and death. Then again, maybe it made sense that they would be present at the carnival. The history of Bango Circus Extravaganza was filled with blood and death, the two things the strigoi craved. This particular carnival must have been like a light to a moth for them. Michael kept to the outside of the open area, using the tents and buildings as cover. He doubted that he could hide from anyone actively looking for him, but he hoped that he could avoid attention for as long as possible. A movement up ahead caught his attention. A large stage had been erected behind the Ferris wheel, and he could just make out figures moving in the shadows. At first he thought it was more strigoi, but he quickly dismissed that thought as he saw the figures were standing upright, and their movements were more methodical than the proto-vampires. As he drew closer, he could hear them talking. Being careful to remain concealed, he ducked behind one of the tents and peered out from around the side. From here he could see that there were 3 people present: Bango, Leo, and Poe. Both Leo and Poe looked uncomfortable, while Bango seemed enraged. "What the fuck do you mean Bango is dead?" Bango demanded. "I found him near the bridge leading into town," Leo answered. His masked face pointed towards the ground. "He's covered in what looks like vines." "And you're sure that he's dead?" "Yes, the vines, well, they're growing out of his mouth and eye sockets. I don't know what happened, but he's definitely dead." "Michael fucking Dyer happened, that's what," Bango growled. "If I'd known that he did that to Bango, I would have taken some flesh off of him. Go find him and drag him here. I'm going to get started on him sooner than I planned." "Absolutely, sir." Leo hurried off to do as he was told. Michael moved further behind the tent as the man in the lion mask walked past where he was hiding. He waited until he was alone again to continue watching. "I'll be able to bring him back," Poe was assuring Bango. "Once I've taken what I need from Call, it will be easy." "That's not the point," Bango snapped. "He took something from me, Nobody takes something from me. We'll just have to take even more from him. She pointed up at the giant eye looking down from the roller coaster. Call is starting to awaken. How long do we have? It's impossible to say. A few hours, maybe less. Until then, her spirit will remain separated from her body. So we only have a few hours to kill a god. Bango smiled his nightmarish smile. Sounds fun. The bait is already in place. I've got the town residents inside the section of the lodge Call's body is in. It shouldn't take long for it to make its way there and devour them. Like a sleepwalker going to the fridge for a midnight snack. Good. You should prepare yourself for what you need to do. Poe nodded once. I'll go to the lodge now. What are you going to do? It's been a long time since I've had legs, Bango replied. I think I'll stretch them a bit. Chapter 42. Sarah watched her father disappear behind one of the tents and out of sight. She kept an eye on him for as long as she could as their small group headed back to the Sea Lodge. There was something about the way that he had spoken to her that made her extremely nervous. Maggie had promised to fill her and Josh in on what was happening, but that conversation was going to have to wait until they had found Jenny. They reached the steps of the house. She pushed all other thoughts out of her mind. There was no point in worrying about things that she couldn't affect. She had her own issues to deal with. First and foremost was using Crowley's coat. It was lighter than she had expected, more of a spring weight jacket than a heavy coat. It was made of black leather that had cracked from years of neglect. Trying to remember everything that her father had told her about it, she slipped it on and approached the door. You do know what you're doing, right? Maggie asked nervously. Your dad made it pretty clear that coat is dangerous when he told me what it is. More or less, Sarah replied, straightening the jacket. More or less. It doesn't come with an instruction manual, but from what Dad told me, it's pretty straightforward. Maggie closed her eyes and shook her head. You sound just like him. I don't know if I can handle two of you. All right, go to it. Josh, help me keep watch. Sarah heard them moving around behind her, but she did her best to block out the noise as she concentrated on the door in front of her. She put her hand on the knob and closed her eyes. From what her father had said, the trick to using the coat was to picture exactly what she wanted to do in her head before speaking a command. It didn't matter what word was used, as long as it was something that she associated with what she wanted to happen. Open, she said as she twisted the knob and pushed inward. The door did open, but it didn't reveal the beach house. Instead, there was just the same empty room that she and Josh had found earlier. She closed it and furrowed her brow in concentration. Open was a pretty generic word. It didn't really embody what she was trying to do, either. She was trying to get the door to open into a different place. Maybe she needed to change her approach. Portal, she said as she opened the door. Once again, there was nothing. Starting to feel frustrated, she closed it again and crossed her arms over her chest. There was something that she was missing. A thought occurred to her. It was possible that she wasn't missing anything at all. Her father had said that the coat only had a very limited amount of power left in it. What she was asking might be beyond what it was capable of still doing. Something clicked. It wasn't a problem with the coat at all. It was a problem with how she was trying to use it. Josh, I need you, she said over her shoulder. What's wrong? He asked as he came up the steps to join her. The problem is that I've never seen the beach house before, she told him. I'm picturing something like what you described to me, but it's not accurate enough for the coat to do its thing. She took his hand and laced her fingers in with his. Placing her other hand on the doorknob, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I need you to picture the room directly beyond this door, she instructed him. The room at the beach house. Try to remember every single detail of it and keep it locked in your mind. All right, he said skeptically. What is... Hush. Just trust me and do it. She gave him a few moments to get everything set in his mind's eye. She then formed an image of his face in her own mind and concentrated on it. The coat seemed to grow warmer around her body as she turned the knob. Find, she commanded. She pushed the door inward. Even before she opened her eyes, she knew that something had changed. The air that blew in her face was warmer than the cold October night in Lamplight Woods, and it was moist and had a salty smell. She opened her eyes and found herself looking through the doorway at a much different room than before. That's it, Josh said shortly. That's the house. Are you okay? She asked as she squeezed his hand. No, not really. That's the place? Maggie asked, coming up onto the porch with her gun drawn. This is where Jenny is being held? We think so, Sarah confirmed. The sheriff made a move as if she was going to go through, but she stopped herself. I'm going to go in after her. I need you guys to stay out here and keep the door open. You don't know your way around in there, Josh pointed out. I do. I should go and you two should stay to watch the door. Josh. He shook his head firmly. It's what makes sense. Sarah needs to stay outside just in case the door closes so that she can reopen it. Nobody should be left alone out here in case those strigoi or some of the carnival workers wander by. I've been in there before. Neither of you have. It has to be me. Without waiting for a response, he turned and stepped through the doorway. Maggie made a move to grab him, but it was too late. He looked back at them and started talking. There was no sound, however. What did you say? Sarah asked. He stared at her in confusion and pointed to his ear. Apparently he wasn't able to hear anything coming from their side of the door either. Motioning for them to move back, he stuck his head through the opening. I don't think that sound passes through the space between the two places, he said. Light seems to. I'll try to signal if I need help. He pulled his head back into the house and headed away from the door. Within seconds, he was completely obscured by the dark shadows. Sarah fought back the urge to follow him. He was right. If the door needed to be open again, she was the only one that could do it. Not knowing what else to do, she leaned up against the wooden wall and watched the darkness. Chapter 43. Josh made it through the living room and into the kitchen before he started to feel the pain behind his right eye. He stopped and closed his eyes as he waited for it to fade. It wasn't nearly as bad as it had been the first time he had been in the Sea Lodge. It was dull instead of sharp, and it was quickly over. He felt around his eye, but there wasn't any of the salty discharge that there had been previously. His mind was also still clear. Poe had said something about him not being compatible with whatever that thing was that he had been infected with. Maybe the dull pain was some sort of lingering after effect from the parasite. He shook his head and opened his eyes. There would be time to sort through things later. For the moment, he needed to concentrate on the matter at hand. The kitchen was mostly like he remembered it. Someone had cleaned it, though, and the layer of dust that had clung to everything was gone. He went into the bedroom and found that the cleaning extended to there as well. It would have taken quite a while to clear off that much grime. He wondered how long Jenny had been trapped there. Time passed differently in the lodge. He'd experienced an entire day inside, but only minutes had gone by in Lamplight Woods. Apparently quite a bit longer had passed for her. He returned to the kitchen, but hesitated before checking outside. Jenny clearly wasn't in the beach house, and he knew that he needed to check the beach itself, but he remembered the sounds that he had heard after dark while he'd been trapped there. There was no question in his mind that something unnatural lurked outside when the sun set, and it was now night. Glancing back towards the living room to make sure that the door was still open, Josh went down the small set of stairs leading to the beach. The night outside was somehow brighter than the inside of the house, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. The moon was huge, taking up a large portion of the sky and illuminating the world with its brightness. The rest of the sky was filled with stars. It was oddly quiet, and he quickly saw the reason why. The ocean was all but gone, leaving only a thin layer of water that reflected the moon and stars. Standing along the edge of the water was a long line of people. He recognized most of them as residents of Lamplight Woods. They were standing completely still as they gazed out over the water. "Josh?" a voice said from his left. "Josh Taylor?" He turned to find Jenny Grant slowly approaching him. She was dressed in different clothes than she had been wearing back at the carnival, and her hair was quite a bit longer. There were dark circles under her eyes. He couldn't be sure, but he thought that she was also thinner than she had been. "Mrs. Grant, thank God," he said, keeping his voice low even though there didn't seem to be anything threatening nearby. "I've come to get you out of here." She stared at him in disbelief for a moment. "You know a way out?" "Yeah, through the door in the living room." "That door doesn't open." "Not from this side, no. We got it open from the Lamplight Woods side. Come on, we have to go." "What about these people?" Josh looked back over at the Lamplight Woods resident standing by the water. She had a point. If they left the lodge and closed the door, it would basically be abandoning a large part of the town. "Okay, you go ahead and go back to Lamplight Woods," he said. "If you're not through that door soon, the sheriff is going to come charging in, and I don't think either one of us wants that." "What about you?" Jenny asked. "I can't just leave you here." "I'll be right behind you. I'm going to see if I can get these people to wake up. If I can't, I'll leave and we can figure something else out." "I don't like this." "I'll be fine. I have an idea. Now go." She gave him one last look before turning and hurrying back into the beach house. Truth be told, he didn't have any idea what he was going to do, but he hadn't wanted her to argue. The look on Sheriff Grant's face had been one of concern and impatience, and he was worried that she would only allow so much time to pass before coming in herself. He walked over to the nearest person to him, feeling the soft sand crunching under his shoes. He recognized her as Dora Langley, a girl a year older than him that attended his high school. They weren't friends by any stretch of the imagination. When his parents had died, she had been one of the first kids to tease him about it. He had never understood why children found that sort of thing to be fodder for jokes. On the plus side, her winning personality made it easier for him to use as a human guinea pig. She didn't respond when he waved his hands in front of her eyes, and she remained completely still when he loudly clapped his hands together less than an inch from her face. Not sure what else to do, he leaned in closer for a better look. He frowned. Her right eye was slightly bloodshot, and there was water running down her cheek from directly under it. He went down the line to the next person, and then the next. They both had the same redness and excretion. Everyone there had been infected with one of the parasites that Poe had tried to force on him. For some reason, his brain hadn't accepted the presence of the parasite, and it had died before being ejected from his body. What he was seeing was the result of minds that had allowed the parasite to take over. He felt a chill go down his spine. If it wasn't for some random twist of fate, he would have been just like them. He had no idea how to get rid of the parasites. His had been removed when he had vomited, but that was after it was already dead. Trying to deal with live ones was something else entirely. Josh went back towards the house. The only thing he could think of was to get Sarah and hope that the coat she had used to open the door could also get rid of the parasites. From there, they would just have to somehow sneak half the town through the carnival without getting the attention of the carnival workers or the feral vampire creatures roaming the area. He made a face. Yeah, nice and simple. He went into the house and through the kitchen. As he stepped into the living room, he noticed that he was feeling a very slight vibration coming up through the floor. He had been so preoccupied outside that he hadn't noticed it. Ignoring it, he hurried to the door leading home. When he was just inches away, the door slammed shut. He was too close to stop, and his body hit it hard. Luckily, he was able to turn his shoulder ever so slightly, and it prevented his face from striking the wood. Feeling panic beginning to creep into him, he grabbed the doorknob and tried to turn it. It was locked. Swearing loudly, he kicked the door as hard as he could, but even as he did so, he knew that it was futile. He was once again trapped in the sea lodge. Chapter 44. Maggie felt a huge weight lift from her as Jenny emerged from the doorway. She immediately grabbed her wife and pulled her into a tight hug, feeling her eyes starting to fill with tears. She had managed to keep everything internalized since she and Michael had arrived at the carnival, but now that she knew that Jenny was safe, the internal dam had broken. "Damn it, Jenny," she managed to say in a choked voice. "I thought that I lost you." She expected a sarcastic comment, or at least a small joke. Jenny always leaned towards humor when she was in an emotional situation. Instead, though, she simply clung to Maggie, her fingers digging in tight. When they finally released each other, the sheriff looked at her closely. "Are you okay?" she asked as gently as she could. "No," Jenny replied immediately. "I'm not okay at all." Maggie had noticed that Jenny looked exhausted and that she had lost weight. Now, as she took a closer look, she was surprised to see just how much her wife had changed. Not just physically, but also just the way that she carried herself. The bubbly, good-natured happiness was gone. It had only been a few hours, but it was like she had been gone for months. "Where's Josh?" Sarah asked with obvious concern in her voice. "He'll be out in a minute," Jenny answered, pulling away from Maggie. "There are other people trapped in there. He's trying to—" Before she could finish speaking, the door leading into the sea lodge slammed shut so hard that it shook the porch. Sarah swore and tried to open it again, but it didn't budge. There was a short laugh behind them, and they turned around to find that they weren't alone anymore. "Hello, Sheriff Grant," Sylvia Poe said as she brushed the long side of her hair over her shoulder. "I see that you managed to find your poor missing wife." "Open the door," Sarah demanded as she took a step forward. "Or you'll do what?" Poe asked calmly, barely paying attention to the girl. "Be quiet, child. The adults are talking." The peacemaker was already in Maggie's hand, and she brought it up to point at the woman as she made sure that her body was in front of Jenny. She felt the anger beginning to rise in her. For the first time since Leo had informed her that her wife had been taken, she was face to face with one of the people responsible. "Are you really going to kill an unarmed person?" Poe asked with a tiny smile. "Come on, Sheriff Grant. You and I both know that you're not going to pull that trigger." As much as Maggie hated to admit it, the woman was right. She wasn't going to kill someone in cold blood no matter what that person had done. She gritted her teeth and stayed silent. "That's what I thought," Poe said. "I'll tell you what. Why don't I give you a reason?" The woman snapped her fingers, and a burst of fire sprouted from the tips. Maggie barely managed to move out of the way and pull Jenny along with her as the flame licked the spot they had been standing less than a second earlier. As they fell, Maggie fired the peacemaker, and Poe cried out as the bullet went through her hand. "You fucking shot me!" she yelled in both shock and pain. "You're lucky I was off balance," Maggie said as she got back to her feet. "If I wasn't, it would have gone right through your forehead. Turn around, get on your fucking knees, and put your hands behind your head." "You actually think that you're going to, what, arrest me? Me? I'm going to tear your heart out, bitch." "Better people than you have tried." Poe snarled as she curled her injured hand into a fist and held it up in front of her. Maggie felt her entire body clench up as if she was being held by a giant hand. She struggled against the unseen force, but could barely move. The air was slowly being pushed out of her lungs, and she gasped as she unsuccessfully tried to breathe. Sarah attempted to charge directly at Poe, either to try to take her off her feet, or to at least try to get the woman's attention off of Maggie. She simply waved her other hand, and the girl went flying back up onto the porch and into the wall of the building. Realizing that she couldn't pull the peacemaker's trigger, Maggie opened her hand as wide as she could. The gun fell out of her grip and landed at her feet. As she had hoped it would happen, Jenny's hand lashed out from behind her and grabbed the weapon before rapidly squeezing off 2 shots. One of the bullets stopped in midair and fell to the ground, apparently stopped by Poe. The other round dug itself into the woman's shoulder, however, and suddenly Maggie was able to move once again as Poe's hand spasmed and opened. She bent down and took the gun back out of Jenny's hand. Poe had been caught off guard by the resistance they were putting up. She took a few steps back and kept her injured hand close to her body. Maggie shot at her again, unloading the 3 remaining rounds at different parts of the woman's body. All 3 shots fell to the ground short of their targets as she concentrated on defending herself. Sarah stepped back into view as she charged once again, forcing Poe to turn her attention to her. At first, Maggie wondered why the girl wasn't using the coat to fight magic with magic, but she realized that Sarah must have been worried about using the last of the coat's magic and not being able to retrieve Josh. It was impressive that she was able to remain so clear-headed in such a dangerous situation. The first time Poe had been able to easily brush off Sarah's attack. However, Sarah was ready now. Instead of continuing forward when Poe pointed at her, she dove and wrapped her arms around the woman's legs. They both went tumbling to the ground in a heap. Poe managed to get to her feet first, but Maggie was already heading towards her. She rammed into the woman with her shoulder as hard as she could. There was a satisfying crack of bone as her shoulder connected hard with Poe's jaw. Blood flew from her mouth as she crashed into the ground again. Maggie was on top of her before she could even try to get up. The sheriff rained hard punch after hard punch down on her, all the pent-up rage bursting out. Poe tried to defend herself by putting up her arms, but soon they fell to her sides, and she lay helpless on the ground as she was continuously battered. With a final strike directly to the nose, Maggie stood back up. She was panting heavily from the exertion, and her knuckles were throbbing and most likely bleeding inside of her gloves. She looked down at Poe as sweat poured off of her face. The woman was still alive, but her face was ruined, and each breath was ragged. "Fuck you," Maggie spit out. There was a movement to her right, and before she could react, Jenny was on top of Poe. Her wife pulled something out of her pocket and plunged it into the side of the witch's neck. Jenny let out such a primal scream that Maggie physically recoiled from her. She'd never heard anything remotely like that come out of her before. Jenny pulled the object out of Poe's neck, but before she was able to stab with it again, Maggie snapped out of her shock and grabbed her arm. Jenny struggled against her for a moment before her head drooped and she dropped the weapon. Whatever it was, it resembled a prison shank. "I had to do it, Maggie," Jenny said quietly. "I had to show them that I'm not afraid anymore." Maggie looked over at Sarah helplessly. The girl was staring back at her, with horror in her eyes. Chapter 45. Michael watched as Bango slowly walked towards one of the tents and disappeared inside. After watching and listening intently for several minutes, he stepped away from his hiding spot and debated his next move. Part of him wanted to go investigate the tent to find out just what Bango was up to in there, but he rejected the idea. There weren't any windows, and he certainly wasn't going to trap himself inside of a closed space with the creature. Besides, he knew where Bango would eventually end up. He would be going to the place that Sarah and Josh called the Sea Lodge. Things were starting to come together in his mind now. From the conversation he had overheard, it was clear that Bango and Poe were going to attempt to break the bargain they had made with the ancient being she had gotten her powers from. It sounded like they were going to do so by killing it while it was in a vulnerable state. To do that, they needed the key that she had taken from Forgotten Tales. Josh had said that Poe had opened the Sea Lodge with a special key. The key she had stolen from him was a different one, but it was marked as being from the Blackwood Lodge. What were the odds of that being a coincidence? Besides, there were what could best be described as rumors, whispers even, stories that very few people knew about a place known only as the Lodge, a place that existed outside of both time and space, much like the hidden study at Forgotten Tales. If the rumors were to be believed, though, the Lodge was so much more. It was thought to be both infinite and sentient, all-encompassing and yet also separate from the universe. It was a place of contradictions, a place that was impossible to truly understand. He'd come across scraps of information about it when he had tried to research the origins of the Blackwood Lodge key. None of it had made much sense, and it had led to nothing but dead ends. Now, though, he believed that everything that was happening was somehow connected to this mysterious lodge. The sound of gunshots filled the air, soon followed by screaming. Michael looked in the direction that they had come from, but his view was blocked by the buildings and tents. He was sure that they had come from the direction of the Sea Lodge, though, and they sounded a lot like shots from Maggie's Peacemaker. He was about to start heading that way when he saw movement from the corner of his eye. He ducked back into his hiding place just as Leo came around the corner. At first, Michael thought that the man was looking for him as instructed by Bango, but when he headed directly towards the tent the creature had gone into, it was clear that the only person he was looking for was his boss. Bango emerged from the tent just as Leo reached it. The wind chose that moment to blow harder, making it impossible for Michael to hear what they were saying. The sudden loud outburst from Bango was easy to understand, however. "What do you mean, she's dead?" Bango practically screamed in rage. "Like I said, Poe is dead," Leo replied in a much calmer tone. "I was by the Sea Lodge and saw it happen. That bitch sheriff and Dyer's kid killed her. The sheriff's wife helped, too. She was too weak from the ritual she used to bring you back to stop them." Bango stared at him. "You're telling me that you were there when it happened, and you did nothing to help her? You just let it happen?" "There were 3 of them. I couldn't—" Before he could finish, Bango lashed out and floored him with a vicious backhand. Leo was lifted completely off of his feet and crashed into the ground several feet away. The man quickly scrambled back up as he spit blood out through the mouth of his mask. "All right, that's enough of that," Leo growled. "Both Bango and Poe are dead. You don't have them to protect you anymore, old man, and without Poe, your entire plan is out the window. I'm done taking your abuse." Bango regarded him for a moment before bursting into laughter, his face changing into its nightmare state. "I'm sorry, did I hear you right?" Bango asked. "Did you actually say that you believe Bango and Poe were protecting me? Me? Holy shit, do you have your facts screwed up? I protected them. I gave them a home. I gave them a family. I gave them everything." "Bango had the strength," Leo spit back. "Poe had the magic. You're just some cancer patient that got stuck in a puppet for decades and is now in the body of a rotting corpse. I've been waiting for this for a long time." "Well then, no need to keep waiting, kitty cat. Show old Uncle Bango what you've got." Without warning, Leo's left hand reached into his suit coat and produced a thin knife. Even from this distance, Michael could tell that it was old and dull. It wasn't much of a weapon. The lights near the stage suddenly went out, and the entire area was plunged into darkness. It was far darker than it should have been, with shadows covering everything like a thick blanket. "Oh my," Bango said happily. "I had no idea that you had Carwenhow. Wherever did you find it?" Michael recognized the name. Carwenhow was a legendary dagger that had supposedly been one of King Arthur's most prized possessions. The old story said that it could shroud its user in shadows. Apparently those stories meant that quite literally. "So your plan is to make it harder for me to see you," Bango continued. "Congratulations, you've managed to achieve what Sunset does every single evening. What's your next play? Are you going to use a bedsheet to make yourself look like a spooky ghost? Oh, I know. You're going to leave a flaming bag of dog poop on my doorstep, right? Not quite, Leo replied smugly, his voice seemingly coming from nowhere. I just needed to buy myself a few seconds. The darkness disappeared as the lights came back on. Leo was standing a few yards from Bango, and in front of him was a massive black dog. It was nearly as tall as the two men. Its fangs were bared, and thick drool dripped from its jaws. Its eyes glowed with a dim blue light. Michael was so focused on the monster that it took him a few moments to notice the dog collar in Leo's hand. Well, hello there, puppy, Bango greeted the animal. You seem friendly. Gite rash, Leo commanded slowly. Bring me his head. The giant hound lunged forward. Its jaws opened wide as it bore down on Bango. Michael didn't know much about gite rash, just that it was an English myth and it was considered to be a death omen, and he watched in fascination. Bango continued to grin as he reached out and shoved his arm directly into the mouth of the hound. The creature's eyes went wide and it yelped in surprise. He grabbed its tongue and lifted the animal off of its feet before slamming it down on the ground so hard that Michael could feel the rush of air from the impact. The hound laid still before turning to smoke and fading away. That was a good effort, Bango noted. I have to admit that I'm just the teensiest, tiniest little bit impressed. I knew that you always wanted to be the guy in charge, but I didn't guess that you go to these lengths. Like I said, I'm impressed. That's not going to stop me from killing you, obviously. I'll just do it with a little more respect than I normally would. It was impossible to see the expression under his mask, but Leo's body language made it clear that he was starting to panic. He dropped the collar as he reached back into his coat. Moving with inhuman speed, Bango lunged forward and caught Leo's hand before he could retrieve another object. The grin on the demonic creature's face broadened. No more toys, Bango told him. He pulled Leo's hand back out of his coat. As the masked man began to scream, he opened his demonic mouth and bit down into the forearm. With one hard jerk of his head, Bango ripped Leo's arm off of his body and spit it onto the ground. Leo's screams grew both louder and shriller. Bango clamped his right hand down on the man's mouth to silence him. That part about my plans being out the window because Poe is dead? Bango said slowly. You always thought so small. If Poe isn't here to take that impotent god's power, I'll just have to do it myself. Bango put one hand on each side of the man's face and squeezed. The struggling abruptly ended, and Leo's head collapsed inward under the immense pressure. Bango opened his hands and allowed the body to fall to the dirt. I know that you're watching, Mikey, Bango called out, wiping his bloody hands on his pants. I hope you enjoyed the show. Chapter 46. Michael watched as Bango walked away from the mangled body and went back into the tent he had been in. He found himself staring at the scene in disbelief. The killing of one of Bango's own followers had been so quick and effortless. Forcing himself to move past the shock, he stood up and cautiously walked over to the body. He was about to break one of the primary rules that his grandfather had taught him: never handle magical or cursed objects that you don't understand. Having just watched what Bango had done, however, he knew that he was going to need as much firepower as he could get his hands on to stand even a slim chance of surviving an actual fight. He was just going to have to learn how to use Leo's objects on the fly. He was disappointed to find that the dagger was damaged beyond repair. It was lying on the ground in pieces, the blade having snapped off the hilt. Judging by the condition, it had been in bad shape to begin with, and it must have hit the ground in just the wrong way when Leo fell. Next to it was the collar that was used to summon Gite Rash. He picked it up and put it into his back pocket. He already felt like a grave robber, but he knew that it was about to get worse. Leo had been reaching into his coat when Bango had stopped him, which meant that there must be something else inside. Being careful not to touch any of the blood or bone fragments that covered the coat, Michael carefully opened it and fell along the inside until he found an inner pocket. Inside the pocket was something square and hard. He pulled it out and found that it was a ring box. Glancing back at the tent Bango had gone into to make sure he was still alone, he opened it. Sitting on a black velvet cushion was a perfectly round orb. It looked like a pearl, but instead of the usual milky white color, this one was red. He had never seen anything like it before. Whatever it was, he certainly wouldn't be able to figure out what it could do or how to use it without doing a lot of research, something that he didn't currently have time for. He closed the box and decided to keep it just in case. Michael looked up as he heard the sound of cicadas filling the air. The Strigoi had begun to descend from the Ferris wheel, and they were looking in his direction as they moved. Making one last check that he hadn't missed anything, he stood back up and hurried back to his hiding spot. The Strigoi surrounded the dead body and began to lap up the blood. He was reminded of nature documentaries of hyenas surrounding an antelope carcass. In a way, what he was watching was a dark reflection of exactly that. It was disgusting, but at the same time, strangely fascinating. He debated if he should try to find out what Bango was doing in the tent, but he decided against it. The structure didn't have any window flaps, and he certainly wasn't going to go inside. The risk outweighed the gain. Besides, he needed to check on those gunshots he had heard coming from the direction of the Sea Lodge. That was where Maggie and the kids had gone, and he needed to make sure that they were all right. Being as quiet as possible so as not to attract the attention of the Strigoi, he made his way back around the outside of the carnival towards the lodge. With the exception of the cicada-like sound of the proto-vampires, the place was eerily quiet. Everything had happened so fast, and he couldn't remember if it had been this quiet when he and Maggie had arrived. He was pretty sure that there had been music playing, but he wasn't sure. He wondered where all of the carnival workers had gone. He hadn't been there when the carnival had opened, but it would have taken quite a few people to run something the size of what he was seeing. There wasn't anyone around now, though, and in an odd way, that was just as disquieting as what he had just witnessed. Something else was off about the carnival. Making sure that he was still out of sight of the Strigoi, he stopped moving and knelt down. He wasn't exactly sure what was different, but something had definitely changed. His eyes fell on a nearby tent and the answer clicked into place. The material of the tent itself had changed. He crept closer to get a better look. It was the same crimson color that pervaded the carnival, but instead of being made from the same plastic that it had been, it was thicker and rougher. It looked a lot like red flesh. Poe had told Bango that a god named Call was waking. Between this and the giant eye, Michael wondered if that physically affected the world around it, or maybe the carnival itself was some manifestation. There was no way to know for sure without knowing exactly what this call was. The sound of cicadas grew louder, and he turned his head towards the noise. 3 of the Strigoi had broken away from the group that was tearing apart Leo's body and were coming towards him. They hadn't seen him yet, but their faces were close to the ground as they sniffed at it. They were tracking his scent. That didn't make any sense, though. Strigoi could only track the scent of blood. How could they have followed him? He looked down at his injured finger and swore quietly. The bandage was soaked, and as he watched, a small drop of blood dripped from it and onto the ground. The liquid bandage he had filled the wound with must not have kept the wound shut, or maybe he had reopened it at some point. It didn't really matter. What did matter is now he was being followed by 3 highly dangerous creatures, and there could easily be more in the way. Michael glanced over in the direction of the Sea Lodge. He couldn't go there no matter how much he wanted to help Sarah and the others, at least not yet. If he did, he would be leading the Strigoi right to them. He needed to get rid of the creatures that were following him, get his wound under control, and come back. He would just have to hope that Bango didn't make his move before then. He continued on. Instead of continuing around the loop towards the lodge, however, He went back into the area of the carnival that housed the individual exhibition tents and the larger performance tent that he and Maggie had been in earlier. It wasn't much of a plan, but he figured that if he headed back towards the food vendor stalls, he might be able to find a first aid kit. If not, he could try to rig something up with napkins or whatever else was handy. He made a face as he took the right path and headed towards the entryway. It was actually a pretty terrible plan, but it was the best that he could come up with. A blonde woman in a blue dress stepped out of one of the flesh-like tents in front of him. Michael took out a silver knife and pointed it towards her. She looked at the weapon with an unconcerned look on her face before turning her attention to him. "Unless you want those strigoi that are following you to rip you to pieces, come inside," she said, pushing the tent flap open for him. Chapter 47. Sarah tried for a third time to get the door to the sea lodge to lead back into the beach house, but for the third time, there was only the empty room when she opened it. She stepped back and tried to keep control of her frustration and fear. Either she was doing something wrong, or Crowley's code had run out of power. She ran her hands through her hair. If she couldn't get the door to work, Josh would be trapped inside. Time worked differently inside of the lodge. By the time they were able to find him, he might already be dead. For all she knew, the fight with Poe might have taken too long, and he was already dead. She forced those thoughts out of her head. She had to stay focused if she was going to help him. If the roles had been reversed, she knew that he would have done everything that he could to stay laser focused on the problem and the solution to that problem. As she prepared to try again, she glanced over at the edge of the porch where Jenny was sitting. Maggie had her arm around her, but she didn't even seem to notice. After killing Poe and declaring that she had to do it, she hadn't said another word. Whatever had happened to her in the lodge had done something to her, something that had very much changed her. The thought of that same kind of change happening in Josh broke her concentration. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't fully set aside her concern for his safety. Her mind didn't work like his did. She wasn't able to compartmentalize nearly as well as he could. She was more impulsive and driven by emotion than he was, and a thought came to her. She might not even need to use the code to get inside the sea lodge. Hopping off of the porch, she went over to Poe's body and stared down at it for a moment. She didn't like the idea of scavenging from the dead, but she didn't have much of a choice. Kneeling down, she ran her hand over the woman's dress until she felt an odd lump near the waist. After probing with her fingers for a moment, she found a key attached to a blue oval keyring. Sarah hurried back up the steps and returned to the door. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and inserted the key into the keyhole just above the doorknob. There was an audible click. She reached out with her other hand and turned the knob before pushing the door open. She opened her eyes. To her relief, through the doorway was the beach house and not the single empty room. Without pausing to think about it, she went inside and looked around the dark entryway. Josh wasn't there, so she continued on into the kitchen. He wasn't there either. There were two ways out of the kitchen, a door leading into another room and a second one that led outside. She checked the inside door first. Behind it was a bedroom with a small bathroom. There was no one inside, so she returned to the kitchen briefly before going outside. The night was breathtaking. The moon, larger than she had ever seen it, lit up the beach in such a way that the sand looked like it was glowing. Stars filled the sky, and the light from all of them was reflected in the nearby water. Standing in front of the water was a long line of people. They were facing away from her, but she thought that she recognized some of them from the carnival. She had found the missing crowd. "Sarah?" a familiar voice said from behind her. She turned to see Josh coming around the back of the house. He was holding a long, thick branch that had been fashioned into a pointed spear, and he was staring at her with a mixture of caution and relief on his face. "That is you, right?" he asked. "You're not just some new way this place has found to fuck with me?" Sarah didn't answer him. She simply looked at him silently, feeling different emotions washing over her. She hadn't realized just how much she had been worried that she wouldn't see him again. It wasn't the time to be thinking about that kind of thing, and she absolutely knew that, but she didn't care. Do you remember what I told you about my great-grandfather's theory of paranormal entanglement? She asked finally. Yeah, Josh replied, clearly confused by why she was bringing the subject up. You said that he believed that paranormal events are linked to one another somehow, and that the reason so many strange things end up in Lamplight Woods is because of that connection. Right. My father called it a supernatural magnet. Lamplight Woods draws paranormal things to it. I'm not seeing where you're going with this. Sarah paused. What if Lamplight Woods also draws people together? People that are meant to be together, like how my mom and dad were connected from the first day that they met. It's possible. I feel like we learn something new about the town every day. Why are you asking me this? It's just... She shook her head in frustration. I'm not making any sense. I'm trying to say that we've known each other for less than 5 months now, and there's this thing that... She looked at him helplessly as she tried to find the right words. After struggling for a few moments, she decided that it was time to stop overanalyzing things. Oh, fuck it, Sarah said, walking up to Josh. I'm trying to tell you that I love you, you idiot. She reached up, pulled his face down to hers, and kissed him. At first his body was stiff with surprise, and she wondered if she had made a mistake. That fear was proved unfounded as he wrapped his arms around her and returned the kiss. She wasn't sure how long they stood there holding each other, but eventually they separated as if by some unsaid agreement. Her face was extremely warm, and she hoped that the night concealed the redness. There wasn't much chance of that given how bright the moon was, but she tried to keep the hope alive anyway. We should, get back, she said as she tried to fight down a goofy smile. Yeah, we should, Josh agreed, sounding extremely distracted. Okay. You seem to remember something. Wait, no, we can't go back yet. I need your help with these people. He led her down to the water's edge and the people that were standing in a straight line along the shore. All of them looked like they were in some kind of trance. The closer that she looked at them, the more that it looked less like a trance and more like they had simply been shut off. What's wrong with them? She asked. They have those parasites in them, Josh responded. Remember how I told you about that disgusting thing that was inside of me? They've all got one, except their bodies didn't reject them like mine did. She quickly assessed the situation. We need to use the coat to get the parasites out of them. Exactly what I was thinking. She looked over at him. I don't know if there's enough magic left in this thing to do that, and if there is, there's definitely not going to be anything left afterward. Josh nodded. We better make sure the door of this place stays open before we do anything then. Whatever we do, we have to hurry. We don't have long. I know. Bango could show up at any moment. It's not Bango that I'm concerned about. He turned slightly and pointed out over the water. At first, she struggled to see what he was trying to show her. There was just the shallow sea and the sky. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed a dark shape at the horizon. It was too far to make out what it was, but it extended a good distance across the water. What is that? Sarah asked. I have no idea, Josh replied in a tense voice. All I know is that it's been getting closer every minute. Chapter 48. Maggie stared at Sarah for a moment as she processed what she had just been told. The girl had just informed her that a good portion of the town's population was inside the Sea Lodge and possessed by some parasite that they were planning on extracting through the use of a magic coat. There was also some giant thing that was headed towards the possessed people from across the ocean. It sounded completely insane when laid out like that, and yet she instantly accepted it as fact. She wondered when the exact moment that she had become so accepting of Lamplight Woods' craziness had been. "What do you need from me?" she asked. "Just keep the door open," Sarah told her. "We'll do the rest." "I'm on it. Be careful in there, okay? I don't want to have to explain to your father how I lost you inside of a magical beach house." "I will." Sarah disappeared back into the lodge. Maggie turned to once again face the carnival, her hand on the holstered peacemaker. She was running low on bullets for it, and she had the feeling that she was going to need it again sooner rather than later. She would just have to make every shot count. The stroy had left the Ferris wheel, disappearing out of sight behind it. There had been sounds of a fight from over in that direction, and the noise had drawn the creatures away. She hoped that Michael wasn't in the middle of whatever had happened and that he was safe. Jenny was sitting on the edge of the porch, her legs pulled up to her chin and her arms wrapped around them. Poe's blood was still on her hands and face. She didn't seem to notice, or if she did, she didn't care. She had said that she had to kill Poe, and that she had to prove that she wasn't scared anymore. Jenny was a staunch detractor of the death penalty. She had said on more than one occasion that taking someone's life in any situation, except for self-defense, offended her as both a person and as a nurse. Maggie looked at Poe's body before quickly looking away again. The woman hadn't been in any position to threaten them when Jenny had jammed her makeshift weapon into her neck. She had been beaten into submission and knocked unconscious. It had been a cold-blooded killing. She wondered just how long Jenny had been in there to cause her to change so much. An entire day had passed for Josh, and he had only been inside for a short while. Jenny had been gone for hours. It could have been weeks or months. That was assuming that time had passed at the same rate as it had for Josh. For all she knew, it could have been years. She sighed. She had just wondered when she had gotten used to Lamplight Woods' weirdness. The truthful answer is that she hadn't, at least not fully. She doubted that she'd ever be totally comfortable with it. She knew that whatever had happened to Jenny while she was in there had a profound effect on her. Her wife hadn't just decided on a whim to kill someone. It wasn't in her nature. At least, it hadn't been. The problem was that, in a way, that didn't matter. The killing had happened. While she loved her wife dearly, Maggie was also Lamplight Woods' sheriff. She took the oath that she had sworn when she had taken office very seriously. Both under the law and based on how she would have handled this situation with anyone else, she should arrest Jenny. Her reminding herself about the kind of person Jenny was, and that there were extenuating circumstances, was just her trying to justify not making that arrest. She knew that this was the case, and yet she kept internally making excuses. Michael had killed a man earlier that night, and she hadn't arrested him. How could she make an exception for him and not her own wife? The rational part of her mind firmly reminded her that the circumstances simply hadn't been the same. Michael had killed Bango while not only defending himself, but her as well. Poe had been incapacitated when Jenny had killed her. The two situations were completely different. She looked back over at Jenny. When this was all over, she would have to make a choice as a sheriff. That would have to wait, though, because at that exact moment, she was needed more as a wife. She went over to the edge of the porch and knelt down so that she could put a hand on Jenny's shoulder. She wanted to sit down with her and hold her, but it was too dangerous to do so. A hopefully comforting hand on the shoulder was the best that she could muster, while staying upright and holding the peacemaker with the other hand. "You must think that I'm a terrible person," Jenny said suddenly as she kept staring off into the distance. "I don't think that," Maggie assured her. "Sure you do. Part of you does, anyway. I just murdered that woman." Maggie hesitated for less than a second. "It isn't that simple. You've gone through a lot." "I'm glad that I did it, Maggie. If I could do it all over again, I would do the exact same thing." She said it with such conviction that Maggie was momentarily speechless. The statement had been calm, and the tone of her voice hadn't had any hint of remorse. Do you know what's inside that house? Jenny continued. Monsters. Real monsters. There are these fish people things. When it rains slugs that drag themselves into the ocean. And there's something else too. Something huge and ancient and so far beyond us. Jenny, Maggie began. Her wife ignored her. When I was in there, I thought that those were the only monsters. When Curioso came into the house with all those people from Lamplight Woods, though, I started to realize that everyone working for this carnival is a monster too. All of them. They're all monsters, and they deserve to be put down. That's not a call for us to make, Maggie said. We can't be judge, jury, and executioner. There are laws. I don't want to hear about the laws, Jenny snapped. Do you think that the law helped me at all while I was in there? Do you think that any of these people give a shit about the law? Forget about government laws. They don't give two fucks about the laws of nature. I don't care if they care about what's right and what's not. I'll deal with them, and I'll deal with them on my terms. I care that you still know the difference. I absolutely do. Hell, I understand that better than I ever have. I was naive for a long time, Maggie. Even after fucking demons started killing kids earlier this year, I still believed that there was a line that had to be walked. With most people, there still is. I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm saying with the people at this single particular carnival, they need to be put down like the animals that they are. Maggie regarded her closely for a long moment, a feeling of inexplicable loss filling her. I can't believe that any one person is allowed to make that kind of judgment call, Jenny. I love you. I love you so much, but I just can't. Jenny looked up at her, her face stony. I love you too, Maggie, but in this case, I guess there just isn't anything left to talk about. Chapter 49. There were over a dozen people of all ages inside the tent. Michael watched them warily as he entered. Many of them were dressed in costumes, but others were wearing casual clothing. He didn't recognize any of them. Damn it, I hate this dress, the blonde woman said as she came in behind him and made sure to close the flap. Excuse me, folks. I need to get changed. The group parted. Now that they had moved, Michael could see various things scattered throughout the tent. In the very center was a large block of ice on some kind of table or altar. It was such an odd thing to see that he regarded it in confusion for a few seconds. He determined that it must be used in one of the carnival's exhibitions. The woman crossed to the back of the tent where a folding room divider had been placed. She went back behind the divider, and after a moment, the blue dress she had been wearing was flung over the top of it. He automatically averted his eyes, even though he couldn't see her as she continued to get changed. I'm going to assume that you're Michael Dyer, the woman said. He didn't respond. And now I'm going to assume from your silence that I'm right, she continued. My name is Lisbeth Erickson. Myself and these fine folks are members of this carnival. Well, I suppose saying that we were is more accurate. Jumping ship now that Leo is dead? Michael asked, watching the gathered people warily. There was a pause. Leo is dead? I didn't know that. They're dropping like flies tonight. No, we're done because Poe is dead. Poe's dead? Those gunshots. She is, but that's not the part that really matters. Lisbeth came back out from behind the divider, now wearing jeans, a black shirt, and a leather coat. All that matters is that the leashes are off, and they need to stay that way. She turned her attention to the other people gathered in the tent. They watched her silently as she appeared to be gathering her thoughts. When she finally spoke, her voice was positive and upbeat. It's been some time coming, but we're finally here, Lisbeth said with a smile. No more being at someone else's whim No more answering a snap of someone's finger. It doesn't matter what happened to get us here, just that it did. The group of people nodded and murmured in agreement. So here's what's going to happen. You're all going to get the hell out of here. We can't take the risk that this is just temporary. You need to get out beyond the carnival's influence. You're talking like you're not coming with us, a muscular man in his 30s said. Lisbeth shook her head slightly. That's because I'm not, Jack. Not right away, anyway. I'm going to make sure that this place can't hurt anyone ever again. We know this all starts and ends with this bingo that Poe wouldn't shut up about. We'll stay and help. She raised her hand as the people began to agree. Listen, everyone, I appreciate it. I appreciate it more than you can possibly know. If it was just us adults, I would take you up on the offer. It's not, though. Michael looked down at the children watching her. Whether the group had intended to or not, they were standing in a protective semicircle around the youngest members. It was clear that they took the safety of the children seriously. I need all of you to get the children clear, Lisbeth said. There's Strigoi out there, and we all know what those vultures will do to a defenseless child. Keep them safe, and keep each other safe. Mr. Dyer here just told us that Leo is dead. Break into his trailer and get the keys to the trucks. I promise that I'll meet up with all of you later. After checking to make sure that the coast was clear, the people quietly left the tent. Lisbeth hugged each one of them as they passed by, the smile on her face not quite hiding the worry in her eyes. When the last of them had gone, she turned away and quickly swiped at the corner of one eye with her hand. They'll be fine, she said, more to herself than to her guest. I'm completely lost, Michael admitted. What the hell is going on here? Why are you not trying to kill me right now? She turned back towards him as if she had forgotten that he was there. Oh, right. I imagine that this is pretty confusing. Everyone you've run into here has been trying to kill you, and suddenly, well, this. Lisbeth went back behind the divider briefly before reappearing with a black ribbon in her hand. She used it to tie up her hair in a bun while watching him closely. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What have you already figured out? She asked. I'm not sure what you're asking me, Michael replied. You're obviously an intelligent man, Mr. Dyer. I've seen you listening to every single word that's been said in this tent and dissecting them. Tell me what you've already got figured out. He shrugged. Nothing completely. It sounds like this carnival, or maybe Poe in particular, had some sort of control over the people that work here. Now that control is gone, and you're looking to get everyone out of Dodge on the chance it comes back. I'm guessing that whatever this control was, it wasn't anything along the lines of blackmail. You're talking about something more like mind control. Lisbeth tapped the side of her head. Much more. Imagine watching yourself being danced around like a marionette on its strings, and you're not too far off. Convenient. I'd hardly call it that. Oh, really? Michael raised an eyebrow. You don't think that I'd find it convenient that with everything going on, the people who work here suddenly have an excuse as to why they're not responsible when things are suddenly crumbling down around them? She seemed to want to respond, but instead of doing so, she simply glared at him. He was finding her to be extremely difficult to read. Normally he could tell if a person was lying to him, or at least if the whole truth wasn't being told, but it was difficult with her. She was either telling the truth, or she was an extremely good con artist. This isn't going to work, she said finally. What isn't? He asked. This. I thought maybe you and I could work together to shut down this carnival, but you've got no reason to trust me, and I don't have time to convince you otherwise. Michael looked at her incredulously. Of course I don't trust you. I don't even know who the hell you are or what your role is in any of this. You want to know what my role is? Lisbeth shot back. Fine. I'm the person that kidnapped the sheriff's wife and put her in the Sea Lodge. His eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched. She came in here, and I used the powers that Poe gave me to put her to sleep, she continued. I temporarily froze her system to knock her out. After that, I moved her to the lodge so that Leo and Poe could use her as a bargaining chip. I didn't want to. I even tried to fight against it, but I couldn't. Poe had her hooks deep in my mind, and there was no stopping it. So there you have it. I'm a big part of the reason why you're here in the first place. It wasn't the first time that I did something like that, but it will damn sure be the last. You or the sheriff can kill me later for it, and I probably deserve that. But first get out of my way and let me try to fix this. We have very little time before Call's body emerges in the lodge. Michael examined her closely. She was angry, yes, but there was more to it than that. There was also sadness and shame, along with more than a little determination. What he didn't see in her face or eyes was deceit. He again visited the possibility that she was just simply an incredible liar, but he didn't think so. She believed what she was saying. She was also a source of information. Everything was rapidly coming to a head, and he needed every advantage that he could get. If there was a way to use the carnival against Bango, or to stop it from being a factor entirely, she might be the key to figuring it out. Both Bango and Poe said that name, he said slowly. You want me to trust you? Tell me who or what Call is. I told you I don't have time for this, Lisbeth replied impatiently. Make the time. She sighed. Fine. I'm not some kind of expert on Call, but Poe talked about it when I was nearby a few times. From what I understand, Call is an ancient deity that somehow got stranded on Earth way before anything resembling life began here. Fast forward to present day, and Poe made a deal with it. Incredible powers, including the power to save Bango's life and make her whack job companion stronger, in exchange for victims to feed Call's soul and keep it alive. That's where I'm getting lost, Michael admitted. Call's soul and body became separated somehow? I don't know how. I wasn't around for those conversations, if there were any. From what I understand, Call's body is technically dead, but it still maintains some semblance of life. It's in some place called the Lodge, and I don't think it's the same lodge as the Sea Lodge. Or maybe the two are connected somehow. Like I said, I don't know that part. He furrowed his brow. Okay, so the body is dying, so Call decides to split its spirit off. Yeah, I think that's how it works. That way it can find a way to sustain itself and eventually fully resurrect its body and reunite with it. That's where Poe's bargain comes in. Something clicked into place. But Bango wants more, doesn't he? He sees a wounded god and thinks to himself that there's got to be a way to take all that power for himself. The easiest way would be to have Poe use her power to take every last drop from Call's body, but she's gone now. He seems to know another way to get his hands on it. Lisbeth crossed her arms. That's all that I know about it. Will you let me pass now? Michael stared at her for a long moment. All right, he said as he came to a decision and opened the tent flap. Let's go. Chapter 50. You said that you put Jenny to sleep with your powers, Michael said as they made their way towards the Sea Lodge. Yes, Lisbeth confirmed. Care to elaborate on that? You're testing me. Not really. I'm trying to figure out what we're working with here. What can you do exactly? She shrugged. Outside of this carnival? Absolutely nothing. My powers and everyone else here that has got them from Poe, who pulled them from the carnival itself. More accurately, from Call's presence here. What can you do while you're in the carnival boundaries? Lisbeth held up one hand and clenched it into a fist. As Michael watched, her already pale skin turned completely white, and a layer of frost began to form over it. That frost soon turned into thick ice that stuck out like spines. She unclenched her fist and the ice became tiny snowflakes that fell lightly to the ground before melting. "Does that answer your question?" she asked, not even bothering to look at him. "So you control ice," he said in wonder. "No, more than that. You generate your own supply by, what, freezing the moisture on your skin and in the air?" She turned towards him in surprise. "That's amazingly accurate. Most people just think that I'm some kind of human ice machine. I've seen it before, not in a person, but from an ancient chalice from Greenland. This only works inside the carnival?" "Yes, and I don't know for how long. I feel them fading a little more every minute since Poe died." They stopped talking as a stroy appeared from around the corner. It was walking on all fours, its arms sticking out at awkward angles as it pulled itself forward. It tilted its skull-like face up towards them and opened its jaws, the cicada sound filling the air. Michael took out his dagger, but before he could do anything else, Lisbeth stretched out her arm with her hand open. She closed her fingers as if she was gripping onto some unseen object before quickly turning her hand to one side. The stroy's head followed the motion before its neck snapped. It collapsed to the ground, the cicada song going silent. "Okay then," Michael said as he put the knife away. "I froze the fluids around its spinal column and broke its neck," Lisbeth said calmly. "Oh, is that all? Just casually broke its neck with ice?" "It should be reassuring to you. If I wanted you or anyone else dead, you'd be dead." He had no idea how to respond to that. They continued on and approached the sea lodge. He felt a huge sense of relief as he saw Jenny sitting on the edge of the porch. He had feared that they had taken too much time. Maggie saw them and waved before touching Jenny on the shoulder and saying something. Jenny looked up and watched them approach without responding. Her eyes narrowed, and he could see that her attention was on Lisbeth. "You okay?" Maggie asked, her own eyes locked on his companion. "I'm good," he assured her. "Where are Sarah and Josh?" "It's a bit of a long story, but they're in the sea lodge. They're okay." Michael opened his mouth to reply, but before he could say anything, Jenny had jumped off the side of the porch and charged towards him. He was taken by surprise, and he stumbled backwards as she pushed him off to one side and lunged at Lisbeth. She knocked her to the ground and wrapped her hands around the woman's neck. "Did you think I wouldn't fucking recognize you?" she demanded. "You're the bitch that did this to me." Maggie wrapped her arms around her wife and attempted to pull her off. Jenny struggled and continued to squeeze. Michael quickly joined the sheriff, and together they managed to pry her off. She continued to struggle, a wild look in her eyes, and her teeth bared. "What the fuck is going on?" Maggie demanded. "It's a long story," Michael said through gritted teeth as he struggled to hold on. "Jenny, I need you to listen to me. She didn't want to take you. She was forced to. We need you to calm down." "You fucking trust her?" Jenny demanded, continuing to thrash. "After what she did? You're supposed to be my friend." Thinking quickly, he leaned forward so that his mouth was right next to her ear. He lowered his voice so that only she could hear him. "No, I don't trust her," he whispered. "She might be telling the truth, or she might not. Right now, though, we need her." Jenny turned her head and locked eyes with him. He nodded once before letting go of her. He was half convinced that she was going to use the opportunity to continue her assault, but instead, she collected herself and took a few deep breaths. "I'm okay," she said. "You can let go of me, Maggie." Maggie glanced at Michael before slowly releasing her grip. Jenny straightened up and brushed her dark hair out of her face as her breathing returned to normal. Her eyes remained locked on Lisbeth. Lisbeth slowly got to her feet, her hand against her throat. Michael could see the bruises begin to form around her neck from the throttling she had received. He felt a twinge of sympathy for her, but he made sure not to let any sign of it show in front of Jenny. "We don't have much time," he said. "Bango will be coming for Call's body soon, and to do that, he needs to get into the lodge. If he succeeds in what he's trying to do, we're all screwed. Not just us, not just Lamplight Woods, but everyone." "And what exactly is he trying to do?" Maggie asked. "He's going to try to take the powers of a god for himself. I don't—" Michael trailed off, his eyes going wide. The last piece of the puzzle clicked together in the back of his mind. "Oh, fuck me," he said in a voice barely above a whisper. "I know what he's going to do." "What?" Maggie demanded. "What's he going to do?" "His soul is inside of a demon body now, right? And that demon is taking the form of a local legend." "Skin rot, yes. I'm still not following." "The stories about skin rot state that he can basically become any person that he devours. What if that doesn't just apply to humans? Bango is going to literally eat a god to become one himself." "Would someone please tell me what the hell you are talking about?" Jenny asked. Michael gave a quick rundown about what he knew about the carnival and Bango's plans. He went through everything: the carnival's true nature as an extension of Bango's circus extravaganza, the spirit of the ancient deity that was attached to it, the attack of forgotten tales, everything he could think of. Jenny occasionally interjected with a question, but Lisbeth simply listened silently. "Okay," Jenny said simply when he had finished. "I think we're all on the same page now." "That's it?" Michael replied in surprise. "That's it. I just spent a year in a beach house hiding from fish people. I'm ready to accept just about anything. How do we stop this Bango guy?" "That's easy," a voice called from behind them. "You don't." They all turned to find Bango slowly strolling towards them. He was smiling, revealing his nightmarish face with the wide grin and insanity-filled eyes. He was walking like he didn't have a care in the world, his hands in his pockets, and his stride slow and casual. "See, that's the part that old Mikey here is leaving out," Bango said as he drew closer. "There is no stopping me." Chapter 51. Michael impacted hard with the side of the sea lodge, and for a moment he was sure that he was going to black out. His head cleared after a few seconds, however, and he painfully forced himself to stand back up. He nearly lost his balance again, but he somehow managed to stay upright. It had been less than a minute since Bango had attacked them, and already it was obvious that they were horribly outmatched. Maggie had put 6 rounds of the Peacemaker into him at extremely close range, and he hadn't even seemed to notice. Michael had jammed his knife into the creature's eye, and not only did it not do anything, he had been tossed aside like a doll for his trouble. Lisbeth was faring a bit better. As he watched, she began to encase individual parts of Bango's body in ice, first freezing his arms and then his legs. He threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Now this one's got some fight to her," he declared. "Come on, don't be shy. Show me what you've got." She set her feet and stretched out both hands. A large blast of bluish-white ice blasted out of them and struck him with tremendous force. For the first time, Bango seemed to be affected by something that had been done to him, and he turned away as the ice continued to hammer him. "Not bad," he admitted, his voice barely audible over the rush of ice and air. "Impressive, even. I can feel Poe behind it, though. With her gone, I wonder how long you can keep it up." Michael knew that it wouldn't be very long before Lisbeth would have to stop. The strain was obvious on her face, and sweat was pouring down from her forehead. He didn't know exactly how her powers worked or the strain they placed on her, but it looked like she was trying to push against something incredibly heavy. Knowing that he only had a few seconds, he ran forward as he pulled the small black stone out of his pocket. The draconite felt warm in his hand as he gripped it tightly. Bango had started to turn back towards Lisbeth as the force of the ice began to weaken, and his crazed eyes caught sight of Michael just as he opened his hand and pushed the stone as hard as he could into the creature's forehead. Michael was suddenly off of his feet again and flying backwards. He was vaguely aware that the Draconite had exploded as it had made contact with Bango. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion, and he felt the heat of the flames as they engulfed the creature just before the roar of the detonation reached his ears. This time Michael did black out. He wasn't sure how long he was out. One moment he was airborne, and the next he was being roused by Maggie calling his name. His vision was blurred, and her voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. He tried to speak, but he wasn't able to. Jenny moved into his field of vision. She put a hand gently on his chest as she looked into his eyes. Apparently not liking what she saw, she shook her head and turned her attention to her wife. He couldn't make out most of what she was saying, but he did catch the word concussion as she spoke. There was a rushing sound in his ears. It was like a heavy wind blowing through a tunnel, and it grew louder and louder as the seconds ticked on. The intensity continued to build, and just when he thought that it couldn't possibly get any stronger without bursting his skull, it was gone and he could hear normally again. "We don't have that option," Lisbeth was saying out of his view. "I don't know how to stop any of this. Do you? Because if so, I'm open to suggestions." "Maybe you missed the part where he just blew himself up to stop that, whatever it was," Jenny replied irritably. "He's got a concussion, most likely a severe one, and minor burns across his body. I can't be sure, but I think he's got a couple of ribs that are at least bruised, if not broken. He's in no condition to be doing anything but going to a hospital." "I'm okay," Michael said in a weak voice. He attempted to sit up, but Jenny's hand forced him back down. "No, you're not okay," she told him bluntly. "Stay still." "Aw, did Mikey fall down and go boom?" Michael felt the hope that he had been holding on to slip away as he heard the voice. Ignoring Jenny's objections, he forced himself up onto his elbows and looked towards the spot where the Draconite had detonated. Small flames were still licking the ground, and a cloud of smoke had been whipped up where the dirt had been disrupted. Stepping out of that cloud was Bango. "That's impossible," Maggie said in a voice barely above a whisper. "There isn't a scratch on him." "I'm full of all sorts of impossibilities," Bango said as he drew closer. "Absolutely brimming with them. Filled all the way to the tippy top with them." Lisbeth stepped in front of him and, in one smooth motion, created a pointed icicle and threw it at him. It began to crumble even before it reached him, however, and he easily swatted it away. He grinned at her in amusement. "Looks like you're all out of gas," he commented. Bango reached up and grabbed her hand. She struggled against his grip, but he barely seemed to notice. He leaned in close. In a last-ditch attempt to free herself, she hit him as hard as she could in the crotch with her knee. "Just for that, I'm not going to kill you," he told her. "Compared to what I have planned when I ascend to godhood, death would have been merciful. You just had to insult me by going after the family jewels, though." He squeezed her hand closed. Lisbeth screamed as the bones snapped like twigs. He kept applying more and more pressure until she was forced down onto her knees. When he finally released her hand, she fell to her side and clutched it. "So who's next?" Bango asked as he came closer. "How about you, Sheriff? You look like you're dressed for a fight. I don't know you very well, though. Maybe you're more the type that likes to watch. What do you say? Want to see me tear apart your better half first?" "You stay the fuck away from her," Maggie snarled as she pointed the peacemaker at him. "Oh, right. Because the first half a dozen shots you put into me worked so well, right? You're threatening me with the equivalent of a pea shooter." Before she could react, he closed the distance between them and snatched the gun out of her hand. He examined it for a moment before easily breaking it in half. He tossed the remains onto the ground at her feet. "Aw, I think I broke your toy," he said with false remorse. Maggie backed up, taking Jenny with her. Bango laughed at them before turning his attention to Michael. The creature reached down and grabbed him by the collar, using it to pull him up to his feet. He nearly threw up as he was racked with dizziness and nausea. Bango continued to lift him until he was completely off the ground. Despite his condition, he looked directly into those insane eyes and refused to flinch. If he was going to die, he was going to do it while giving this monster as little satisfaction as possible. "You're coming with me, Mikey," Bango said, his face inches away. "I want you to see me take my first steps towards godhood. I'm going to make you watch as I rip the heart out of this world just as easily as I did Evelyn's." Bango threw him back onto the ground and stood over him. The creature raised its foot. Michael knew what was coming, but in his weakened state, he wasn't able to do anything about it. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth as Bango stomped down onto his leg. The bone instantly snapped, and one of the broken ends pierced through the skin. He cried out in agony. "There," Bango said in satisfaction. "Now you won't be able to run away." Michael barely heard him. His leg felt like it was on fire. A part of his mind noted that his mutilated finger was burning as well. He felt himself beginning to pass out. His body had been through so much trauma in such a short amount of time that it was completely shutting down. He had a vague sense of Maggie and Jenny rushing forward to try to get Bango away from him. The creature easily tossed them away like they were no more than flies. His grin growing even larger, he hooked the back of Michael's shirt with his fingers and began to drag him towards the steps of the sea lodge. "Time to get the party started," Bango said, walking towards the open doorway. Chapter 52. No matter how hard Sarah tried, she couldn't get even one of the people on the beach to respond to her. She had lost count of the number of times that she had tried using Crowley's code to wake one or more of the Lamplight Woods residents, but after what had to have been at least the 10th attempt, she gave up. Either she was doing something wrong, or the code just didn't have enough power left in it to get the job done. Swearing in frustration, she looked over at Josh. He had taken up position on the top step leading from the beach into the house. From there he could see both her and through the house to the door leading back to Lamplight Woods. His attention was firmly towards the door. "Josh," she called out, "is everything okay?" "I don't know," he replied. "There was something going on out in the carnival, but I couldn't make it out. Whatever it was, it's over now." "This isn't working. I can't get them to wake up. We need to find my dad and see if he can figure something out." She glanced out over the water. "That thing is getting a lot closer, too." Josh didn't reply. Instead, his eyes opened wide and he quickly backed down the steps and onto the sand. A man that she didn't recognize appeared in the doorway. He looked around for a moment before nodding to himself. He slowly descended the stairs. Another person came into view. He was being dragged by the first man, and he appeared to be severely injured. He yelped in pain each time his leg struck one of the stairs as he was pulled onto the beach. The standing man turned his head towards Sarah. He smiled, and as he did so his entire face contorted. The grin became impossibly wide, and his lips melted away to expose red gums and white fang-like teeth. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head, twitching erratically as they locked onto her. She may not have recognized the body, but she certainly recognized the presence. "Bango," Sarah whispered. "In the flesh," Bango replied, somehow hearing her. "Actual flesh this time, too. Not that B-grade crap cloth and fur I used to have. How have you been, sweetie?" She looked closer at the man he was dragging. Her heart sank as she realized that it was her father. She took a step forward, but before she could get any closer, he turned his face towards her and shook his head weakly. She stopped moving. "Come on, Sarah," Bango taunted. "Don't you want to come give Uncle Bingy a nice big hug?" "Eat shit," she replied. "What a potty mouth you have on you. Somebody really should wash it out with soap." "Oh, I know. You're upset that we haven't had that one-on-one playtime that I promised you that day you visited me. Don't worry, kitten. I haven't forgotten. We'll have plenty of time to play after I finish my business here. Now who do we have here? Bango turned his attention towards Josh. She could see him visibly flinch as he stared into those madness-filled eyes, but he stayed where he was and held his ground. While his bravery was commendable, she wished that he would create more separation between them. I don't think we've had the pleasure of being acquainted, Bango said. I'm Bango, of the world's famous Bingo Circus Extravaganza. I'm sure that Sarah has told you all about me. Good to meet you, Josh Taylor. Likewise, Josh replied sarcastically. No, that's all wrong. Bango rolled his eyes. You're supposed to be surprised that I know your name and stammer something about demanding to know how I know. Then I'm supposed to say that I know about everything that happens in Lamplight Woods in a rather menacing tone. You're taking all the fun out of this. I'm sure I'll lose all kinds of sleep over that. Oh, I'm sure that you won't. Bango tilted his head slightly. Not like you do over your dead parents, right? How horrible for you, having to watch mommy butcher daddy, blood spraying everywhere. How long did that police officer have to scrub to get it off your face? 10 minutes? 20? Josh didn't answer. Too hard of a question? Bango continued. Here's an easier one for you. Why do you smell of little Sarah here? Bango laughed and threw Sarah's father off to one side. He took a step towards Josh, but he abruptly stopped and looked back over at Sarah. It took her a moment to figure out that he wasn't looking at her, but instead at something behind her. She hesitated for a few seconds before turning to see what he was staring at. The huge object that had been approaching the beach had arrived. Her mind reeled away from it. She couldn't even begin to understand what she was seeing, and it was like she couldn't remain focused on it for more than a split second. In a way, she was both seeing and not seeing it at the same time. No human can look upon a god, Bango said, suddenly directly next to her. Mortal eyes aren't up to the task. She jumped, the shock of his voice and presence snapping her back to the situation at hand. He moved past her towards the being. She used the opportunity to dart back up the beach towards the house. She reached her father and knelt down next to him. Dad, she said in a near panic, putting her hand on his shoulder. Please tell me that you're okay. He looked up at her, his eyes out of focus and his expression confused. His skin was burned in multiple places, and there was blood in his hair. She looked down at his leg and felt her stomach tighten. It had been broken so severely that pieces of bone were jutting out through the skin. He tried to say something, but his voice was too quiet for her to hear. She leaned down closer. Key, he muttered weakly. What? She asked. Dad, I don't understand. You really are everything that your reputation says you are, Call, Bango was saying to the incomprehensible creature. This form you've taken is, well, it's just incredible. There's no way that I can consume you like this. Luckily, I don't have to. Sarah turned just in time to watch as Bango pulled a key out of his pocket. It was the same key that her father had found while investigating the demon attacks months earlier. He examined it for a moment before pointing it towards Call. This isn't your real body, is it, you little minx? He said playfully. No, this is all just an illusion you've set up for yourself. Poe hadn't even considered that you'd do something like this. She thought drawing you out would be as easy as lining up these nice folks as bait. I'm not interested in the smoke and mirrors, though. I've only got eyes for the real you. You're in there somewhere, aren't you? Inside the depths of the lodge. Luckily for me, I happen to have an all-access pass to your section of this godforsaken place. I'm also a very patient man. I'll keep looking until I find you. Bango turned slightly to his left and extended the key. It seemed to disappear into thin air. He turned his hand, and with a quiet creaking noise, a door opened out of nowhere. Sarah couldn't see much from the angle that she was at, but she could just make out what looked like a hallway. It was like he had just opened a door that had been painted to look like the world around it. He looked over at her and gave her one of his demonic smiles. "This is goodbye for now," he said, waving at her. "We probably won't be seeing each other for a while. I'll make you this promise, though. Whether it takes me minutes, or days, or weeks, or months, or even years, I will be back. And you and what's left of your father will get exactly what you have coming to you. Toodles for now, dear." With a final echoing laugh, he stepped through the door and slammed it shut behind him, the doorway vanishing into thin air. Chapter 53. Sarah opened her eyes and sat bolt upright with a gasp. 1 minute she had been kneeling by her father on the beach, and the next she was here, wherever here was. She was in a grassy field with a soft, cool breeze blowing against her face. The change of scenery was jarring, and it took a few moments for her brain to adjust. Once it had, she stood up and tried to get her bearings. It wasn't until she saw the bridge off in the distance that she realized that she was standing in the field just outside of Lamplight Woods. The carnival was completely gone, and as far as she could tell, there was no trace of it having ever been there. The sun was beginning to come up over the trees to the east. She stared at the dim orange light in confusion. The night had seemed to go on forever, and now the day was finally coming. It seemed somehow unnatural. Welcome, but unnatural. She heard a soft moan from behind her. She turned to find Josh sitting up in the grass. He ran his hand over his face and looked up at her. Without a word, he got up and took her hand. "What happened?" he asked, his voice tired. "I don't know," she admitted. "The last thing I remember is Bango walking through that door, and then nothing. It feels..." He took a deep breath. "It feels like we lost." She hesitated before saying, "Yeah, it does." Other people were starting to stand up all throughout the field. One by one, they got to their feet and began to head towards town. They all looked like they were in a daze, almost as if they were sleepwalking. She recognized many of them from inside the sea lodge. These were the people that had lined up along the shore of the ocean, waiting to be consumed by the approaching beast. It was a relief to see them alive, but their demeanors concerned her. There wasn't anything that she could do about it, though. There was a small movement to her left. Her heart caught in her throat as she saw her father lying on the ground, his injured leg twisted at an odd angle. She rushed over to him and dropped to her knees beside him. He was unconscious, but to her relief, he was still breathing. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up. Standing over her were Maggie, Jenny, and a blonde woman that she didn't recognize. Maggie gently moved her out of the way so that Jenny could get a closer look at her father. "We need to get him to a hospital," Jenny said as she checked his pulse. "Is he going to be okay?" Sarah asked quietly, not sure that she wanted to know the answer. "I think so, Sarah, but there's a major risk of infection with the way that his leg is. He's also suffered a pretty rough concussion and a number of burns. He needs immediate treatment." "I'll go get the car," Maggie said, turning and running towards town. Sarah sat down in the grass and put her head in her hands. For her entire life, it had just been her and her dad. If something happened to him, if he didn't manage to pull through, she didn't know what she would do. Josh moved towards her to attempt to comfort her, but she shook her head and he backed away. She didn't want to be comforted just then. She only wanted her dad to be okay. She noticed that the blonde woman had taken a seat on the ground a short distance away. She was also staring at Sarah's father. There was an expression on her face that she didn't recognize. The woman must have sensed that she was being watched because she looked over at her. "You're his daughter?" the woman asked. "Yes," Sarah replied with a short nod. "I'm Lisbeth Erickson." "Sarah Dyer." "Don't talk to her, Sarah," Jenny said without looking up from her examination of her father. She's one of the people that started all of this. I'm not, actually, Lisbeth corrected her. I was part of the carnival, but not by choice. Like I tried to say before, I didn't want. I don't give a shit what you wanted, the nurse snapped. Now shut the fuck up so that I can concentrate. Everyone fell silent. Most of the other people left the field by now, and the only sound was the wind blowing through the grass and nearby trees. Sarah turned her eyes upward. She idly wondered how many other beings like Call were up there. She hoped that she would never have to see any creature like that again. Josh was standing a few feet away, his back turned towards her as he looked towards the coming dawn. He had been subjected to more of the carnival's horrors than she had, including an extended stay in the Sea Lodge. He looked like he was working hard to keep things together, and she could tell that he was just barely doing so. There she is, Jenny said after what felt like an eternity. Maggie's car was crossing the bridge. The sheriff drove the vehicle up the gravel path as far as she could before turning into the field and heading their way. The headlights bounced up and down as the car traversed the rough ground. It stopped a short distance away. Maggie was jumping out of her door almost before the car came to a full stop. She hurriedly opened the back doors. Being as careful as they could, they all helped load her father into the back seat. He cried out once as they set him down, but he remained unconscious. Jenny propped him up slightly with a blanket before they closed the doors. I wish we could bring you with us, but there isn't room, Maggie told her apologetically. I need to drive, and it's best if Jenny is there if we need her. I get it, Sarah assured her. Josh and I will go get his car from my house and meet you guys there. All right, just be careful, okay? We don't know. She trailed off, but her meaning was clear. They didn't know if some remnants of the carnival were still nearby. The Strigoi might be hiding somewhere, or some of the carnival workers might still be in town. There was no way of knowing for sure. We will, Sarah told her. Take care of my dad. Maggie stepped forward and hugged her. She had never done that before, and it surprised Sarah. It was a hug filled with warmth and affection. Within moments, she was returning the hug just as tightly. I'll take good care of him, Maggie said as they let go. I promise. Meet us at Cotswold Memorial Hospital in New Trent. You know where that is, Josh? Yes, he answered. Good. See you both soon. The sheriff got back into the car and sped off towards town. Sarah immediately started heading back towards where they had left their bikes when they had re-entered the carnival. It felt like that had been a lifetime ago. She glanced over her shoulder to make sure that Josh was following. As she did so, she saw Lisbeth walking in the direction of the bridge. She put the woman out of her mind as they reached the bikes and pulled them out from the brush. It had been a pain to drag them through the woods, but now she was happy they had done so. Taking one last long look at the empty field, they started back towards Forgotten Tales. Epilogue. Michael came to the determination that he hated hospitals. It was a surprising determination to come to, as he had never had a problem with them before. He wasn't one of those people that got sick at the sight of one, or who couldn't go inside of one because of a phobia. Now that he was a patient, though, he completely understood why so many people despised them. It wasn't the constant poking and prodding from the nurses and doctors. It wasn't the fact that the lights in his room were always on, even when he was trying to sleep. It wasn't even having to call someone to assist him whenever he had to use the bathroom. What he truly hated about being in the hospital was the sheer boredom of it all. He was the kind of person that couldn't just sit back and relax. If he wasn't doing something to keep his mind occupied, he started to go stir-crazy. He'd only been there for a few days, and he was already beginning to crack. He was staring at the television mounted up near the top of the wall and mindlessly clicking through the stations when there was a knock at his door. He turned his head slightly towards the noise. It was probably some nurse coming in to check his dressings for the billionth time, Or, if he was especially lucky, a doctor coming in to schedule another test. Nothing broke up the monotony like a needle being jabbed into him. To his surprise, it wasn't a member of the hospital staff that came in. Instead, Lisbeth Erickson entered the room and slowly closed the door behind her. He hadn't expected to see her after the events at the carnival. He turned off the television and set down the remote. "Hey, Mr. Dyer," she said as she walked over to the edge of the bed. "I hope it's okay that I'm here." "Michael," he replied simply. "What?" "You called me Mr. Dyer. It makes me feel like you're trying to give me a copy of the Watchtower. Call me Michael." "Okay, Michael." She looked around the room. "How are they treating you?" He smiled slightly. "Better than I feel like they are, I'm sure. I have to admit, you're the last person I thought would walk through that door." Lisbeth returned the smile. "Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised myself. I just wanted to stop by and thank you for helping put an end to the carnival. I know that you didn't do it for me, but still, it means a lot to me and the others." He wasn't sure what to say. "I really didn't do anything. The carnival disappeared all by itself." She shrugged. "Well, you were willing to help, and the end result is the important thing, so I still count that as being worth a thank you. So, yeah, thank you." "What are you going to do now?" "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I'm not really sure. I don't have any family, and none of the friends I had before joining the carnival were all that close. Some of the others are talking about staying in Lamplight Woods for a while, maybe longer. What do you think?" He smiled slightly. "I'm not exactly the person in charge of that sort of thing. No one is, really. If you want to stay, you should stay." Lisbeth nodded with an exaggerated serious expression on her face. "You know what? I think I will." She hesitated for a moment. "That guy, Bango, I think his name was. He's going to be a problem, isn't he?" Michael looked away. "Yeah, he is." "Well, when he's back, come find me." She held up her heavily bandaged hand. "I'd like to have a word with him myself. Is he why the carnival disappeared?" "I think so. I think whatever was behind it needed all the power it could muster to try to stop him, so it had to stop sustaining the carnival and that strange world inside the Sea Lodge." She walked back over to the door and put her hand on it. She turned her head back towards him and considered him for a long moment. Finally, she smiled and opened the door. "Be seeing you around, Michael Dyer," she said over her shoulder as she left. Michael settled back down to his bed and stared up at the ceiling. It was going to be interesting having the carnival workers around. From what he had been told, the Lamplight Woods residents that had been trapped inside the Sea Lodge didn't have any memory of anything that happened. It was likely a side effect of the parasites that had miraculously disappeared along with everything else. They just remembered being at the carnival before going home for the night. The former carnival workers and a select few of the Lamplight Woods residents did remember, though. All that it would take would be a slip of the tongue to potentially open Pandora's box. Then again, maybe not. Lamplight Woods had always been good at keeping secrets, so maybe this wouldn't be any different from the other strange events that had happened over the years. There was another knock on the door. This time it was opening before he even had a chance to turn towards it. Maggie entered the room holding a large plastic bag. She used her foot to close the door and gave him a smile. "I see you still look like shit," she said. "I feel like it, too," Michael admitted, pointing with his chin at his elevated leg wrapped in bandages. "I'm starting to wonder if this thing is ever going to stop torturing me." "Are you bored yet?" "Oh, God, yes." "You don't have to call me God, but today I am your savior. I stopped over at your place for something." She went over to the room's single chair and emptied the contents of the bag onto it. She had brought the old Nintendo system from his basement, along with 2 controllers and a small selection of games. Winking mischievously, she began to hook the cables into the room's television. "Are you allowed to do that?" he asked. "What are they going to do? Call the police?" Maggie responded with a shrug. "I know all the New Trent cops, so good luck with that. Now scooch over." He smiled and moved himself over as far to one side as he could. She climbed up into the bed next to him and handed him one of the controllers. He raised an eyebrow when he saw what game they were playing. "So, what's wrong?" he asked as he pressed the start button. "What makes you think anything's wrong?" she asked innocently. "Come on, Maggie. I may be doped up on pain meds, but I'm not completely out of it. You only play River City Ransom when something is bothering you." She glared at him. "You know, that big brain of yours can be a pain in the ass sometimes." She paused the game and took a moment to gather her thoughts. Whatever was on her mind was serious. He set down his controller and waited for her to speak. "Jenny is leaving Lamplight Woods," Maggie said finally. "She's what?" Michael responded in surprise. "She's leaving." She looked away. "What she went through in that carnival? She's not the same, Michael. She's changed, and if I'm being honest, it's not for the better. We've been talking about it, and we both think it's best for her to go stay with family, at least for a while. She needs time to get back to normal, and normal isn't something that Lamplight Woods does well." "I'm so sorry, Maggie." She shook her head slowly. "It is what it is." "How long do you think she'll be gone?" Maggie hesitated before turning to look at him with barely held back tears in her eyes. "She says a few weeks, maybe a month, but truthfully, I don't think she is coming back." He found himself searching for something, anything to say that would console her. He came up empty. "When is she leaving?" he asked instead. "Tonight. She's getting a ride to the airport and heading to Salt Lake City." It was his turn to hesitate. "Have you thought about going with her?" "Of course." She wiped at her eyes. "She even asked me to. I can't, though. My dad is here. My job is here. I can't just leave." "There's more to it than that, isn't there?" "Maybe. Yes. When she killed Poe, it was a side of her that I've never seen before. Jenny murdered that woman when she was completely helpless. I get it. I understand why she did it, and if I'm being honest, I was tempted to do it myself. It was still wrong, though, and I can't get it out of my head." They were silent for a long moment. Eventually, Maggie set down her controller next to his and laid her head on his shoulder. He put his arm around her and they just laid there, staring off into space and saying nothing. "Bingo's going to be back, isn't he?" she asked, breaking the silence. "Lisbeth Erickson asked me the exact same thing right before you got here," Michael told her. "And what answer did you give her?" "I told her the truth. Yes, he's going to be back." "And what didn't you tell her?" He looked over at her. "When he comes back, he's only going to do so because he's gotten what he wants. He'll have become a god, or at least a reasonable facsimile of one. If we're going to stop him, we need to follow him into wherever he went and do it before he reaches his goal." Maggie nodded. "Agreed. How do we do that?" "I don't know," he admitted, his hands balling into fists. "But I'm going to find out how to do it. And when I do, we're finally going to put an end to that son of a bitch once and for all."